Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Han Li and Jackson's Epiphany. The Federation's base number 6 on the alien planet, in the repair area. Jackson and Han Li stood side by side, staring at the screen in front of them while waiting for their mechas to be repaired. How is it? What's the situation now, Master Liu, who is repairing the mechas for the two of them, asked this question for the 19th time today. The other mechanics also pricked up their ears for the 19th time. If it weren't for the heavy task of repairing the mechas, these mechanics would want to get close to Han Li and Jackson. The authority of these mechanics is not enough for them to directly obtain the real-time battle situation in the war zone of base number 5. The situation is very good. Lao Ji is still playing monkeys, Jackson answered for the 10th time, with a slightly proud tone. He answered once more than Han Li. That's good, Master Liu always repeats himself, but others don't think he's long-winded. Everyone is as nervous as he is. Ji Xinghe, who was chased by 460 imperial mechas, was worried about too many people. After understanding the situation for the 19th time, Master Liu once again entered a state of concentration. The exclusive mecha of the ace mecha warrior is much more difficult to repair than the standard mecha. Fortunately, the combat effectiveness of Jackson and Han Li is undisputed ace level, and the mecha has not suffered any substantial damage in the fierce battles in these days. What Master Liu and others need to do is actually routine maintenance and replacement of some vulnerable parts. The maintenance principle of not replacing, if you can repair, it is obviously not applicable to the ace mecha warrior. Direct replacement is not a waste of resources, but to better play the value of resources. Han Li glanced at Jackson, who was answering the question, and said, "The intelligence about the Empire has been revised. There will be no more gorillas and monkeys. They're all gorillas. Didn't you say that monkeys are similar to the apes in our Federation?" Jackson asked back, and then felt that his statement was not quite right, and emphasized, "Besides, I am happy to call them monkeys." "What, do you have any objections?" "If you have any objections, it doesn't matter, let's fight." "Haha," Han Li mocked, "you are not my opponent." "Oh, you really don't accept it? Okay, anyway, it will take some time to repair the mecha. Let's fight, and see the real thing." Jackson began to roll up his sleeves. He really wanted to fight with Han Li. He had lost to Han Li once, practiced hard for many years and became a disciple of Ji Xinghe, but he never had the opportunity to regain his talent. Who can know the grievances in his heart? Let's not talk about the number of your Venus catching up with me. When can you kill an imperial duke? Come and challenge me again. Han Li's refusal made Jackson even more angry. How dare you say that you have killed a duke? If it weren't for Lao Ji's help, you would have killed a fart duke. Lao Ji has helped you and taught you. Why haven't I seen you kill a duke? I also want to kill them, but they don't come to me. What can I do? Speaking of this, Jackson felt even more wronged. He couldn't understand why the imperial duke didn't come to trouble him. Whether it was the number of Venus or the level of combat power he showed, he was not inferior to Han Li. But two imperial dukes had come to Han Li before and after. One was killed on the spot by Han Li when he challenged Han Li in front of the battle, and the other led a crowd to besiege Han Li. After being repelled by Han Li, he met Ji Xinghe and was killed on the spot. But no imperial duke came to trouble him. There were only Earl and Marquis level mechas. Although they were all besieging him alone, no matter how many Earls or Marquises there were, the Venus they represented was of normal size. The aggrieved Jackson looked at the eye-catching large Venus on Han Li's mecha and felt even more aggrieved. "If the mountain is not for me, I will go to the mountain." Han Li suddenly looked at Jackson with strange eyes and asked, "Have you heard of this sentence?" Jackson was stunned for a moment. Recently, to be more precise, after becoming Ji Xinghe's apprentice, he has been working hard to learn Longzhou culture. He was also a learned man, and he understood the meaning of this sentence after a little thought. So he looked at Han Li with a burning gaze. "You mean, you want to accompany me to find an imperial duke to kill?" "Yes," Han Li nodded and said, "because Hilby 72 is still being defended. The main force of the Empire has never been able to launch a full-scale attack on base number 6 that we are defending. But this is not a long-term solution. The remaining Imperial soldiers outside Hilby 72 are almost wiped out by us. At that time, The Empire will definitely use a covering indiscriminate firepower strike to completely destroy Hilby 72. Jackson nodded in approval. Yes, once Hilby 72 is destroyed, the main force of the Empire will be able to advance straight in, and the blockade will be difficult to hold for too long. However, the existence of Hilby 72 has bought base number 6 at least 3 months, and it has consumed more Imperial troops and firepower than expected. It's already very good. General Tu Yuan's command is really admirable. Han Li suddenly laughed. General Tu Yuan's command is definitely impeccable, but the fact that Hilby 72 has been able to hold on for such a long time is also due to the contribution of Lao Ji, and me, Jackson. Han Li asked, "What? Do you want to deny my contribution?" Jackson took a deep breath to calm down, and then asked seriously, "Can I swear?" "No." Han Li shook his head, "And whether you swear in dragon language or eagle language, you are not my opponent." "Why? Dragon language is my mother tongue? You are not as good as me." "As for eagle language, the first thing I learned was swear words, and I learned swear words best. Stop making trouble. Let's talk business." Han Li became serious. "I have been studying Lao Ji's fighting style, because like many people, I can't figure out why Lao Ji is so strong. For example, in the dust storm before, he was chased by 300 Imperial mechas, but he was able to fight back in the Lone Brave, and finally achieved annihilation and capture with the help of firepower support. Another example." "Okay, stop talking nonsense. I remember Lao Ji's record better than you. Just tell me your research results." Jackson interrupted Han Li's chatter. Han Li shook his head slightly. "I will tell you the results directly. In case you don't understand, fight your uncle. My second uncle only has an urn on the Azure Star. After returning to the Azure Star, I will take you to his tombstone. If you don't fight me, I will fight you." Jackson was defeated again, and this time he was defeated thoroughly. Han Li continued. "In addition to armor-piercing battles, there are also armor-removing battles. Lao Ji is also very strong, ridiculously strong. Combining these 2 points, I came up with a question: what exactly is a mecha? Or, what is it equivalent to for us?" Jackson frowned and his eyes became serious. "Lao Ji is very strong in the battle without armor because his burst speed and strength are beyond ours, and his combat awareness is also very good, which allows him to fight 10 people alone. Even if the 2 of us join forces, we are no match for Lao Ji. I mean when we take off our armor." Jackson nodded slightly. He was very sure of this, so he added, "The 2 of us plus Ravich, Kadilin, Kintong, Harris, the blind man, the lame man, oh, and the cowhorse Sichuanian who just became an ace mecha warrior, and Yu Ren, should not be able to beat Lao Ji. This is a bit exaggerated. It's normal that the 9 of you can't beat him. If you add me, you will definitely win." Han Li argued. "How strong am I? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know it." Jackson sneered. "How strong is Lao Ji? You are a defeated general, and you are a defeated general who has been defeated several times. Do you really know?" Han Li was speechless. Jackson continued to say, "Do you know that Lao Ji has had 4 epiphanies?" "Sorry, I know." Han Li coughed dryly and brought the topic back. "Well, do you have this feeling, that the combat effectiveness of Lao Ji who drives the 16th generation standard mecha is completely not at the same level as that of Lao Ji who drives Xianshan, Guiong, Jiangjia, and Guanzhenhao? Aren't you talking nonsense? The combat effectiveness of anyone who drives these mechas is not at the same level. You don't understand what I mean. What I mean is, it's like you said that Lao Ji had 4 epiphanies. When driving the 16th generation standard mecha, Lao Ji only had the strength of 1 epiphany, twice when driving Xianshan, 3 times when driving Guiong, and 4 times when driving Jiangjia. And now he is driving Guanzhenhao again, so his strength has become almost to the level of the 2nd epiphany." Jackson was stunned. "Aren't you still talking nonsense? I've said it before, whoever drives these mechas has the strength of 1 epiphany. The combat effectiveness will be different." Han Li felt that he had not explained it clearly, and after thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you remember what Lao Ji said?" "He said that his punch has 55 years of kung fu. Who can resist it? So? If you keep talking nonsense, I will leave. You are so long-winded." "So, has the way we have been driving mechas to fight been wrong?" "Wrong? Yes," Han Li said seriously. "The exclusive mechas for ace fighters we are driving now are equivalent to our bodies with 60 years of kung fu, just like Lao Ji who is taking off his armor to fight. But Lao Ji has 55 years of kung fu and can fight 10 or even 100 at a time." We have 60 years of kung fu, why can't we do it? Jackson suddenly fell into deep thought and spoke after a while. I have 56 years of martial arts experience now. Besides, armor-piercing combat and armor-free combat are completely different. When I am fighting without armor, if I hit you with a punch, you will spit blood. When I am holding a weapon, I can kill you with one strike. But when I am fighting with armor, many attacks cannot directly break the imperial mecha. Not to mention the punches and kicks of the mecha, even tungsten steel gold weapons can hardly kill with one strike. How much do you want to kill me? Let's use an analogy like this. Han Li did not complain out loud, but asked, you are right, the defensive mecha is much stronger than our bodies, and sometimes we can still fight even if we lose hands and feet. But have you forgotten that Lao Ji has another identity? Jackson's eyes lit up. Mechanic? So he knows the weak points of the imperial mecha. When driving a mecha, he can hit the mecha like hitting a person, and he can use all his 56 years of kung fu, so he can easily fight 10 or 100 with one. Yes, but it's useless to us. We don't have time to learn mechanical knowledge. Jackson shook his head again and said, I know a lot about the weak points of the imperial mecha, and you know a lot too, but you can't fight like Lao Ji, so I said that our way of fighting has always been wrong. Then what kind of fighting method is correct? Jackson asked. Don't tell me to fight like Lao Ji. If I knew how to fight like him, I wouldn't be talking nonsense with you. Han Li smiled mysteriously. If you call me master, I will tell you, you are a traitor and you are betraying your master and ancestors. Jackson shouted angrily. Do you know that you are actually my son? Han Li immediately cursed back. Bullshit. Jackson laughed and asked, have you learned Ji family boxing from Ji Xinghe? So what? Then you are Ji Xinghe's apprentice, and I am Ji Xinghe's apprentice. Ji Xinghe is Ji Xinghe's father, so I am your father. Come on, let's fight. I'll let you know who is the father. Come on, I've been waiting for this day. If you lose, you have to call me master, then you have to ask my master Ji Xinghe if he agrees. Let's fight first. Shameless, I learned it from you. They fought, and 2 minutes later, Jackson lay on the ground with his eyes blank. He didn't understand why he still lost. Han Li covered his bruised left eye socket, squatted beside Jackson's head and said with a smile, call me master, and I will tell you the correct way to fight. Haha. Jackson responded with a sneer and opened the bracelet. Do you need me to tell you? I'll ask my master directly. It's useless for you to ask. Lao Ji told you and many people, but you didn't understand. Now I know how to understand. Jackson stopped and felt the eyes of the mechanics next to him. Those two words were a little difficult to say. Han Li added, after you call me, I will help you kill the Duke. Master, what? I didn't hear you. Master, louder, tell me, will you challenge me in the future? Han Li, don't go too far. We are all brothers from the same sect. Are you done yet? Who said it was my father's? What did you say about you, son? Jackson stood up angrily. Are you going to tell it or not? Call me master again. Jackson took a deep breath. Master, hey, good disciple. Master will now tell you the ultimate secret of Ji family fist. Han Li's expression became serious again, staring into Jackson's eyes. If you practice boxing without practicing skills, it will be all in vain when you get old. This punch of mine is the product of 60 years of practice. Who can withstand it? Jackson was stunned. Are you fucking kidding me? Han Li shook his head slightly, his expression still serious. This sentence also applies to the imperial gorillas. How are they the same? Can the imperial gorillas learn the ultimate secret of Ji family boxing? Can they hear what old Ji said? Can they do what we can't do and bring out the performance of the mecha to the fullest? Jackson, who was retorting, was stunned again, and then kept muttering, they can't do it. Yes, they can't do it. They are farther away from this realm than us, because their bodies are smaller than ours. They are stronger. They rely too much on their physical fitness when driving mechas to fight, rather than on the performance and operating skills of mechas. Han Li had a teachable expression and concluded, our mechas have 60 years of experience in punching and kicking. Their mechas can't stop them at all, just like facing an old horse wearing a general's armor. No ape can stop them. But we always think that the physical fitness of apes is several times that of ours, and they can stop them. But in fact, we are fighting the imperial mechas, not the imperial apes. When we break their mechas, they are dead. Jackson suddenly realized that he finally understood what Ji Xinghe said about the epiphany. But the mecha warriors who gathered around because of Jackson versus Han Li just now were confused. What are these two ace mecha warriors talking about? They don't understand. But they think that what these two people said must be very powerful. If one day they can understand it, they will definitely become stronger, and perhaps they can also become ace mecha warriors. Han Li did not explain too much to the other mecha warriors. Some things, if you understand them, you understand them. If you don't understand them, you won't understand them no matter how much you say. Just like Ji Xinghe didn't talk to them before. But in addition to explanation, he can also use other ways to make more mecha warriors understand this truth. For example, actual combat. Just like Ji Xinghe used actual combat to make him understand this truth. A day later, Jackson and Han Li, the ace mecha warriors of the Federation, took the initiative to break away from the formation of the Federation mecha in a mecha cluster battle, broke into the enemy formation and jointly destroyed a Duke-class Imperial mecha. Then, with the firepower support of the Federation, they successfully broke through the siege. This is a victory worth cheering, because there are not many Dukes in the Empire, and they are all powerful. The Imperial Duke they killed was the commander of the main Imperial force attacking base number 6. In the past, it was always the Imperial Dukes who hunted down the Federation's ace mecha warriors, or the special grade ones who were about to become ace mecha warriors. This was also the reason why the number of Federation's ace mecha warriors could never break the 10-man curse. But this time, it was the Federation's ace mecha warriors who took the initiative to hunt down the Imperial Dukes and succeeded. Defensive counterattack? No, many people prefer to call it an active attack. The Federation's active attack on the Empire was of great significance, so many people, especially mecha warriors, wanted to study the battle videos of Jackson and Han Li. As they watched, they all had an illusion that this was not like the fighting style of Jackson and Han Li, but, like Ji Xinghe. Chapter 377 This child looks like me. You fight like Ji Xinghe. This sentence was the greatest compliment among the federal mecha warriors for a long time because of the sudden outburst of Han Li and Jackson, and their sudden change in fighting style. Ji Xinghe himself was also very pleased with this. He was driving the champion Hao and was running away. He was not like Wang Wei and others worried that he had no time to communicate with them because he needed to drive the mecha with all his strength. So he knew the changes in Han Li and Jackson, and when Jackson sent a message to ask, he replied conclusively, "Yes, this is Epiphany." So he knew the concerns of Tu Yuan and others and responded, "Fighting like me does not mean that they will always leave their team. In a sense, they are just better at finding opportunities than before, and their teammates can't see these opportunities, and they don't have time to elaborate when fighting, so they can only leave the team to seize the opportunity." Ji Xinghe's words made many people feel relieved. The Federation needs more Ji Xinghe, but it does not need more ace mecha warriors to disobey military orders. Steady and cautious, step by step, is the main combat strategy of the Federation on the alien battlefield. Radical combat methods may certainly bring greater rewards, but they will also bear greater risks. When many people in the Federation think that they can't hold on to this war, the risk is of course the smaller the better. Ji Xinghe also knew what Ji Xinghe did at base number 5. He was pleased with Ji Xinghe's understanding, support, and protection of him, as well as the big heart he showed in the incident. He was also worried about the safety of Ji Xinghe and Xinghe. Only he and Ji Xinghe knew the truth about Ji Xinghe's remote control of Xinghe and training outside base number 5. That was not remote control, but Xinghe's freedom. Ji Xinghe, who often violated military orders, was very worried that Xinghe, who had some ambitions and had been learning from him, would leave base number 5 without looking back. There may be 3 results. One is that Xinghe was found to be abnormal, and the Federation directly locked Xinghe through some authority, or sent a mecha warrior to capture Xinghe. Xinghe was destined to be studied, and Ji Xinghe would definitely accept a long investigation. You discovered the awakened artificial intelligence program, why didn't you report it? This practice is very dangerous for the Federation, and this concealment is tantamount to betraying the Federation. One is that Xinghe was defeated after encountering the Imperial mecha. Because of its non-replicability, once its intelligent core is destroyed, Xinghe is equivalent to being completely dead. One is that Xinghe brought a bunch of weapons made of tungsten steel gold and returned to base number 5 to ask for credit, and asked Ji Xinghe or Ji Xinghe to find Shen Mu to help her transform and upgrade. If Xinghe's current normal state only takes 20 years to punch and kick, then in overclocking mode, she has 40 years of punch and kick. After getting tungsten steel gold to transform the main body and replace the 12th generation core engine, Xinghe can be stronger than the general armor. A punch and a kick have 60 years of effort, or even higher. The last possibility may sound very promising, but in fact it is impossible to complete. Xinghe, who has not yet added an auxiliary energy system, cannot fight for a long time. Moreover, when Xinghe is too far away from base number 5, the disadvantages of Ji Xinghe wearing a sensor helmet and remote control will appear, and Xinghe's abnormality will still be discovered. So Xinghe must not leave base number 5. But Ji Xinghe couldn't force an order. He could only hope that Xinghe would be more sensible than him, not be too impulsive, and not live up to his trust. What if? Ji Xinghe was still very worried. When communicating with Shen Mu, he told him to add a backup energy system to Xinghe, and added a mechanical arm for maintenance, or a multifunctional mechanical arm that can be separated from the body for use. Controlling Xinghe, who has 12 arms and legs and has been fighting with Ji Xinghe for more than a month, it is really no problem to control one more mechanical arm. If Xinghe really chooses to be impulsive, then Ji Xinghe can only hope that Xinghe can survive. Being able to survive is more important than anything else. Old Ji, how should the conversation between Han Li and Jackson be resolved? Sichuan, who has returned to base number 5, brought questions from everyone in the Xinghe team and many mecha warriors in base number 5, and asked questions after making sure that it would not interfere with Ji Xinghe. This made Ji Xinghe, who was driving the champion Marcus to escape, not seem like he was escaping, but rather like a general patrolling the battlefield in a space battleship, able to handle various matters at the same time. You all know about it? Yes, Sichuan said. As a matter of course, Han Li and Jackson started fighting, and there were many people in the repair area filming it. The video has been uploaded. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment, then asked, if you have 56 years of kung fu like me, can you beat 10 special grade mecha warriors unscathed when everyone is unarmed? Yes, let alone 1 against 10. I dare to fight 1 against 100, then do you think you can fight 10 against 10 when facing the imperial gorillas with bare hands? Sichuan hesitated, then answered seriously, no, why not? Because their physical fitness is too strong. Yes, their physical fitness is too strong, so you can't beat them. But what about when they wear armor? They are also very strong when they wear armor. Because their physical fitness is too strong, they can withstand higher loads and perform more difficult maneuvers. They are not afraid when the mecha collides, but we may faint. You all think so? Yeah, what else? Think about it. When I was fighting with you, have you ever hit me? Are those difficult fighting moves of yours useful to me? How can it be the same? You can fight better than us, but in fact, if we only look at physical fitness, I'm not as good as you young people, but your explosive power is stronger than ours, your reaction speed is faster than ours, your combat awareness is stronger than ours, you don't look like an old man at all. This is what Han Li said. Every punch and kick has 50 or 60 years of skills. This is also the skill you all have when you wear armor, but you always ignore this point. Sichuan was stunned, and the members of the Xinghe team who were listening were also stunned. When they began to think, Ji Xinghe continued. The physique of the gorillas is very strong, but when they wear armor, their bodies are actually bound and they can only rely on mechas. So Han Li said that you are not fighting the imperial gorillas, but the imperial mechas. Yes, the gorillas can withstand stronger loads, but why should we compete with them on this point? When I fought with you, did I compete with you in terms of resistance to blows? When Jackson first met me, he said something to me. He said that mechas should fight like humans, but mechas are not humans. Not only Jackson thinks so, almost all mecha warriors think so, and I think so too, but on this point, I have a different understanding from you. You think that mechas are not humans, but tools, but I think that mechas are extensions of the body, limbs other than hands and feet, just like the prostheses of the cripples. When the cripples are taking off their armor for actual combat training, will they allow you to destroy their prostheses? No, but when you are driving the mecha to fight, you will treat the mecha as a tool. For example, treat it as a blast-proof shield. The purpose of the blast-proof shield is to prevent explosions, so you use it like this, but this is not right. This will make the battle between you and the imperial apes once again enter the stage of competing with them in physical fitness, and this is your disadvantage. What is your advantage? Ji Xinghe stopped and waited for an answer. Sichuan, who was holding the microphone, answered quickly, mecha. Our advantage is that our mecha is stronger. Whether it is our Zhanshan or ordinary standard mecha, they are all stronger than the Empire's mecha. Yes, our standard mecha is stronger than the Empire's gorilla's standard mecha. This Hanshin you are driving is stronger than the Empire's mecha you really need to face. This is your advantage, but you have never been able to bring it out." Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and made an analogy. "It's like I gave you my 56 years of kung fu, but you insisted on competing with Jackson to see who is taller and has more muscles, instead of competing with him in kung fu or actual combat." Sichuan finally understood and said excitedly, "When using the weak to defeat the strong, you should use the strong to defeat the weak. I remember you said this. Is that the truth?" "That's the truth." "Then why didn't you tell us earlier?" "Lao Ji, you are not kind." That is to say, Sichuan dared to talk to Ji Xinghe like this, and the people around him had no time to cover his mouth. "It doesn't make any sense whether I told you earlier or now." Ji Xinghe picked up a basin of ice water and poured it on the heads of Sichuan and others. "Because even if you knew, you can't do it now." Sichuan was unconvinced. "Why? Do you know how to trade stocks?" "I know. The principle is simple. You can make money by buying low and selling high, but how many people can make money from the stock market?" Sichuan understood. "You mean, I understand the principle, but I just can't do it." "Yes, and if you say it too much, your operation will be distorted, unless you realize it yourself, just like Han Li and Jackson." "Operation distorted?" Sichuan was shocked. "Then why are you telling us now? Isn't that what you want to ask?" After Ji Xinghe asked back, when everyone in the Xing team became nervous, he whispered, "Don't be afraid. You will understand it soon." "How do you mean?" "Neural connection technology," Ji Xinghe said. "This technology will allow you to truly regard the mecha as an extension of your body. Just like Yu Ren. It only took him more than 3 months to become an ace mecha warrior. A large part of the reason is that he used new technology that allows this kid to fight like me." "Yu Ren, he?" Sichuan suddenly chuckled twice. Then he asked, "Old Ji, do you regret it now? If you had known that Yu Ren was so good at fighting and became an ace mecha warrior so quickly, would you not have chased him away? Are you afraid Daddy will not want to come to our Xing independent regiment now, so you praise him to fight like you?" Ji Xinghe sighed. "Qin Tong, here, in actual combat training, everyone will fight 2 rounds with Sichuan as the opponent." "Yes," Qin Tong responded and then asked as if to make up for it, "Is it everyone in our Xing team, or all the mecha warriors in the base? You decide on the arrangements." "Yes, no, woo." Sichuan was dragged away. Ji Xinghe said again, "There are no combat missions recently. Shen Mu said that the modification kit of neural link technology will arrive today. After the modification is completed, you should train well, but we want to support you." Qin Tong said, "We have rested well. If we are in place and advance by orbital airdrop and ambush with the help of bunkers, we can catch those imperial mechas by surprise when they replace nuclear fuel cells. There is no need to take this risk. They still have about 1,000 mechas in the main force. Beware of their surprise attack on the base. The light of divine punishment and the final fortress will be in place. Don't worry about me." "Yes." Ji Xinghe, who ended the communication, continued to run away. In just over 2 days, he had run to a position about 2,600 kilometers away from base number 5 in a straight line. Because he had to keep changing the direction of escape, the distance he actually ran was far more than 4,000 kilometers. The distance between base number 6 and base number 5 is not so far, but the direction of escape chosen by Ji Xinghe is contrary to base number 6. All the blockades of the Federation in this direction are intertwined. He didn't need reinforcements, he only needed the Federation's high-tech assistance. When the final fortress that had been airdropped in advance appeared in his sight, he was not very happy. Because the Imperial Mech Corps consisting of 460 Imperial mechas was still chasing him. Could they see the final fortress? Did they know about the final fortress? Impossible. Then why did they dare to chase him? Did they know that the Federation would not use nuclear weapons, or were they not afraid of the light of divine punishment? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Mutation. General, the mechas of the main force of the Empire have been dispatched, 1,100, and their target is base number 5. A cry of surprise rang out from the space battleship Kanshun. "Return," Tu Yuan ordered immediately. Ji Xinghe's battle had nothing to do with him. The Hard Moon Fox space battleship equipped with a God's Punishment light weapons system replaced them to provide intelligence and firepower support for Ji Xinghe. If Ji Xinghe was not so important, and the 460 Empire mechas were also important, Tu Yuan even wanted the Heart Moon Fox to give up cooperating with Ji Xinghe to use the God's Punishment light and return directly to support base number 5. Ji Xinghe? Just let him keep running, he can run anyway. On the big screen of the War Situation Center, the picture also switched, and Ji Xinghe's champion disappeared, replaced by the Empire Mecha Corps, which was divided into 3 routes and had a tendency to gather 1,100. In addition to the ones that have been destroyed, there are also the 460 taken away by Ji Xinghe. These 1,100 are all the mechas that the Federation can confirm in the Empire's offensive against base number 5 this time. Have they given up using mechas to protect their conventional forces? A staff officer said with a serious expression, or have they already known our strengths and weaknesses? The strengths and weaknesses of base number 5 are the biggest loopholes in this defensive battle. Including the Galaxy Squad, they have less than 400 mechas. When facing several times the number of Imperial mechas, they chose a very radical combat plan. At present, the effect is very good. A quarter of the Imperial mechas, which are just over 2,000 in number, have been destroyed by them. Including the 460 Imperial mechas that may be destroyed by Ji Xinghe in conjunction with the Light of Divine Punishment, the Empire has lost half of its mechas before the direct battle begins. However, the Empire still has an absolute advantage in the number of mechas, and the 460 Imperial mechas that are chasing Ji Xinghe have not been destroyed. They must have known our background, so they chose this way of fighting, another staff officer said in a very sure tone and serious expression. The current situation is that unless we use the defensive weapons of base number 5, we will not be able to stop these 1,100 Imperial mechas. And once we let base number 5 join the battle, the exact location will be exposed, another staff officer said. Look at it this way, we should have mobilized all the mechas in the base to participate in the battle. It is precisely because we chose the current combat method that they are sure that we do not have enough mechas. Colonel Ji Xinghe's choice is not wrong. Even if we followed our combat plan before, the Empire might still guess our strength. We have always been outnumbered, but we only sent 320 mechas to support Colonel Ji Xinghe. How could they not see the problem? Yeah, it's our fault for thinking they are too simple. The previous victory came too easily, we were careless. It's not carelessness, it's that as long as they use this kind of frontal forced advancement combat method, we will have no way to deal with it. We have known this for a long time. What's the use of saying this? Countermeasures. We need countermeasures. When the staff officers were discussing heatedly, Tu Yuan suddenly spoke up and said in a cold voice, notify the Galaxy Squad. All members assemble and prepare to carry out orbital airborne operations. The target is the main force of the Empire number 3. Yes, without further ado, the staff officers understood Tu Yuan's idea. Since the Empire's mechas have been dispatched in full force to obtain the precise location of base number 5, the Empire's conventional forces do not have enough mechas to protect them. With the strength of the Galaxy Squad, even if there is no Ji Xinghe now, they can still reproduce the previous tactical plan, use mechas to break the anti-missile system of the Empire's conventional forces, and then the Federation will implement fire coverage strikes to complete the annihilation. In short, Tu Yuan wants to have an extreme home exchange with the Empire. Since it is an extreme home exchange, Tu Yuan's orders cannot stop there. Notify base number 5 to immediately assemble 300 mechas to bypass the Empire's Mecha Corps and attack the target, the main force of the Empire number 1. Yes. Even though the staff were full of shock and doubt about Tu Yuan's order, they had to execute it when Tu Yuan's order was issued. Because Tu Yuan is the supreme commander of the number 5 base war zone. There are only 2 people who can stop him, Li Anbang and Ji Xinghe. Li Anbang, who must have obtained relevant intelligence at the first time, did not send any orders. Ji Xinghe is still being hunted by the Imperial Mecha, and no one has told him about these changes. So no one stopped Tu Yuan's extreme home-changing combat plan. The battlefield has always been changing rapidly, and the sudden changes in the number 5 base war zone have confirmed this. But the rapidly changing situation is more than that. More than 2,000 kilometers away from the number 5 base, another accident is happening. The first to notice that something was wrong was the Heart Moon Fox Space Battleship Command Center, which had caught up with Ji Xinghe. They were responsible for launching the newly built final fortress and launching the Light of Divine Punishment. Before this, they had made multiple plans, But they never thought that more than 400 imperial mechas would rush to Ji Xinghe after discovering the final fortress. They even thought that they didn't need to use the light of divine punishment this time. They only needed to use the deterrence brought by the final fortress to force back the imperial mechas that were chasing Ji Xinghe, and then land on the alien planet to take Ji Xinghe away safely. Old Ji, something's wrong. Don't enter the final fortress yet. Ji Xinghe's old acquaintance, the captain of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship, Zirui, immediately reminded him, and then said, "Let's lower our flight altitude and let them take a look at us first, okay?" Ji Xinghe stopped at the hatch of the final fortress and looked at the pursuers who were only about 1.5 kilometers away from him without any panic. He still had a chance to turn around and run away. As long as he wanted to run, with the help of the God's perspective given to him by the Federation, these 460 Imperial mechas would never catch up with him. When the distance was shortened by about 100 meters and only 1.4 kilometers were left, an even more strange picture appeared. After Ji Xinghe stopped, the Imperial mechas, which should have dispersed to form an encirclement formation, still used a cluster charge pursuit posture. At this time, the Heart Moon Fox space battleship had appeared in the sky, and it could be clearly observed with the naked eye without the detection equipment of the mecha. But the Imperial mechas still did not stop, they were still charging. At this time, Zirui didn't know what to do. The ability to make decisions on the spot is not something that everyone has, especially when the decision to be made has a very large impact. But the Imperial mechas charged very quickly. In just a few words, the distance between them and Ji Xinghe was only 1 kilometer. Old Ji, they must have a trump card. Give up the final fortress and run away directly. One final fortress is nothing. There is also, Zirui's suggestion was stuck before he could finish it, because he could clearly see through the large screen of the command center that the champion Hao driven by Ji Xinghe had entered the final fortress. At the same time, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the communication channel. Immediately launched the light of divine punishment. This time, no one could be more decisive than Ji Xinghe, because this was a gamble on his own life. And only he knew that the Empire would not kill him. Zirui's words were blocked by Ji Xinghe with actual actions, and he gritted his teeth and followed the order. Immediately launched the light of divine punishment. Yes, in a very short time, the majestic energy gathered at the energy muzzle of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship that had just been loaded. At this time, the distance between the front end Imperial mecha and the final fortress was only about 500 meters. The light of divine punishment system has been charged, and the strike target has been locked. It is the final fortress where Colonel Ji Xinghe is located. Request to launch an immediate strike. Hit. Zirui gave an order. The energy beams that connected the sky and the earth appeared in the world again. From the appearance, it was thicker and brighter than the last time, and the power would naturally be stronger. Even though the distance between the Imperial mecha and the final fortress where Ji Xinghe was located was more than 300 meters, which was a little farther than the last time, the people on the Zinayu space battleship were still sure that their attack effect would be better than the last time. The hit was successful. The attack speed of the light of divine punishment was very fast. After the firing was completed, the crew member who subconsciously wanted to report the successful hit stopped abruptly. In the detection screen like a God's perspective, the light of divine punishment hit the final fortress where Ji Xinghe was located with incomparable accuracy. The top of the specially made final fortress was equipped with a special device that could transform the light of divine punishment from a vertical strike to a cross-sectional strike. The final fortress, whose bottom had sunk into the ground, had a very suitable height from the top to the ground. The light of divine punishment, which spread rapidly along the ground like a shock wave, submerged 460 Imperial mechas in an instant, and continued to spread to the position behind them. With the final fortress as the center point, the area within a radius of 3 kilometers was all within the range of the divine punishment light. This scene was originally within the expectations of the crew of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship. After they installed the divine punishment light system, the attack range of the first 2 test launches was similar to this time. But the report of the successful hit did not sound in the command center of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship, because half of the Imperial mechas that should have been motionless suddenly moved. When the divine punishment light hit, the cluster charge formation of 460 Imperial mechas had already changed. 60 mechas stood in the front, and the protective armor that suddenly extended on their bodies blocked most of the power of the divine punishment light like a shield. The other Imperial mechas all hid behind them. The 3-kilometer diameter energy shock wave began from the location of the 60 imperial mechas, and a fan-shaped dim area appeared. Some of the energy that continued to dissipate bypassed a protective wall formed by the 60 imperial mechas and affected the imperial mechas behind them. But how much energy could the dim area visible to the naked eye have? When the energy shock wave began to dissipate, they began to move again. Old horse, run, run faster. When Zirui's roar sounded, the hatch of the final fortress had already opened. Ji Xinghe, who was in it, clearly saw the changes in the formation of the imperial mecha, and was ready to deal with it when the light of divine punishment hit. When most of the energy had dissipated, he directly opened the hatch and rushed out. In the visual window, the light spots representing the imperial mecha were approaching him rapidly, and Yazi combined the champion Marquis's airborne radar and other detection devices, as well as the information provided by the Heart Moon Fox space battleship, and immediately calculated the number of those light spots. 272. More than half of the imperial mechas were not affected by the light of divine punishment. Not only did they maintain their maneuverability, but the distance between them and Ji Xinghe had also been shortened to more than 200 meters. They were accelerating madly. 10 seconds. Ji Xinghe only had 10 seconds left at most. Start the smoke screen, start the smoke screen. Zirui roared. A protective device on the final fortress was successfully activated, but the so-called smoke screen was nothing more than a large-scale smoke bomb that could exist for a certain period of time in an alien environment, with an additional function that could interfere with airborne radar. What's the use? The smoke screen had just begun to dissipate, and Ji Xinghe, who rushed out of the final fortress, was covered by seemingly endless artillery fire before he could complete the 100-kilometer acceleration. The firepower from 272 imperial mechas covered all his escape directions indiscriminately, and extended hundreds of meters from the location of the final fortress. The highly intensive firepower attack was simply impossible to avoid. The shaking earth, the explosion shock that would occur from the body, and the craters that exploded. Champion Hao lost his balance for the first time since he was driven by Ji Xinghe. This scene made the command center of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship suddenly quiet down, and Tu Yuan, who had just turned his sight back, almost stopped his heartbeat instantly. They could no longer see Champion Hao, and the firepower bombardment of the imperial mechas covered the area where he was in with flying dust and gunpowder. And the smoke screen they released through the final fortress was spreading at a very high speed. They could only see more than 200 imperial mechas rushing into it, and the champion who was in it fell to the ground in the last second before they lost sight. Colonel Ji Xinghe, P.S. Extra chapter for the second leader rewarded by the boss 9 Chuan 3/6, and the boss is Silver Alliance. Let me be thick-skinned and return it slowly. Chapter 379. The Fallen God is not a god. The Xinayuhu space battleship, the Shenzhen space battleship, and the Nanchaman space station all saw the scene of Champion Hao falling to the ground in the fire attack of 272 imperial mechas. The imperial mechas that launched the fire attack could naturally see it, and the All Gods Mountain Empire Command, which was communicating with them, could also see it. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe was not driving that general armor. Ada Kang was happy and felt extremely fortunate. After seeing the power of the light of divine punishment, the Imperial Royal Scientists developed a variety of strategies that should be used. These strategies should not be used to chase a federal mecha. Instead, they should be used on larger battlefields, such as the All Gods Mountain battlefield or the Battle Scar Canyon battlefield. The light of divine punishment, a killer weapon regarded by the Federation as a trump card, will become the failure of a large-scale mecha cluster battle. The Empire can take this opportunity to destroy hundreds or even thousands of federal mechas, bringing an avalanche-like defeat to the Federation. But for Ji Xinghe, Ada Kang felt it was worth it. It already knew the performance of the champion Marcus very well, just like it was very sure that the Federation's base number 5 only had 400 or 500 mechas at most. So it chose a radical combat plan like Tu Yuan. It is not yet known what Tu Yuan's response strategy will be, but based on the understanding of Tu Yuan, the commander of the Federation, it and its staff team have made similar judgments. Temporarily giving up the battle to capture Ji Xinghe alive, Ada Kang's attention shifted to the battle on the other side. The human named Tu Yuan should choose to use Ji Xinghe's people to implement a human orbital airborne combat plan. The group led by Saloni has only 100,000 troops. Tell them to annihilate Ji Xinghe's group at all costs. Yes, the Saloni mentioned by Ada Kang was just an imperial Earl, commanding 100,000 troops to become the third Imperial force in the war zone of Base Number 5. Federal Base Number 5 should send at least 300 mechas, bypassing our Mecha Corps and attacking the 150,000 troops led by Tao Lui. Tell Tao Lui that if he can hold back these federal mechas, even if he kills all the 150,000 troops, I can make him a Marquess. Yes, Tao Lui is another Imperial Earl, commanding 150,000 troops and becoming the number 1 Imperial force in the number 5 base war zone. Tu Yuan's decisive battle plan was completely within Ada Kang's expectations, and he made a response that Tu Yuan could not solve tactically. Extreme home exchange? For the Empire, which has no home in the number 5 war zone, this is impossible. In practical terms, the Empire has only 2 homes on alien planets, one is the God's Mountain base and the other is the Battle Scar Canyon base. But strictly speaking, neither of these 2 bases can be regarded as the Empire's home on alien planets, because neither of these 2 bases is engaged in production work, and almost all of the Empire's resources are directly transported from the Empire Star through the jump gate. Their demand for bases is far lower than the Federation's demand for bases. So Ada Kang dared to use 250,000 troops and 1,100 mechas as a price to exchange for the precise location of base number 5. Even if the other 250,000 troops that had been defeated and crippled, more than 500 Imperial mechas, and the Imperial mechas that were capturing Ji Xinghe alive were counted. Ada Kang didn't think it was a loss. It's just troops and mechas. The Federation has always known, but is unwilling to believe, a fact. The Empire's invasion war against the Federation on the alien planet has only invested 1/20th of the Empire's regular troops in the past 20 years. Kaismin and Bilrosi IV, who were captured by Ji Xinghe, both said this information. The 1,100 Imperial mechas have completed the reunion, and they have previously determined the approximate location of base number 5, with an error range of only 2 kilometers. So their marching goal at this stage seems very clear, that is, to go straight to base number 5. They did not need to bring conventional troops, and their marching speed increased to 80 kilometers per hour. At this time, the straight line distance between them and base number 5 was less than 700 kilometers. Ada Kang felt that victory was in sight. The merit of destroying a federal base was also very important to it. The battle on this side was arranged properly, and Ada Kang's attention returned to Ji Xinghe. The perspective from the Imperial Mecha, as well as the perspective of military vehicles such as the communication support vehicles following the Imperial Mecha, has been completely covered by gray smoke. Nothing can be seen. The gray smoke has a serious interference effect on communications. The information sent back by the Imperial mechas that entered the smoke is sometimes there and sometimes not. Ada Kang frowned. Why? The more than 200 Imperial mechas under its command have not been able to bring out Champion Hao and Ji Xinghe. Tell them to pay attention to the top of their heads. Top of your head, the engine technology of the Federation has always been ahead of ours. If the mecha that Ji Xinghe is driving now is either the ultimate bastion that can withstand nuclear weapons and has the ability to let Ji Xinghe fly, or a similar ultra-long-distance ejection technology, then Ji Xinghe can escape. Yes, the order was issued, and some Imperial mechas that could not find their targets in the smoke withdrew in sporadic communications. They were ready to attack moving targets in the air. The order to capture Ji Xinghe alive is still valid. The various weapons they use are not enough to directly cause serious damage to the mecha. In fact, most of the fierce covering firepower strikes just now hit the Champion Hao's body. They actually aimed very accurately, and the purpose was to prevent Ji Xinghe from escaping. Although some Imperial mechas have withdrawn from the smoke, there are still a large number of Imperial mechas in it. In this environment, fighting with more people against fewer, Ada Kang is not worried about being killed by Ji Xinghe. Just as it was just thankful, Ji Xinghe was not driving an advanced federal mecha comparable to the Duke-class Imperial mecha, but an ordinary federal standard mecha that was much worse than the Earl-class Imperial mecha. The occasional communication finally brought back news that made Ada Kang smile. We found Ji Xinghe. He destroyed one of our mechas, and his weapons were cut off by us. We cut off both arms of Ji Xinghe's mecha. All the limbs of his mecha were cut off, leaving only the torso. His firepower has been exhausted, and he has completely lost his combat effectiveness. Our mecha has controlled him and is leading him to retreat. One good news after another made Ada Kang's face look better and better, but there were too many good news, and the speed of transmission was too fast. So Ada Kang's face inexplicably began to look ugly. You mean, Ji Xinghe only destroyed one of our mechas, Yes, it was a conventional mecha, and the pilot was a civilian, who is already dead. The gorilla who reported the news laughed happily. It was just the death of a civilian. Compared with capturing Ji Xinghe alive, it was a great gain. But after confirming this, Ji Xinghe's face became really ugly. Are you sure that Ji Xinghe is in that mecha? Of course I'm sure. Where else can he be except in the mecha cockpit? That's Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe was extremely angry. He fought desperately, but could only destroy a conventional mecha. What the hell are you kidding the Federation? For the Empire, which is also a primate and has a social environment similar to that of the Federation in the last century, it is not strange to say such dirty words as fuck. Fuck has been in the Federation since ancient times. Is it possible that he was injured by our firepower attack? Ji Xinghe suddenly laughed, and laughed back in anger. I'll say it one last time, he is Ji Xinghe. The scolded gorilla finally woke up. Yes, that was Ji Xinghe, the one who was known as the Torturer and the Immortal, who could stop the little gorilla from crying at night in the Empire. Even if he was injured, how could he only destroy one Imperial mecha? Even if Ji Xinghe destroyed 10, 20, or 30 Imperial mechas in the smokescreen and escaped, they would not be too shocked. They would just be terrified by Ji Xinghe's strength for the umpteenth time. Take apart that mecha, take it apart, be careful, don't kill Ji Xinghe if he's here, don't break his protective suit. Humans are more fragile than us. He will die without the protective suit. If Ji Xinghe dies, all of you will be killed. The hysterical roar made the Imperial mecha that was about to rush out of the smokescreen suddenly stop. The two mechas carried the torso of the champion, feeling at a loss. They were hesitating whether to rush out and then break open the cockpit of the champion, or to break it right where they were. Logically, they would only dismantle the mecha by force. Ji Xinghe's talent as a professional mechanic and an ace mecha warrior is extremely rare not only in the Federation, but also in the Empire, or even rarer. Because the mechanics of the Empire are generally served by smarter monkeys, and mecha warriors are generally served by stronger gorillas. Although gorillas and monkeys are essentially the same race, there are indeed racial talent restrictions if they are subdivided. Drag it out and dismantle it, drag it out. They finally made a decision because they were afraid that Ji Xinghe would be accidentally injured during the violent dismantling process. With their understanding of the strength of human bodies, they were very worried that they would all be killed. After carrying the torso of the champion Marcus out of the smokescreen, they ran to the location of the Empire's monkey mechanics, and they were ready to break open the champion Marcus cockpit in a safer way. And the scene was also seen by the Federation. The scene of two Imperial mechas carrying the champion Marcus torso running, and the scene of more Imperial mechas suddenly withdrawing from the smokescreen, was undoubtedly what they were most reluctant to see and what they were most unwilling to believe. Ji Xinghe just fell like this? Old Ji Xinghe looked at the champion Marcus who was left with only the main body, and his eyes instantly turned red. He always remembered Ji Xinghe's life-saving grace, just like many crew members of the Heart Moon Fox. He clenched his fists and roared hysterically. Tu Yuan, give me the authority, I want to drop a nuclear bomb, give me the authority quickly, I want to drop a nuclear bomb. None of them knew that Ji Xinghe would not die even if he was captured alive, but with their understanding of Ji Xinghe, it was hard to imagine that Ji Xinghe was still alive after falling into such a situation. If the battle had not lasted until the last moment, if he had not lost the ability to control the mecha, would the champion Marcus driven by Ji Xinghe have his limbs cut off by the Imperial mecha? Tu Yuan thought so too, and he thought more in an instant. If Ji Xinghe was really captured alive, it would undoubtedly be a major blow to the morale of the Federation. The morale of the Federation has been continuously improved because of the miracles created by Ji Xinghe, but it must not be reduced because of Ji Xinghe. Contact a marshal immediately, Tu Yuan's trembling voice sounded in the command center of the ape space battleship. He did not have the authority to order the Heart Moon Fox space battleship to drop nuclear weapons, so he had to ask Li Anbang for it, but this was actually more difficult than directly ordering Zirui to drop nuclear weapons. Li Anbang, who seemed to be paying close attention to the battle zone of base number 5, had already entered the communication channel when Tu Yuan applied to establish communication. I won't give you this authority, but if we use nuclear weapons, Ji Xinghe may survive. As long as we control the position of the center area of the nuclear explosion, Champion Hao may be able to block the nuclear explosion, and the Heart Moon Fox can force a landing after the nuclear explosion. Tu Yuan argued with reason, and he still had a glimmer of hope. Ji Xinghe, who survived 2 nuclear explosions, might be able to withstand the third one? Li Anbang interrupted Tu Yuan. His voice was cold and ruthless. and compared to the him who appeared in Ji Xinghe's eyes before, he seemed to be a completely different person. Those imperial mechas are not worth a nuclear weapon, neither are Ji Xinghe, dead Ji Xinghe, not worth it, he's not dead yet, not dead yet. Tu Yuan, you disappoint me. The indifference of Li Anbang's words was like a glacier that fell 3,000 feet, ruthlessly hitting Tu Yuan's head. He fell silent. This is a war between the Federation and the Empire. In more than 20 years, the Federation has sacrificed tens of millions of people. Among these people, are there really no better people than Ji Xinghe? Judging from the standards of the Federation's conscription and being able to be deployed to the alien battlefield, these tens of millions of people are all outstanding. Physical fitness, knowledge reserves, skill levels. They can rely on their own abilities and talents to have a good life on the blue planet, but they all died on the alien battlefield. Ji Xinghe, so what? Li Anbang's voice continued to sound in the command center of the Shenzhou space battleship, and the Xinyu space battleship, which wanted to launch nuclear weapons, could also hear his voice. He did this on purpose, as he was worried that the Heart Moon Fox would disobey military orders because of Ji Xinghe's influence. Ji Xinghe alone cannot save the Federation, nor can he decide the outcome of this war. He is just one man, even if he is like a god. But when he is dead or about to die, he is not worth wasting an opportunity to use nuclear weapons, nor is he worth the cost of the Empire using nuclear weapons. You must understand that a dead god is not a god. Tu Yuan, I'll give you one last chance. If you make a mistake again, I will let Kenchvis take over the command of the number 5 base war zone. For Li Anbang, it was important to let Tu Yuan take over from him, but for a veritable federal marshal, choosing someone who would not make mistakes to take over was the most important thing. He said. Now, prove it to me. Chapter 380 The grandfather and grandson who want to destroy the Federation. Everyone knows that Tu Yuan may take over Li Anbang's position and become the highest military commander of the Federation on the alien planet, that is, the marshal that everyone calls privately. And on this road to succession, he can't make a single mistake. For him, who is from Longzhou like Li Anbang, the road to succession is much more difficult than other successors. If it weren't for Li Anbang's support and his own ability, he wouldn't even have such an opportunity. And now, Li Anbang, who has always supported him, gave him a heavy hammer before he made any mistakes. Tu Yuan finally regained his composure. He forced himself to look at a picture on the big screen. It was the torso of the champion Marcus, surrounded by the imperial mecha, and could no longer be seen clearly. The monkey mechanic of the Empire had jumped off the logistics support vehicle and came up with tools. Tu Yuan, who didn't know that the champion Marcus only destroyed one imperial mecha in the smoke, and many people could imagine what would happen next. None of them wanted to watch, and some people had already turned their eyes away. But Tu Yuan forced himself to watch. He wanted to remember the scene that was about to appear forever, and spoke indifferently. Xinyu Fox, maintain a safe flight altitude. If it is confirmed that Colonel Ji Xinghe has died, or if they kill Colonel Ji Xinghe and immediately retreat, then land and seize the Imperial mecha destroyed by the light of divine punishment. Yes, Zhu Ruang claimed to be asking later, what if Colonel Ji Xinghe was captured alive? I suggest changing the orbital airborne combat mission of the Galaxy Squadron and let them rescue Colonel Ji Xinghe. This sentence gave many people hope again. Just like Ji Xinghe was able to capture the Duke of the Empire, with Ji Xinghe's influence in the Federation and the Empire is likely to choose to capture Ji Xinghe alive instead of killing him on the spot. The Ape space battleship, which is about to reach base number 5, has enough capacity to drop the Galaxy Squadron over. The retreat path of the Imperial mecha is very long. Without a jump gate, they have thousands of kilometers to go. So, Colonel Ji Xinghe can be rescued? But Tu Yuan rejected this suggestion without any hesitation. There is no rescue plan. If Colonel Ji Xinghe is captured alive, we can't save him because he has no mecha and the Imperial mecha can kill him at any time. We should give it a try. Colonel Ji Xinghe is worth a try. This time it was not Zirui who spoke up, but the staff officer beside Tu Yuan. We can't try, another staff officer spoke up, with red eyes and retorted, with more than 200 Imperial mechas and Colonel Ji Xinghe as hostages, we have no chance to make mistakes. Many people in the Xinghe team will be sacrificed, and they may even be wiped out, but that's Colonel Ji Xinghe. Enough. Tu Yuan interrupted the argument because they didn't have time to argue. On the big screen, it was clear that the Empire's monkey mechanic appeared next to the main body of the champion Marcus. Ji Xinghe's life and death will soon be determined, But before that, some orders must be issued. Tu Yuan's voice, as cold as Li Anbang, sounded in the command center of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship. Xinghe, if Ji Xinghe is captured alive, I allow you to use all weapons except nuclear weapons to pursue the Imperial Mecha Corps, and the combat goal is to kill Ji Xinghe. People's expressions became shocked and stunned at the same time. They couldn't believe their ears. Tu Yuan, what the hell are you talking about? Zirui said angrily. Are you crazy, Major General Zirui? Execute the order. No one could hear Tu Yuan's explanation, but only Tu Yuan's cold command. This time no one doubted their ears, but the shocked and stunned expressions were more exaggerated than before. Why? The reason is actually very simple, but many people don't know it, but Tu Yuan knows it, and he can't say it out loud. He can't say it out loud. Ji Xinghe is more afraid of death than anyone else. He will do everything to survive, even if it means betraying the Federation. I am following your uncle's orders, Tu Yuan, you fucking. Zirui's path to captain was cut off because of 2 sentences, and the last sentence couldn't even be finished. Li Anbang's voice rang out in the Xinghe space battleship. Zhao Chengguang, now, you are the captain of the Heart Moon Fox. Arrest Zirui, and then execute Tu Yuan's order. Zhao Chengguang, the deputy captain of the Heart Moon Fox, was suddenly promoted, but he was not happy at all. For a moment, he also wanted to disobey the military order like Zirui, but he knew that it was meaningless for him to disobey the military order. The Heart Moon Fox has more than one deputy captain, and there are more than one deputy captain who can be promoted to captain. There are also military police on the Heart Moon Fox who will definitely execute Li Anbang's orders. In fact, all the captains of the Federation will not refuse Li Anbang's orders. The sky of the alien star is decided by the Federation fleet. This sentence was said by Li Anbang's eldest son who had already sacrificed. This fact was exchanged for his life. Yes, Zhao Chengguang's response was broken, and Zirui finally understood that his resistance was meaningless. Many people suddenly remembered his sentence, the army is a ruthless war machine. However, the truly ruthless orders are more than that. Tu Yuan's indifferent voice continued to sound in the space battleship Shenzhen. Block the intelligence rights of everyone in the Xinghe team, remove the authority of Colonel Ji Xinghe that Ji Xinghe has, notify Wang Wei to prepare to lock Suhi and Chen Sun's individual exoskeleton armor usage rights, notify the military police of base number 5 to prepare to control Suhi, Chen Sun, Shen Mu, Ji Xinghe. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. They will affect the chaos of the war and must be strangled in the cradle in advance. Tu Yuan's indifference and ruthlessness are, to a certain extent, for the safety of many people. But he is not a god, he can't calculate everything. For example, the existence of Xinghe. When the ruthless order of the Ape space battleship was issued, Xinghe, who had just returned to the repair area of base number 5 and replaced the nuclear fuel cell, suddenly turned her eyes from the reactivated white to scarlet. The combat mode was turned on, but she did not start fighting. Xinghe, wear armor quickly. Standing next to Xinghe, Ji Xinghe, wearing combat uniform, was still looking at the data at the nuclear radiation detector. The 2 days Xinghe had mentioned before had come, and she couldn't wait to drive Xinghe for training. Xinghe's unprecedented stern voice rang in her ears, which made Ji Xinghe a little stunned. But her trust in Xinghe made her body subconsciously jump into the cockpit of Xinghe, which had already squatted down. Before the armor was pierced and the hatch was not closed, Xinghe had already started running. Dong dong dong. The huge footsteps made many people in the machine repair area a little dazed. Suhi, who was not wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, shouted while running. Close the airlock door, close the airlock door. His shouting also puzzled many people, so that they missed the last chance to close the airlock. Xinghe had already rushed out of the machine repair area and entered the airlock in the parking area. Because of Tu Yuan's previous order, the airlock was in full power operation mode. 300 federal mechas were leaving the machine repair area and entering the apron, and then rushing to the periphery of the base. Xinghe, who passed the airlock, had a smooth road ahead. Can't lock her to death? Why can't I lock her to death? Suhi, who was running wildly, looked at the prompt on the screen of his bracelet, and his fear and terror had reached the extreme. He couldn't lock Xinghe to death. Stop Xinghe, stop Xinghe, everyone, stop Xinghe. Xinghe is inside, don't hurt her. Suhi was blocked by the airlock, and could only shout to the federal mecha beside him that Xinghe had snatched the opportunity to enter the airlock, and shouted to the surveillance camera. The federal mecha warriors who finally found something wrong quickly conveyed Suhi's request, and the 200 federal mechas that were already outside the base turned at the same time to prepare to intercept Xinghe. But they couldn't stop her, because Xinghe's eyes were red at this time. In Xinghe's cockpit, Ji Xinghe had just fixed the safety device. It was a big burden for her to complete this operation while Xinghe was running. His face turned a little pale. Looking at the federal mechas chasing him, Ji Xinghe was full of confusion and questioned aloud. Why? Because Xinghe's tone was a little hesitant, but she finally said it, because they want to kill the Lord. Ji Xinghe was stunned. She gestured to refute, but she heard the voice she had heard several times before. Xinghe Fox, if Ji Xinghe is captured alive, I allow you to use all weapons except nuclear weapons to pursue the Imperial Mecha Core. The combat goal is to kill Ji Xinghe. That was Tu Yuan's voice. Ji Xinghe remembered it very clearly. Impossible, Xinghe, you are lying. I want to ask clearly. I want to ask Uncle Suhi, Uncle Shen Mu, Uncle Chen Sun, they, Princess. Xinghe interrupted Ji Xinghe's words for the first time, and her tone was a little cold. Except you and the Lord, I don't trust anyone, and they can't help us. Xinghe's words made Ji Xinghe silent, and what made Ji Xinghe even more silent was that Xinghe played the recording again. It was Tu Yuan's voice again. Block the intelligence rights of everyone in the Xinghe team, remove the authority of Colonel Ji Xinghe that Ji Xinghe has, notify Wang Wei to prepare to lock Suhi and Chen Sun's individual exoskeleton armor usage rights, notify the military police of base number 5 to prepare to control Suhi, Chen Sun, Shen Mu, Ji Xinghe. These orders did not involve Xinghe. Because no one knows that Xinghe has awakened abnormally and has the ability to make self-determination. Because no one knows that Xinghe only believes in Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe in this world. Because no one knows that Ji Xinghe once asked Xinghe a question, what would you do if someone wants to hurt Ji Xinghe? Xinghe did not answer this question at the time, but she turned on the combat mode, just like now. All the eyes released blood red light. After listening to the recording, Ji Xinghe was silent for a long time before speaking again. She asked, Xinghe, where are we going? Xinghe, who was charging at full speed with Ji Xinghe, looked at the federal mecha chasing behind her, and blocked all her external communication functions without hesitation. Only in this way, no one can lock her. But before blocking, she sent an identical message in the name of Ji Xinghe to Suhi, Shen Mu, Chen Sun, and everyone in the Xinghe team who were in base number 5. But she did not tell Ji Xinghe, because she knew that Ji Xinghe was on the verge of collapse, and she wanted to give Ji Xinghe hope. She said, let's go find the Lord will not die, never die. The mood was so complicated that it was hard to describe. It had already exceeded the limit that the 7-year-old could bear, but Ji Xinghe, who was forced to remain calm, had brightened up his eyes because of Xinghe's words. Yes, Grandpa will not die, Grandpa will never die. Xinghe, Princess, I'm here, let's go find Grandpa, let's go save Grandpa, yes. The sudden change of base number 5 shocked Tu Yuan more than the sudden change in the Empire's offensive strategy. He couldn't understand why Ji Xinghe suddenly drove Xinghe away from base number 5, why Xinghe's authority couldn't be locked, and why the interception and pursuit of 200 federal mechas couldn't stop Xinghe driven by Ji Xinghe. A 7-year-old child, the ability to drive a mecha is stronger than 300 elite mecha warriors? This is impossible, all of these are impossible. But even more impossible things happened right after. The information Xinghe sent to Suhi and others was obtained simultaneously by base number 5 and passed to Tu Yuan at the first time. Those were several recordings, and Tu Yuan was more familiar with them than anyone else. What he was not familiar with was the extra sentence. He was very familiar with the voice. It was Ji Xinghe's voice. He had heard it many times, much more times than Ji Xinghe had heard his voice. He liked this child like many people, not only because of Ji Xinghe, but also because of the child himself. But he had never heard Ji Xinghe's tone as cold as it was now, as cold as a ruthless machine. Uncle, please tell Tu Yuan and Li Anbang for me, if they kill my grandfather, I will lead the Imperial Army to flatten the Federation, and I will make the Blue Star disappear completely from this universe. Tu Yuan couldn't believe his ears. just like the reactions of others when he gave the order to kill Ji Xinghe. Is this something a 7-year-old child can say? Is this something a 7-year-old child should say? But she is Ji Xinghe's granddaughter. Tu Yuan believes that if the order he just gave was aimed at Ji Rongzhenyu, the living Ji Xinghe would say exactly the same thing. This grandfather and grandson. Before they could respond, even more impossible changes occurred again. On the big screen, there was no figure of Ji Xinghe in the champion Hao, whose cockpit door was opened by the imperial monkey. When people just widened their eyes to confirm this, those imperial mechas had already rushed towards the smoke screen again without hesitation. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the communication channel at the same time, and was played directly in the command center by the extremely excited communicator. I am Ji Xinghe, requesting an indiscriminate covering fire strike, hitting the target, all the imperial mechas around the final fortress. Don't worry, I have entered the final fortress. Ji Xinghe entered the final fortress? Everyone is sure that Ji Xinghe did drive the champion Hao away from the final fortress before, and the hatch was not closed in time. How could those imperial mechas passing by the final fortress not see that there was a person inside? How did he do it? Fire, fire immediately. Tu Yuan didn't think too much and gave the order at the first time. The Hard Moon Fox space battleship above the final fortress opened fire without hesitation. Except for nuclear weapons, they smashed down everything they could. The returning space battleship Shen Shuyan also opened fire at full power, aiming directly at the final fortress where Ji Xinghe was. There are also other fire output units of the Federation. The dead Ji Xinghe is not worth a nuclear weapon, but the living Ji Xinghe is worth hundreds of billions of fire output. Tu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves were finally relieved. He quietly gave another order. Contact Ji Rongzhenyu. Contact Ji Rongzhenyu quickly. However, the response he got made him nervous again, and he was more nervous than ever before, and even felt fearful. I can't get in touch with her. Xingyu took the initiative to lose contact. P.S. Thanks to the bosses, Churizet, Yun Mengshan, Zhongkun, for rewarding me as the leader. I will definitely add more chapters, but... Boss, can you please let me go a little slower? Chapter 381 The Value of Ji Xinghe. The extremely fierce federal firepower has been poured around the final fortress. The final fortress that can resist nuclear weapons can ensure that Ji Xinghe, who is in it, is unharmed in the face of such conventional firepower. The smoke screen that cuts off sight and communication began to dissipate because of the fierce artillery fire. The imperial mechas that rushed back into the smoke screen, as well as the imperial mechas that were originally in the smoke screen and had not been able to withdraw, kept falling down at a speed visible to the naked eye. When they are no longer in a high-speed moving state, the lethality of artillery fire on them has greatly increased. In particular, the Hard Moon Fox space battleship, which decisively lowered its flight altitude, did not fly away from the battlefield after pouring out almost all of its medium and long-range firepower in a very short time. Instead, it hovered at an altitude of 1,000 meters and continued to fight with their short-range weapons. 72 ship-borne machine guns using 30mm caliber armor-piercing shells, with a firing rate of more than 2,000 rounds per second, hit the imperial mechas around the final fortress like a torrential rain. 12 close-in defense guns for anti-missiles were also launched recklessly by the crazy crew members of the Hard Moon Fox space battleship, and their target was also the imperial mechs on the surface. They were almost about to execute the order to kill Ji Xinghe, so they were very angry. They knew very well that if Ji Xinghe was caught by the imperial mecha from the final fortress, they would really have to execute the order to kill Ji Xinghe, so they were very scared. The ammunition of the medium and long-range weapon system was constantly loaded and released. The Hard Moon Fox space battleship had no intention of saving ammunition at all, and the firepower quota was completely out of their consideration. If possible, they would definitely use up their last bullet. The hatch suddenly opened. A team of soldiers carrying individual portable missile launchers did not even tie a safety rope. They just pulled their belts with their teammates behind them and stuck their upper bodies out of the open hatch. Aim, fire, and retreat. Make room, start running wildly, and replenish ammunition. Turn around, run back, line up again, and fire again. While they were doing their best, Tu Yuan, the commander of the No. 5 base war zone, was caught in an unprecedented struggle. Should I tell Ji Xinghe the truth? What should I say when Ji Xinghe asks me why? Say it's just a misunderstanding? Or are all the orders I made based on known situations and are the most beneficial to the Federation in the number 5 base war zone? Tu Yuan has never been so embarrassed in his life. Once upon a time, he thought he had a plan in mind, and he always had the confidence to master the wisdom of the ever-changing battlefield situation. But it turns out that he is not a god. People always make mistakes. Li Anbang, who has been online, remained silent. Was it because he didn't know what to do like Tu Yuan, or because this sudden change was a test for Tu Yuan in his eyes? In the command center of the Shenzhen space battleship, Tu Yuan closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths, each time a knife slashing at his heart. He secretly learned Ji Xinghe's heart-slashing knife. This idealistic swordsmanship is not difficult to learn for Tu Yuan, who came from a civilian background, but is very easy to get started. It's really useful. When Tu Yuan opened his eyes, he actually had such an exclamation in his heart. He is back. Report: Battle Scar Canyon reported that 3 Imperial space battleships broke through our fire blockade and took off. Our fleet is intercepting them. Report: God Mountain reported that 3 Imperial space battleships broke through our fire blockade and took off. Our fleet is intercepting them. Report: Nanchunman General Staff Headquarters believes that the destination of these 6 Imperial space battleships is the airspace above our number 5 base war zone. Bad news came one after another. Tu Yuan was not panicked at all. He ignored the 6 Imperial space battleships. Before they broke through the blockade of the Federal fleet, they would not become a problem for him. He looked at the final fortress on the screen that was being baptized by Federal artillery fire, and his tone was calm. Ji Xinghe, yes, communication does not actually need to be re-established. The final fortress with restored communication function has been online all the time. It's just that from this moment on, there is no need for the communicator to transfer. The Ape space battleship, which is still returning to base number 5, has no combat mission for the time being. Their medium and long-range firepower has just been exhausted. The task of reloading ammunition has nothing to do with the personnel in the command center. Most of them don't need to do anything now, so they all pricked up their ears. When Tu Yuan's voice sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears, it also sounded in their ears. Ji Xinghe, do you believe me? This opening remark, which was not considered an opening, reminded many people of Ji Xinghe's first battle after becoming a mecha warrior. At that time, no one thought that Ji Xinghe would be so important today. People didn't have time to think about it, and Ji Xinghe's voice sounded. Tu Yuan did not order to communicate with Ji Xinghe alone. This is a kind of courage. You speak first, the old voice, not calm tone. People were surprised that Ji Xinghe seemed to have guessed something. This old man has never been a reckless man. Tu Yuan was not surprised by Ji Xinghe's response and spoke directly. First, I want you to order the Xinghe team to prepare to land on the Ape and carry out the orbital airborne combat mission assigned to them before. The Empire has sent out 1,100 mechas, targeting base number 5. I will divide my troops into 2 groups to annihilate their regular main force. Second, I want you to order Suhi, Shen Mu, and Chen Sun not to let them do anything, because they can't do anything and will only harm themselves. When Guan Junhao was brought out by the Empire's mecha to dismantle the cockpit door, I thought you would be captured alive, so I ordered the Heart Moon Fox space battleship to execute the order to kill you, and this order was obtained by Ji Xinghe through unknown means. She drove Xinghe away from base number 5 and is now safe. There are 30 of our mechas following her. But she turned off Xinghe's communication module, and we can't contact her, and we can't tell her that you are still alive. Her direction of travel is where you are now. I mobilized a reconnaissance satellite to follow her. Tu Yuan, who thought Ji Xinghe would be angry and question, rebuke, and curse, did not hear any sound. He glanced at the small screen in front of him and confirmed that Ji Xinghe was still online. The physical data of Ji Xinghe monitored by the final fortress was normal. Then he continued. When the artillery fire stops, Xinghe will land. If you are not dead, I will let them take you to find Ji Xinghe. If you are dead, I will take Ji Xinghe back to the Blue Star. Now, please execute my order immediately. Is it possible for Ji Xinghe, who is in the final fortress, to die on the spot? Of course it is possible. If conventional firepower could easily destroy 270 Imperial mechas, Ji Xinghe would not leave the final fortress in the first place. Compared with the Imperial mechas in the charging posture at that time, the Imperial mechas when Tu Yuan ordered to fire were easier to fight. But it was just easier. When the firepower of the Xinghe space battleship poured down, Most of the imperial mechas began to evade maneuvers at the first time. This also allowed many of them to avoid the more ferocious federal firepower that came later. In fact, they were still under the cover of artillery fire and had a chance to kill Ji Xinghe. They could forcefully break open the hatch of the final fortress. Ji Xinghe, who is unarmored, would die under the federal shells without them even having to do anything. But they didn't do it. Many people thought it was because they were afraid of death and didn't have time to investigate. Is it worth it to risk a space battleship being destroyed in exchange for my life? Ji Xinghe finally spoke, his tone calmer than before, without any ripples. He asked 3 questions in succession. Is it worth it to use your promise to retire as a promising lieutenant general in exchange for my issuing 2 orders? Is it worth it to kill me and not let me be captured by the Empire? Worth it? To Yuan answered without any hesitation, I think it's all worth it. Ji Xinghe asked again, so, if the Empire has the opportunity to capture me now, will you still order me to be killed? Yes. Tu Yuan didn't explain. He knew he didn't need to explain to Ji Xinghe. After the communication channel was silent for 3 seconds, Ji Xinghe's voice rang out. Connect the Xinghe team to me. The communicator did not execute the order immediately, but looked at Tu Yuan. Connect him. The communication was established. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded, everyone, obey the order. If I die, please treat Han Li as me. Connect Suhi and Shen Yu to me. Before the Xinghe team, including Chen Sun, could say anything, the communication was interrupted. This time, Ji Xinghe's order was executed immediately. Suhi, who had just put on the individual exoskeleton armor, found that the use authority had been locked. Shen Yu, who had just entered the cockpit of an unfinished Xiantian-class mecha and wanted to force it to start. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in his ears at the same time. Don't do anything, I'm still alive. When Xinghe left, she said that if you were killed by the Federation, she would lead the Imperial Army to crush the Federation and destroy the Blue Star. Suhi didn't even have time to say sorry, and didn't have time to call Lao Ji. He could only hurry up and say what he thought was the most important sentence for Ji Xinghe at this time, and it was also the only sentence left by Ji Rongzhenyu when he left base number 5. I know, Suhi, Shen Yu, obey orders. Ji Xinghe took the initiative to hang up the communication, and his response was beyond everyone's expectations. It was as calm as if Ji Rongzhenyu said this. It was a matter of course. People thought about it and thought that this was just a child's angry words. There was no need to take it seriously, and Ji Xinghe would definitely not take it seriously. However, in fact, Ji Xinghe took it seriously. Because he knew that this could not be what Ji Rongzhenyu said. Her mother's education of her did not allow her to say such words. Even if she might think so, she would never say or do so. That child is more patriotic than Ji Xinghe, just like her mother, just like her father. This is what Xinghe said, especially the last sentence. She wants to destroy the Blue Star. Only Xinghe can say such words. All known lives in the world, whether they are from the Federation or the Empire. Only Xinghe can do this. Her life is eternal for humans and gorillas. Her future is infinite for humans and gorillas. Before hearing this, Ji Xinghe had already confirmed that Ji Rongzhenyu knew Tu Yuan's order because of Xinghe, and that's why he fled from base number 5. He did not blame Xinghe for acting on her own, because this is the kind of Xinghe he needs. Ji Rongzhenyu must be protected at all costs, even if it means betraying the Federation and joining the Empire. When the Empire wanted to kill him, the Federation protected him. When the Empire wanted to capture him, the Federation wanted to kill him. Ji Xinghe realized it. Inside the final fortress in a desperate situation, he only had a combat uniform and a helmet, and he looked at all the information he could see expressionlessly. Outside the final fortress, 60 Imperial mechas are still able to move. They are constantly making maneuvers to evade the firepower of the Federation within a radius of 1 kilometer. The current situation is, if the Heart Moon Fox space battleship forcibly lands next to the final fortress, the 60 Imperial mechas will destroy its engine and it will not be able to take off in a short time. He will not die for the time being, because there are 100 permanent mechas in the Heart Moon Fox space battleship. But he and they will die. Ji Xinghe, who still has authority, already knows that 5 Imperial space battleships are speeding towards him. Originally there were 6 ships, and 1 has been shot down, but the distance is much closer than before. He knows better than anyone that the target of the 5 Imperial space battleships is him, and one of them must be carrying a jump gate device. He has no chance of escape, because he does not have a champion Marcus or a general armor, and the Empire with a jump gate will inevitably send a Duke-level mecha. Before being captured, he is likely to die at the hands of the Federation. How to break it? Tell Tu Yuan that he has mastered the power of Ki, and the Empire will never kill him. They even don't care that 6 space battleships were shot down by the Federation, and they want to capture him alive as evidence. So he can let the Heart Moon Fox land at a farther location, and then send mechas to rescue him. When the 60 Imperial mechas are annihilated, he can leave safely on the Heart Moon Fox. This seems to be the only way to break the deadlock. But what about after that? Ji Xinghe really felt the ruthlessness of the war machine of the Federation Army. Thank you, Tu Yuan's voice sounded. Ji Xinghe's thousands of thoughts were just a few seconds. To others, he just hung up the communication with base number 5. The act of executing Tu Yuan's 2 orders deserves Tu Yuan to say thank you. No one knows that Ji Xinghe, who showed great selflessness at this time, has 2 secrets in his heart that are very important to the Federation. He is not going to say it, at least he will never say it before he has the ability to influence the will of the entire Federation, or to fight against the entire Federation. Tu Yuan, Ji Xinghe asked his most famous question softly. You, believe me, P.S. Extra chapter for the second leader rewarded by the boss 9 Chuan 4/6. Chapter 382, a slide that shocked the world. After simplifying the complex problem, Ji Xinghe got the answer he wanted. Believe it, Tu Yuan, who ordered to kill Ji Xinghe without hesitation, answered without any hesitation. This may be related to the 2 orders that Ji Xinghe just executed, but the reason is not important. The important thing is that Ji Xinghe got the command. Zinayu, keep a safe distance of 2 kilometers and land. Yes, Zhao Chengguang, who had just been promoted to the captain of the Zinayu space battleship, responded directly without asking Tu Yuan, so the Zinayu began to descend rapidly. The Federal space battleship hovering at an altitude of 1,000 meters rushed to the alien land at the maximum speed that could ensure that there would be no weightlessness in the ship, as if it was smashing down. The soldiers who were still at the hatch began to rush into the interior of the battleship at the first time, and the passage they made way was filled with Federal mechas on standby. Amid the roar, the Federation mechas filed out of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship that had successfully landed. Without even waiting for their teammates to gather, the Federation mecha warriors who rushed out of the Heart Moon Fox first had already rushed to the location of the final fortress at full speed and full power mode. The mecha warriors of base number 5 were excited because of Ji Xinghe, and so were they. This old man had earned an unofficial title, the Old Father of 300,000 Federation mecha warriors. Form a formation. Ji Xinghe's calm voice rang in the ears of the resident mecha warriors of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship. Everyone, pay attention to maintain the formation. You are here to save me, not to die. The mecha warriors who were charging like scattered soldiers finally began to slow down under the order of their old father, waiting for their teammates to rush out of the Heart Moon Fox. Slow at the front and fast at the back, the assault formation composed of 100 Federation mechas finally appeared completely between the Heart Moon Fox and the final fortress. The safe distance of 2 kilometers means that they don't need to worry about the Imperial mechas that have run out of ammunition. But they are more worried than forcibly landing next to the final fortress, because the target they need to rescue is about to be attacked by 60 Imperial mechas. When the Imperial mecha confirmed the landing position of the Heart Moon Fox, it gave up the idea of attacking the Heart Moon Fox and rushed to the final fortress standing in the center of their encirclement. The smoke screen has completely dissipated, the Federal artillery fire has also stopped, and the dust that was bombed like a rain of flowers in the sky cannot block their sight. They can't see Ji Xinghe, so Ji Xinghe must be in the final fortress. Otherwise, how could the Federation launch such intensive firepower in such a short time? If they knew the order that Tu Yuan had issued, they might have some doubts, but they didn't know. How could the Federation want to kill Ji Xinghe, who the Empire was unwilling to kill? Isn't Ji Xinghe a combat hero of the Federation? Isn't he one of the 2 strongest ace mecha warriors of the Federation? When the Imperial mecha rushed to the final fortress, no one gave Ji Xinghe orders or advice, and everyone who could see it was watching nervously. There is a fact that people don't want to believe, that the final fortress that can block nuclear weapons can't stop 60 Imperial mechas. Down jackets can keep out the cold, but they can't stop bullets. Bulletproof vests can stop bullets, but they can't keep warm. When 60 Imperial mechas have at least 5 weapons made of tungsten steel gold, and one of them is the tungsten steel gold spear that Ji Xinghe originally used to drive the champion. It's only a matter of time before the final fortress is forcibly broken. Can the mecha warriors of Xinghe who rush to the side of the final fortress in such a short time? Another fact that people don't want to believe is that 100 federal mechas may not be the opponent of 60 imperial mechas. Because there is only one special mecha warrior in these 100 federal mechas, they don't have Ji Xinghe, Han Li, Jackson, Qin Harris. Thinking of this, many people actually dare not watch it, just like before. But this time they forced themselves to watch intently, because the miracles they thought were impossible had already happened, so why couldn't this possible miracle happen? That was Ji Xinghe. Miracles are like the wind, always with him. The 60 imperial mechas were closer to the final fortress. They were originally in the plains, and those craters could not stop their charge. So the mecha warriors of the Heart Moon Fox, who had mechas among them, had already appeared next to the final fortress when they just formed a formation. Duong. The sound of the tungsten steel gold weapon hitting the final fortress did not really spread, but suddenly sounded in the hearts of many people. It made their scalps numb. Duong. 2 more imperial mechas appeared next to the final fortress, waving their tungsten steel gold weapons and began to slash wildly. The only good news was that the other imperial mechas did not rush to the final fortress again, but were led by 2 imperial mechas using tungsten steel gold weapons, and rushed towards the 100 federal mechas in formation. This made sense. Ji Xinghe was the only one without mechas in the final fortress, and being able to let them deploy 3 mechas was the greatest respect for Ji Xinghe. In their view, capturing Ji Xinghe was a foregone conclusion, so they needed to get rid of the 100 federal mechas and prepare for the subsequent retreat. Disperse. The only special mecha warrior on the Heart Moon Fox gave a decisive order. He wanted to divide his troops to put pressure on the imperial mechas. But Ji Xinghe's order followed closely, interrupting the tactic of dividing his troops. Cluster, charge. Ji Xinghe's voice was not at all flustered, and he was as calm as a god watching the disputes in the world from the clouds. No matter what happened in the world, it would not affect the gods. He said. Everyone, don't look at me, don't care about me. The combat goal is to completely destroy the imperial mechas. He was a little long-winded, but his order was important enough to decide life and death for the 100 young federal mecha warriors. When the tactic of dividing troops was interrupted, the minds of the federal mecha warriors were all confused. They could not be the opponents of the 57 imperial mechas. In the command center of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship, Zirui, who was no longer the captain, suddenly shouted. Block their view, don't let them see Ji Xinghe. The Marines move at full speed. Let them rescue Ji Xinghe. The crew members who subconsciously executed this operation directly remembered that their new captain was Zhao Chengguang. After completing the operation, Zhao Chengguang said nothing, tacitly assuming that Zirui's order was valid. Tu Yuan did not interrupt, and Li Anbang did not stop him. When Ji Xinghe was still alive and could still speak, people would have infinite trust in him. A dead god is not a god. What about the living Ji Xinghe? When the federal mecha and the imperial mecha were about to fight together, the federal mecha warriors finally collected their minds. They were well trained and had long been accustomed to obeying orders. Even if they could not be absolutely focused, they would not make serious mistakes because of worrying about Ji Xinghe. And in the perspective that they could no longer see, the scene that made the people who could still see exclaim suddenly appeared. Before the Heart Moon Fox Marines ignored the threat of the imperial mechas and rushed to the final fortress, which had not been broken, took the initiative to open the hatch. This change was so sudden that the 3 imperial mechas surrounding the final fortress had a significant stagnation in their attack movements. Did they not expect it? Or were they afraid of accidentally hurting Ji Xinghe? It doesn't matter. The important thing is that Ji Xinghe had already rushed out decisively and directly before the hatch could be fully opened. On foot, sprinting. The target was not the Heart Moon Fox Marines, because there were 60 imperial mechas between them. Both parties running in both directions needed to bypass the imperial mechas to complete the reunion. Is it in time? When people were shocked, Ji Xinghe appeared 10 meters away from the final fortress in a flash. He was running, and his speed was faster. The 3 imperial mechas only reacted at this time, hurriedly completed the turning maneuver, and chased in the direction of Ji Xinghe's escape. At this time, Ji Xinghe was actually more than 30 meters away from them. Even on an alien planet, this speed shocked the people who saw Ji Xinghe, and then they had endless expectations. Faster, faster. People had no time to think about Ji Xinghe's speed at this time, which had exceeded the known limits of the human body. They just hoped that Ji Xinghe could run faster. They even hoped that Ji Xinghe could fly directly. But Ji Xinghe could not fly, even though he was running like he was flying close to the ground. The speed of the imperial mecha, which turned from a standing state to a charging posture, was so fast that it made people despair. With the same 2 legs, can humans outrun mechas? Before today, everyone's answer was affirmative. Humans could not outrun mechas. In the world record of the 100-meter sprint on the Azure Star, humans have never been able to break the 9.5-second mark. Even if it is calculated as 9 seconds, 1 second is only a distance of more than 10 meters. On an alien planet with a gravity of only 1/3 of that of the Azure Star, can humans triple their speed? No, because speed is not only about considering the factor of gravity. When running on the surface of an alien planet, you have to wear protective clothing. When running inside a base, you have to consider air resistance. On alien planets with lower gravity, if you can't control your running posture, it's easy to jump up and fail to land quickly. On alien planets, there are 2 world records for the 100-meter sprint. The surface is 5.3 seconds, and the base is 4.2 seconds. According to 4.2 seconds, the speed is 85 kilometers per hour, which is indeed comparable to some conventional standard mechas. But the problem lies in physical fitness. The speed of the 100-meter sprint is difficult to maintain even for a distance of 200 meters. Compared with mechas, what is the point? The 3 imperial mechas chasing Ji Xinghe are all Earl-level imperial mechas equipped with tungsten steel gold weapons. Their speed quickly climbed to 120 kilometers per hour. Faster than Champion Hao. How far can Ji Xinghe run? Will he be cut in half by the tungsten steel gold weapons of the imperial mecha? Or will he be trampled into meat paste by the metal giant feet of the imperial mecha? Or is it like when Ji Xinghe drove the mecha to face the unarmored imperial soldiers, and ran over them like an out-of-control dump truck? Many people who didn't expect Ji Xinghe to dare to run out finally closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to see what might happen next. There was only one gorilla on the entire alien planet who really thought that Ji Xinghe dared to run out of the final fortress. Ki. Ji Xinghe must have mastered the power of Ki. Ada King on the Mountain of Gods was shocked. He saw that Ji Xinghe's speed exceeded the limit of human beings, and that Ji Xinghe was faster than the gorilla. Finally, it was confirmed that Ji Xinghe had mastered the power of Ki, and finally understood why his emperor, His Majesty, was willing to capture Ji Xinghe alive at the cost of 6 space battleships. Capture Ji Xinghe alive, capture Ji Xinghe alive and intact. Ada Kang, who had issued this order many times, ordered again with an unprecedented excitement. The 3 Earl-class Imperial mechas chasing Ji Xinghe changed the direction of their pursuit, and they rushed to Ji Xinghe's side. Without fear of directly crashing into Ji Xinghe, they finally burst out at full speed. On the originally flat ground, countless craters appeared. Ji Xinghe's running speed seemed to be affected by this, or as if the sudden burst of physical strength had already exhausted him. He was caught up. 2 Imperial mechas appeared in front of him, 1 Imperial mecha chased behind him, and 3 Imperial mechas surrounded him in a triangle. The Marines had not arrived yet, and the encirclement had begun to shrink. The 3 Imperial mechas were about to squeeze together and turn Ji Xinghe into a sandwich. Ji Xinghe, who was running at full speed, suddenly turned and crashed directly into one of the Imperial mechas. When they were about to collide, Ji Xinghe made an extremely bold move, sliding. There's a tiger in front, sliding to send it? The Imperial mecha is much more ferocious than the tiger on the Blue Star. 1,000 tigers facing an Earl-level Imperial mecha can only be slaughtered. What is Ji Xinghe doing? Before people could think more, a surprising scene appeared in their minds. The Earl-class Imperial mecha that was sliding against Ji Xinghe suddenly leaped up inexplicably. In order to ensure the speed of the leap, it even lost its balance in a panic and fell straight to the ground. The body swinging sideways in the air also hindered the pursuit of the other 2 Imperial mechas. Ji Xinghe, who had stood up again, began to run wildly again. His speed did not decrease at all compared to before. But the 3 Imperial mechas chasing behind him needed to start accelerating again. The distance between them and Ji Xinghe was farther than before, and the mecha that fell to the ground had not been able to get up and join the pursuit until now. The Imperial mecha that originally rushed towards the Federal mecha also saw this scene, and they heard the order from the Earl. 57 mechas were then divided into 17, 7 of which rushed towards Xinayuhu's Marines, and 10 rushed towards Ji Xinghe. The pressure on the Federation mechas was suddenly reduced. 100 against 40. Although they didn't understand why, they firmly believed that they would win. The choice of the Imperial mechas was indeed strange. The Marines, consisting of hundreds of people, carrying all kinds of weapons, drove their vehicles forward at full speed, but they could only attract 7 Imperial mechas. Ji Xinghe, who was escaping alone with his bare hands, attracted 10 more Imperial mechas while facing the pursuit of 3 Earl-class Imperial mechas. Why? This is a good thing, but people are puzzled. Ji Xinghe's voice was heard in the command center of the space battleship Shenzhen, which had appeared above base number 5 and was preparing to land. He could still speak? "To Yuan," he said. "You only have one chance to not believe me, and you used it." Chapter 383 Listen to Mom. Ji Xinghe, who was finally sure that he could survive, called To Yuan by his name in a threatening tone, which was somewhat unlike a 66-year-old man. But everyone could understand Ji Xinghe's mood at this time, and was sure that Ji Xinghe had the strength to say this. If they could use a sliding tackle to force an Earl-class Imperial mech to jump up, they would be more unruly than Ji Xinghe. "I can crush Ling Xiao, so I am unruly." In the Nanchunman space station, Li Anbang's tone was a little low. "I am old, and Ji Xinghe is not old yet. Isn't Ji Xinghe 1 year older than you?" The staff and others next to him did not say what they subconsciously thought, because they all knew why Li Anbang said that. Did Tu Yuan not believe Ji Xinghe? No. It was Li Anbang who did not believe Ji Xinghe and intervened in Tu Yuan's command. If Tu Yuan's decision was followed, all the changes that made Ji Xinghe angry would not happen. Even if Li Anbang disagreed with the use of nuclear weapons, according to Tu Yuan's idea at the time, the federal firepower output platforms, including the Shenzhen and Xinayu Fox space battleships, would also carry out ruthless attacks on the Imperial mechas around the champion. In this process, the fact that Ji Xinghe was not on the champion would be known to them. The situation might be similar to the current situation, but Ji Xinghe would not drive Xinghe away from base number 5, and there would be no seeds of distrust between Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan did not tell Ji Xinghe about Li Anbang, and he resisted Ji Xinghe's anger that had not yet erupted. From a factual point of view, the order to kill Ji Xinghe was indeed given by Tu Yuan himself, so this pot, whether black or white, had nothing to do with Li Anbang. Ji Xinghe did not question Li Anbang's power and strength. The gap between Tu Yuan, a lieutenant general, and the only 5-star general in the Federation was much larger than the actual gap between Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan. But Li Anbang said 2 words, and then he defined the pot as black and took it over. These words and things that will eventually reach Ji Xinghe's ears will not affect Ji Xinghe for the time being, and will not have any impact on the battle situation in the number 5 base war zone. The commander-in-chief is still Tu Yuan. The actual commander of the battlefield where Ji Xinghe is located is himself. Ji Xinghe, who was running for his life, took the command power that no one refuted with one sentence, and then began to give orders. The combat objectives of the Mecha Corps have been revised to annihilate 40 Imperial mechas, and the goal is to win. The Marines will implement the tactics of luring the enemy, and while ensuring their own safety, they will hold back the 7 Imperial mechas and wait for the support of the Mecha Corps. I'll say it one last time, everyone, don't worry about me. No one could have thought that Ji Xinghe at this time was even more selfless than when he executed Tu Yuan's 2 orders before. When facing the pursuit of 13 Imperial mechas, he was still worried about the lives of ordinary Federal soldiers and ordinary Federal Mecha warriors without armor. How can such a Ji Xinghe not be called the old father of 300,000 Federal Mecha warriors? How did Tu Yuan give the order to kill him? In the space battleship of the Ape, which has landed at base number 5, Tu Yuan, who was expressionless, had a trace of doubt in his heart. Was his previous cognition and judgment of Ji Xinghe really correct? Ji Xinghe is actually the same as Ji Xinghe, the same as those Federal Mecha warriors who are willing to sacrifice, and the same as the tens of millions of Federal soldiers who have already sacrificed. He is willing to sacrifice for the Federation, even if this sacrifice will make his granddaughter a real orphan. No, it's not like that. Ji Xinghe's love for his granddaughter absolutely surpasses his love for the Federation, and even surpasses his love for mankind. If there's a button, if you press it, your only relative will die, and if you don't press it, all mankind will perish. Tu Yuan firmly believes that he and Li Anbang, Han Li, Jackson, Qin Tong, even Kentvis and Tang Qiao and many other people will choose to press it without hesitation. But Ji Xinghe will definitely hesitate. A thunderbolt suddenly flashed through Tu Yuan's mind. It was the words Ji Xinghe had just said to him. And what Ji Xinghe did today, all kinds of unreasonable choices, such as the sliding tackle that shocked the whole world. It was as if Ji Xinghe knew that the Empire did not want to kill him, but only wanted to capture him. Why? Tu Yuan couldn't figure out the reason for a moment, but he could figure out another thing. Assuming that Ji Xinghe knew that the Empire would not kill him, he did not say the reason in this situation, but gave people a feeling that he would rather sacrifice himself and let more people live. No, it's the fact. Then what is Ji Xinghe doing? Buying people's hearts. Tu Yuan suddenly had an unprecedented fear in his heart, which was more terrifying than when Ji Rongzhenyu drove Xinghe away from base number 5 and Ji Xinghe was still alive. It was more terrifying than the sudden appearance of thousands of Duke-class Imperial mechas and hundreds of Imperial space battleships on the alien battlefield. The Empire is an undisputed enemy, whether it is the pro-war faction or the pro-peace faction, all think so. But what about Ji Xinghe? Tu Yuan recalled what Sui did at base number 6 and base number 5. Before, he always thought that those were child's play and could not make any big waves. Because Sui did not have leadership charisma, he could not become a leader. Ji Xinghe, who had leadership charisma and could become a leader and supported Sui to do so, had been struggling with the idea of taking Ji Rongzhenyu back to the Azure Star. But now, Tu Yuan, who had a complicated mind, did not tell anyone about his thoughts, because all of this was speculation. What if he guessed right? Is it really a bad thing? Ji Xinghe just said that he only had one chance to distrust Ji Xinghe, and this opportunity had been used by him. Report: 2 more Imperial space battleships were shot down by us. Another good news came, making the people in the command center of the ape feel better and better. The members of the Xinghe team with Ascension-class mecha have begun to board the ship. They did not show any dissatisfaction and obeyed orders as before. 290 federal mechas have set off from base number 5 with their support convoy, ready to carry out their combat missions. Because of the changes brought by Ji Rongzhenyu, their number is less than 300, and the combat effectiveness of 10 of the temporary mechas is relatively low. But facing the Imperial conventional forces without mecha defense, even if their target has 150,000 troops, they have a 100% chance of winning. They only need to destroy the enemy's anti-missile weapons system, and they can retreat calmly, and then wait for the Federal covering firepower to strike and then clear the battlefield. In this era, war has always been king with firepower. The space battleship Shenzhen did not take them along the way. On the one hand, it could not take them, and on the other hand, they had a potential combat target. Using itself as bait, it led away the 1,100 Imperial mechas heading towards base number 5. Everything was normal in base number 5. Shenmue left the cockpit of the mecha and continued to build his Anshin-class mecha. Sui's individual exoskeleton armor usage rights have been reactivated. He was riding a reconnaissance vehicle that was faster than the mecha, chasing Ji Rongzhenyu who was fleeing like Ji Xinghe. The grandfather and grandson are both running away. The funny thing is, one of them is running away from the Federation, and the other is running away from the Empire. This world is very big, and human detectors have appeared in the starry sky several light years away, and the Empire has even crossed an unknown number of light years to appear on an alien planet. But in the public information of both parties, the only known intelligent life forms are humans and gorillas, and the only known civilizations are the Federation and the Empire. Where can these grandfather and grandson escape to? It seems that neither of them can escape, especially Ji Rongzhenyu. But in fact, they can both escape. Because the known intelligent life forms in this world are not only humans and gorillas, but also Xinghe who escaped with Ji Rongzhenyu. In a sense, she can even be equivalent to a civilization. Xinghe, who was tracked by 30 federal mechas, pulled out 2 knives. She actually had 4 knives, all made of tungsten steel gold. She suddenly stopped running and drew a gully on the ground with her knife. Because the blade was too short for her, she had to bend down to draw the knife, which made her look like she was talking to the 30 federal mechas behind her and the Federation represented by these 30 mechas. Bow. Then turn around and continue running. Xinghe, who turned off the communication, said nothing, but this scene was too familiar to the 30 federal mechas chasing her. Once upon a time, Ji Xinghe also drew such a gully on the battlefield of B-72 Highland, and hundreds of Imperial mechas did not dare to cross it. Xinghe, who had more than 600 gold stars on her body, with 9 big gold stars surrounding 2 small suns, made the 30 federal mecha warriors and those who were paying attention to the pursuit battle. No, this is not a battle. This is just a group of adults trying to stop a child from running away from home. The adults looked at Xinghe, who bowed and drew the knife, and seemed to see Ji Xinghe in a trance. They all understood what Ji Xinghe meant. Crossing this line is no longer about stopping children from running away from home, but a real battle. But how can they not chase? The continuously transmitted communication signals were completely blocked by Xinghe. They had said thousands of words but they were meaningless. This child was as stubborn as Ji Xinghe, and this child was as confident as Ji Xinghe. This child should be like this to live up to everyone's expectations, because she is Ji Xinghe's granddaughter. What about this child's combat effectiveness? She is only 7 years old. Can she be like Ji Xinghe? The 30 federal mecha warriors who crossed a ravine became inexplicably nervous when they noticed that Xinghe began to slow down. They were not afraid of not being able to defeat Ji Xinghe, but they were afraid that Ji Xinghe's strength exceeded their expectations, so that they accidentally hurt Ji Xinghe in the battle. Everyone, don't fight back. In the communication channel, Xinghe, the mecha instructor of base number 5, who was supposed to perform combat missions with the 290 federal mechas, accepted the instructions of the Xinghe team and came to retrieve Ji Xinghe on their behalf. In terms of actual combat power, the instructor who has not participated in the war for more than a year is indeed not as good as the new members of the Xinghe team who do not have the mountain-cutting mecha. All members are special grade and it is not a joke. They wanted to go against military orders to chase Ji Xinghe, but Ji Xinghe asked them to obey orders, so they obeyed orders. Xinghe volunteered to take on a heavier responsibility in a sense. When he ordered everyone not to fight back because he was afraid of hurting Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe was doing the same thing because of similar concerns. Xinghe, don't kill people. The gap between the two was revealed in this sentence. Only Ji Xinghe in the world knew how strong Xinghe was. Ji Xinghe didn't know. I know, I won't kill them, I will only destroy their mecha, but, Ji Xinghe hesitated and said, Uncle Shenmue and the others are very hard to repair the mecha, and the base needs mecha now. Xinghe's deceleration maneuver suddenly stopped, and she started to accelerate again. But she did not give up the idea of fighting. Princess, call me Xinghe, if we don't destroy their mechas, we can't escape, because I can't charge at full speed, but they can. Ji Xinghe knew it was because of her. Xinghe charging at full speed would not actually cause any harm to her. In a state of gradually increasing speed, humans could withstand speeds calculated in Mach units. But the key is that Xinghe can't keep charging in a straight line. A slight turn at full speed will put Ji Xinghe in the cockpit under an extremely high load. Her body couldn't bear it, so she was silent. She didn't know what to do. Xinghe's voice continued to ring. Xinghe, the Lord told me that there are only 2 situations in which he will kill me. He didn't tell me which 2 situations, but I think the 2 situations are, I want to hurt you, I want to hurt humans who shouldn't be hurt. They can actually use the firepower system to attack us, but they didn't. So for the time being, they are humans who shouldn't be hurt, so please believe me, I won't kill them, but I can destroy their mechas, which will not cause any harm to them. When I destroy their mechas, I can choose a way to destroy them with the lowest repair cost. In combat, I think I am the strongest mecha warrior besides the Lord, Li Yuanba, Lu Oiki, K. Dillon, Han Li, and Jackson, and in terms of repairing mechas, I think I am a stronger mechanic than the Lord and Shenmue, so please believe me, I won't let the base lose 30 mechas. Do you want to believe it? Of course I believe it. The 2 living people that Ji Xinghe trusts most in this world are Ji Xinghe and Xinghe. But the deceased person is the one she really trusts the most. That person said something to her before leaving this world. Xinghe, when you grow up, I don't want you to fight for the Federation, but I hope that you will have the greatest respect for those who fight for the Federation. Don't think about revenge for your father, because no matter what kind of career you do in the future, even if you are an ordinary auto repairman on the Blue Star like your grandfather, you are contributing to the Federation's victory over the Empire. It sounds insignificant, but it is precisely because of countless such insignificant things that our Federation can defend the enemy outside the planet. I'm sorry, I selfishly brought you to this world. I'm sorry, I'm saying something you don't understand now. I'm sorry, you may not agree with it or even deny my words when you grow up, but I hope that no matter what, you will not deny this war and be hostile to the Federation, because this is the Federation that your father guarded with his life. The Federation that your father and mother guarded with their lives is going to kill your grandfather. Do you still have to listen to your mother? Ji Xinghe, who is only 7 years old, is more mature than any other child of the same age, precisely because she has faced many hardships that adults have never faced. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, and the edge of the sword comes from the grindstone. In the process of shaping Ji Xinghe's outlook on life and the world, she once again faced a choice that is difficult for adults to make. Xinghe, I'm here, put me down, run by yourself. Why? Because this is the federation that my father and mother guarded with their lives. If it fails me, it's not its fault. I want to stay, I want to grow up, and I want to make sure those mistakes never happen again. I'll be with you. No, you can't be with me, you have to save Grandpa. But, Xinghe, as long as you and Grandpa are alive, I can grow up no matter where you are, no matter where we are. Xinghe's computing power has dropped to a minimum after losing the cloud computing power that requires network support. Logical conflicts appear again, just like the unfair fates and hardships that Ji Xinghe faced. Xinghe, who is in a state of confusion, began to slow down. Her eyes were still red, her double swords were raised, and the combat mode was not turned off. Xinghe, a shout suddenly came from outside, and so he finally caught up. Chapter 384, Get ready and take off. Ji Xinghe, who was chased by 13 imperial mechas, finally reached his safe area. It was not the Federation Space Fleet Marines that set out from the Heart Moonfox, but a metal jungle composed of imperial mechas. Nearly 200 imperial mechas destroyed by the light of divine punishment had almost all their internal electronic components damaged, completely losing their ability to move. Conventional imperial mechas, which are cheaper than the Federation standard mechas, could not even open their cockpit doors in this situation. The imperial guerrillas in them can only withstand the Federation's covering fire in despair. Some mechas have fallen to the ground, and many of the imperial guerrillas who were lucky enough to open the cockpit doors have died in the previous round of artillery bombardment. They escaped from their mechas, but had no time to escape back to their mechas. I don't know if they regretted it when they died. Their mutilated bodies were directly ignored by Ji Xinghe, and the mechas they left behind became Ji Xinghe's barrier. The 13 imperial mechas that followed Ji Xinghe to this mecha jungle had to slow down or even stop directly. The mecha jungle after being bombarded by artillery fire was still too dense for the huge mechas. Ji Xinghe, who was not wearing armor, had a great advantage in such an area. He was as flexible as before, and after several twists and turns, he had appeared in the central area of the mecha jungle. It was not until this time that the 13 imperial mechas began to enter the jungle. But their footsteps stopped at the same time. Where is Ji Xinghe? Where is Ji Xinghe? Where is he? Who saw him? Lost vision, I can't see him. Panic voices continued to sound in their communication channels because they didn't know where Ji Xinghe was now. There was no military reconnaissance satellite to provide visual support, and the imperial mechas that blocked them were all dead and unable to provide intelligence support. They were only blocked for a few seconds, and they could no longer find Ji Xinghe. Just like Ji Xinghe, who had taken off his armor in the smoke before, successfully returned to the final fortress without alarming any imperial mecha. Don't panic, listen to my command, an imperial Earl gorilla shouted in the communication channel. From the outside to the inside, clean up the battlefield step by step, don't let go of a crater, don't let go of the cockpit of a mecha, and throw away all the protective armor that can be used as a bunker, another Earl gorilla questioned. It's a waste of time. We don't have so much time. We are not their opponents in a head-on battle. They will come to support Ji Xinghe soon. This is about a battle between 40 Imperial mechas and 100 Federal mechas. The two sides have fought to one place. The Federal mechas, which have an absolute numerical advantage, chose a steady way of fighting based on Ji Xinghe's orders. They forced themselves not to think about whether Ji Xinghe was safe, and went all out to complete the order of annihilation issued by Ji Xinghe. On the other hand, their opponent's mentality was on the verge of collapse. There are only these 460 mechas left. Ji Xinghe has not been caught yet, and they still need to face more than twice as many Federal mechas as them. What makes them even more panic is that Ji Xinghe has no armor. What if the 13 Imperial mechas accidentally kill Ji Xinghe when tracking him? Even if they win, even if they wait for their space battleships, the ending must be the extermination of the 9 clans. There's a huge gap in numbers, and morale is even more crushing. Even if the average combat effectiveness of the Federal mecha warriors is not as good as that of the Empire, there is no reason to lose this battle. and only a complete victory can convince the public. The battle here is in danger, and the 7 Imperial mechas chasing the Space Marines in another place are not much better. They have already endured fierce Federal firepower attacks, and their own long-range weapons have been emptied before. Facing the highly mobile Marines, they are a little exhausted. The heavy machine guns on the top of the armored vehicles in high-speed movement are equipped with armor-piercing shells for mechas, and they are taking turns to shoot at them. There were also elite snipers wearing individual exoskeleton armor, who broke away from the main formation of the Marines and wandered around to snipe them from a distance. The Empire wanted but could not get it. Only the MKX-DDCP sniper rifle developed by the Federation had broken the protective armor of 2 Imperial mechas. If Chen Sun was here, the 2 Imperial mechas would have completely lost their combat effectiveness. But even if the sniper on the Heart Moon Fox was not as good as Chen Sun in shooting, it still caused great trouble to the 7 Imperial mechas. They could not complete the combat mission of annihilating the Federal Space Marines as they wished. With the 3 battlefields in a dilemma at the same time, the 3rd Imperial Earl chasing Ji Xinghe made a decision. Break open the cockpits of all the mechas. If there are any alive, let them come out to help us find them. The 13 Imperial mechas did not care about the other 2 battlefields. They only needed to find Ji Xinghe and then capture him alive to escape. It didn't matter if all the Imperial mechas in the other 2 battlefields were destroyed. The space battleships to take them back were about to arrive. They cleaned up the battlefield very quickly, and the area of the mecha jungle began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their helpers were increasing. The Imperial guerrillas trapped in the cockpit of the mecha were rescued by them and began to search for Ji Xinghe at the first time. The Imperial guerrillas without armor were not afraid of Ji Xinghe without armor at all. What a killer, what an undead, they are all Ji Xinghe wearing armor. Ji Xinghe without armor is no different from an ordinary human soldier to them. The honor of capturing Ji Xinghe alive made them search the mecha jungle at a crazy speed, faster than the speed of the 13 Imperial mechas. Don't shoot, all guerrillas, don't shoot. Ada Kang's command came from the Mountain of Guts, which made many guerrillas very puzzled. When they faced Ji Xinghe, did they need to use their guns? And Ada Kang, the highest commander of the Empire on the alien battlefield, really had nothing else to do? Why did he always pay attention to the combat mission of capturing Ji Xinghe alive? But orders are orders, and in terms of obeying orders, the hierarchical empire has an advantage over the Federation. The guerrillas, who were prepared not to shoot, finally searched the entire mecha jungle. They did not miss a crater or a piece of mecha debris that could hide people. But they still couldn't find Ji Xinghe, as if Ji Xinghe had already escaped underground. It could only be escaping underground. If he flew away, they would be able to see it. Mecha, look at those mechas. Ji Xinghe is in the mecha, he is a mechanic. Ada Kang's excited voice sounded again. It has confirmed Ji Xinghe's identity as a mechanic because it has seen Ji Xinghe repairing Federal mechas with its own eyes. The repair speed is faster than some monkeys it knows. Such a Ji Xinghe took advantage of the chaos to break open the cockpit door of an Imperial mecha, and killed the gorilla inside and hid inside. It makes sense. Especially the fact that he killed an gorilla in seconds, which is too reasonable for Ada Kang. If it were it would be useless even if it had guns, as it could kill all the 50 orangutans in the mecha jungle without any injuries. Although Ji Xinghe, who had just gained ki, was very weak, it was not a problem for him to kill a civilian orangutan. The orangutans in the mecha jungle heard Ada Kang's voice, and they suddenly began to run around, dispersing like frightened fish. Ji Xinghe entered the cockpit of the mecha? Not to mention that they only had guns, even if they had mechas, it would not work. The killer reappeared, and the undead returned. The 13 Imperial mechas suddenly became flustered, and some of them seemed to be stagnant. Idiot, those are our mechas. He is a human with only 2 hands. How can he drive our mechas? Ada Kang, who saw this scene, cursed. Idiot, those mechas are all destroyed, and Ji Xinghe can't drive them even with 4 hands. Waste, go find him and capture him alive. The scolded Imperial orangutans finally remembered that the mecha jungle they were in was made up of their mechas. Ji Xinghe and all humans have feet, and the structure of their feet is not much different from that of their palms. This is the main reason why the Federal mecha warriors still cannot exert their full performance after the transformation of the Imperial mecha. Moreover, the mechas here are indeed damaged. The 13 Imperial mechas began to clean up the battlefield again. This time the goal was very clear, that is, those Imperial mechas whose cockpits looked relatively intact. More than 50 guerrillas began to gather again, divided into 13 groups and followed behind the 13 imperial mechas. The order they received was to pounce on Ji Xinghe as soon as they confirmed his position. Even if they were killed by Ji Xinghe, they had to control Ji Xinghe. The crew members in the SYNOPSIS space battleship were already in their throats. They were able to communicate with Ji Xinghe and send him the God's perspective all the time. They knew very well that Ji Xinghe was hiding in the cockpit of an imperial mecha. Without their God's perspective, Ji Xinghe could not hide at this time, but what's the use of hiding at this time? 13 imperial mechas, 53 gorillas. Can Ji Xinghe still escape this time? Lao Ji, I'm Zirui, well, ding ding, dang dang. Ji Xinghe's response was mixed with some strange sounds. But Zirui didn't care, his blood was boiling. I apply to drive the Heart Moon Fox to crash into it. There is a single soldier starship in our battleship. I know you can drive it. You have enough time to drive it away. The sound of ding ding dang dang paused for a moment. And then continued to sound, and Ji Xinghe's voice also sounded. He asked calmly. Then what? Then live with our will. I know that you will not let us die in vain. I know that you are more valuable than a space battleship. I know, Zhao Chengguang, ding ding dang dang. Ji Xinghe's voice was a little angry. He interrupted Zirui's words and ordered, catch Zirui. During the time of hiding, he had learned a lot of things based on his authority, including that Zirui lost his position as captain because of him. And now, he wants someone to catch Zirui. Yes, Zhao Chengguang responded immediately, but after responding, he also proposed, Colonel Ji Xinghe, I think we can just crash into it. We still have 157 crew members. We all have weapons and can participate in the war. With our warship as the battlefield, we can hold on until our mecha troops come to support us, 157 professional technical soldiers. Without the mecha warriors and marines, the Heart Moon Fox has no combat personnel. Let them press the button to fire. The route they calculated is 10 times more accurate than Ji Xinghe. But they can't fire. They can only use their lives and their warships to fight for Ji Xinghe's life. They all believe that for the Federation in this war, Ji Xinghe is more valuable than them combined, and more valuable than the Heart Moon Fox space battleship. They will always remember that if Ji Xinghe hadn't gone back in time, the Heart Moon Fox would have been destroyed or self-destructed long ago. When Zhao Chengguang finished speaking, the ding-dong sound they could hear finally disappeared, as if Ji Xinghe had given up his futile struggle. Who doesn't know that Ji Xinghe is a mechanic? Who doesn't know that he wants to try to repair the imperial mecha? The crew of the Heart Moon Fox knew very well that the imperial mecha that Ji Xinghe was in at this time was not the imperial mecha that was destroyed by the light of divine punishment, but an imperial mecha that was previously destroyed by federal artillery fire. But so what? Electronic components can't be repaired, but such a mecha can be repaired? Even if he is Ji Xinghe. You have the final say in the alien sky, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded, and the anger had disappeared, returning to the familiar calm. But now you are on the land of an alien planet. People finally recalled that Ji Xinghe's calmness was because he had always had the strength to create miracles, no matter what he faced. We have the final say on the land of an alien planet. When the old, but powerful voice sounded, the buzzing sound of the mecha starting up also sounded in the command center of the Heart Moon Fox. When Ji Xinghe's voice fell, an imperial mecha lying on its side on the ground suddenly moved. An Earl-class imperial mecha that had just walked up to it was knocked to the ground before it could react. The Earl-class mecha took the tungsten steel gold mecha sword in its hand and chopped off its own head. Then it dropped it. The imperial mecha that suddenly moved stood up with the sword in its hand, and turned its head, as if scanning the 12 imperial mechas and more than 50 gorillas near it. For a moment, no gorilla dared to move. The imperial mecha suddenly ran away, and its posture was a little weird, as if it was running in jumps. But no matter how weird the posture was, it was getting farther and farther away from the 12 imperial mechas. And the direction he jumped forward was behind the imperial mechas fighting 1 kilometer away, like their reinforcements. But this reinforcement made the imperial mechas that were struggling to hold on and stop all the federal mechas at all costs panic. Only 27 of them were left, and they knew that Ji Xinghe was coming. Meet the Mecha Corps. With the federal mecha in an absolute advantage, Ji Xinghe finally asked SYNOPSIS to help him contact the Mecha Corps. He said, "Lend me a mecha. The best model is the 16th generation." Ji Xinghe, who had been trapped for a long time, finally had the opportunity to put on armor again. Before he finished changing his armor, he gave another order. SYNOPSIS, Send out the logistics team and start cleaning the battlefield immediately. The battle was not over yet, but the battlefield had to be cleaned up. The Ji Xinghe that the Zinayuhu crew was familiar with was back. He also said, "Preheat the engine, get ready, take off." P.S. Extra chapter for the second leader rewarded by 9 Chuan Boss, May 6th. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, Peerless and Independent. A young federal mecha warrior had already opened the cockpit door before his mecha had completely stopped. He jumped out of his cockpit as if he was running for his life, as if there was some kind of monster in the cockpit. But in fact, his courage at this moment was enough to make people respect him. 12 Imperial mechas rushed from one direction at a very fast speed, and 4 Imperial mechas broke away from the battle group and rushed from another direction. Their target was him. In this situation, forcibly removing the armor was a complete disregard for his own life, but he did not hesitate. Because an old man said, "Lend me a mecha," the best 16th generation standard, his mecha happened to be a 16th generation standard mecha. And the old man who borrowed the armor had saved his life more than 10 minutes ago. This old man, who they could sacrifice their lives to rescue, ordered them to fight step by step. For them, this was a life-saving grace. Repaying the gratitude was at this moment. The federal mecha warrior who landed did not give up on himself. He rolled on the ground and climbed up, bursting out at the fastest speed in his life. He was running. Because when he forcibly took off his armor, the old man's voice rang in his ears again. "Run, don't look back, run, run, run like Ji Xinghe." When the young federal mecha warrior ran as fast as he could, Ji Xinghe had also finished taking off his armor. The imperial mecha that did not suit his driving habits had not been completely repaired by him. Running was a leap forward, so how could he fight? So he had to borrow armor. The imperial mecha he was driving jumped and stopped 7 meters away from the 16th generation standard mecha. The hatch that had not been closed before did not need to be opened. The last operation of Ji Xinghe before taking off his armor was to throw away the knife in the hand of the imperial mecha. The mecha sword he had just snatched was made of tungsten steel gold. The mecha sword flew over a distance of 7 meters and steadily stabbed into the ground beside the 16th generation standard mecha. When the dust was flying, Ji Xinghe had already arrived with a knife. No one could see at this time how he took off his armor, how he caught up with the flying mecha sword, and no one could see clearly at this time how he disappeared from everyone's sight. Ji Xinghe disappeared again, and then appeared again. In the 16th generation standard mecha he borrowed. The helmet with integrated protection function and sensor operation function has not yet been connected to the operating system of the 16th generation standard mecha. The mecha has already moved, it kneels and raises the sword. This is a pure physical operation. And this action of it caused the momentum of the total of 16 imperial mechas rushing towards it to stagnate again. The killer really reappeared. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? That's just a regular federal standard mecha. Ji Xinghe's voice made the frightened imperial mechas run again, and they had to rush towards Ji Xinghe. This scene of change further strengthened Ji Xinghe's determination. He must create a galaxy squad belonging to the Empire. The nobles of the Empire were too afraid of death. If they were not afraid of death like the mecha warriors of the Federation, how could this war last for more than 20 years? There were still 3 Imperial level mechas present. And the remaining Imperial mechas were all noble mechas. They were actually scared by Ji Xinghe, who was driving the Federation's 16th generation standard mecha, and dared not charge? Trash. Ji Xinghe didn't even dare to curse out loud, because now it could only rely on these useless Imperial nobles. It knew very well that these Imperial nobles didn't mind surrendering, especially when they knew that Kazman and Bilrosi IV did not die after being captured. Not all guerrillas are afraid of being killed, and there are many selfish guerrillas. Destroy Ji Xinghe's mecha, and destroy his mecha before the Federation mecha arrives, and use him as a hostage, Ji Xinghe ordered again and gave those Imperial mechas hope to survive. The Imperial mechas that received the order made tactical arrangements at the first time. 3 Earl-class Imperial mechas attacked Ji Xinghe, and the rest of the mechas blocked the Federal mechas that were charging. Faced with such a situation, Ji Xinghe, who had just closed the cockpit door, still had a chance to escape. Before the imperial mechas surrounded him, he could use distance to buy time. There were still 92 federal mechas that were capable of fighting in the head-on battle, but there were less than 30 imperial mechas left in the whole field. With such an advantage, there was no need to take greater risks. But Ji Xinghe did not escape. The mecha he was driving did not have any running maneuvers, and it was quiet before the imperial mechas surrounded him. Standing with a knife? Why? Ji was puzzled. It did not think that such a Ji Xinghe could guarantee his life safety under the siege of 3 Earl-class mechas, and ensure that he would not be defeated by the mecha and then captured. But Ji Xinghe still did it. Full of confusion, Ji suddenly noticed a figure through the perspective of the Earl's mecha. It was the federal mecha warrior who lent the mecha to Ji Xinghe and fled on foot. The direction this human fled was the only direction without the imperial mecha. If Ji Xinghe wanted to escape, he would definitely choose this direction. He didn't have time to escape with this human. So why did he stay? Ji was stunned, and then surprised. Is this your weakness? Ji Xinghe, you actually have such a weakness. For Ji, such a Ji Xinghe should not exist. Ji Xinghe, who is known as a killer, should be a cold and ruthless fighting machine. But Ji Xinghe is such a Ji Xinghe, so it is very happy. It feels that it knows Ji Xinghe's biggest weakness. Analyzing the federal space battleships and mecha troops, as well as the Marine Corps life-saving rescue tactics in this battle, Ji confirmed this. If it were it, no, even if it was just an Imperial Duke, the Empire's space battleships should land next to the final fortress at all costs, and the mecha troops should not use a steady and cautious tactic, but forcibly rush to the Imperial Duke's side to protect him at all costs. If he ignored the sacrifice, why would Ji Xinghe need to face such a crisis? Ji suddenly laughed happily, but he didn't know what Ji Xinghe was really thinking at this time, and didn't know that his so-called weakness was not Ji Xinghe's weakness, but the real reason why Ji Xinghe could be so strong. Ji Xinghe, who was driving the mecha and standing in place, ignored the 3 imperial mechas rushing towards him, and looked at the federal mecha warrior who was running away. Run, don't look back, run desperately. You should run. Ji Xinghe's vision was blurred for a moment, and the figure who was running away seemed to overlap with a figure he hadn't seen for a long time and would never see again. Then it became clear. His eyes were more determined than ever. He once asked another person to run desperately, but that person did not run, because that person said, if I run, who will stop them? This is a question that Ji Xinghe could not answer at the time, but now he can answer it. I will. The 16th generation standard mecha of the Federation, standing with a knife, does not seem to have changed at all. Just the act of closing the cockpit door cannot make it suddenly become a champion. Even if it becomes a champion, so what? Wasn't the champion defeated by them? Now it has even lost the value of repair. The 3 Earl-class Imperial mechas finally put down their fear of Ji Xinghe. They believe in their strength and believe that they can defeat the standard mecha driven by Ji Xinghe. But what they will never know is that the champion is not the horses that took the champion to fight for thousands of miles, nor the weapons that followed the champion to kill countless enemies, nor even the elite soldiers who followed the champion to fight for thousands of miles. Those horses, those weapons, and those people can witness history only because they have been chosen by the champion. Champion Marcus was not Ji Xinghe's mecha either. The general armor only had a number before being driven by Ji Xinghe. They were covered with the gold stars only because Ji Xinghe chose them. And now, Ji Xinghe chose this unmodified Federation 16th generation standard mecha. He chose to protect the young man. A young man who was like his son. He said in his heart, son, watch out. So, Ji, who was in the Mountain of Guts, saw the scene that made it silent. The Earl-class Imperial mecha that rushed to Ji Xinghe first swung its sword and chopped at Ji Xinghe's mecha head. One sword cut into the air, and there was no chance for a second sword. Ji Xinghe, who suddenly crouched, moved sideways and crashed into the arms of the 2nd Earl-class Imperial mecha before the 2nd Earl-class Imperial mecha chopped at his right leg with its heavy sword. The 3rd Earl-class Imperial mecha maneuvered sideways, and when it was about to take the opportunity to break Ji Xinghe's mecha, it was blocked by the body of the 1st Earl-class Imperial mecha. After another sideways maneuver, the 3rd Earl-class mecha finally appeared behind Ji Xinghe, but a mecha-heavy sword appeared in front of it as if it had predicted all its movements. And then stabbed. Where did Ji Xinghe get the mecha-heavy sword? Did he only have one mecha sword that he had just snatched? Where is that sword now? Before it had time to figure out these questions, it felt a sudden chill in its body, followed by a tearing pain. Its cockpit was broken open by the Mecha heavy sword, and its body was pierced. It was not until this time that it could see clearly that the Mecha heavy sword was not in Ji Xinghe's hands, but in the hands of its original owner. But its original owner had already lost control of it. Ji Xinghe jammed the sword-holding arm of the second Earl-class Mecha, and with a powerful and somewhat strange force, guided the second Earl-class Mecha to draw its sword and kill the enemy. "Break the armor, break his armor, hit him, hit him," two Earl gorillas shouted at the same time. One voice was panicked, and the other voice was weak and gradually disappeared. It was the second and third Earl-class mechas, and the latter died on the spot after saying this. So it will never know why the first Earl-class Mecha did not take the opportunity to launch an effective attack. But the gorilla in the second Earl-class Mecha is still alive. When it was fighting with Ji Xinghe for control of the arm, it finally saw an unbelievable scene. On the side of the body of the first Earl-class Mecha, there was a Mecha sword inserted, and the blade made of tungsten steel gold was half immersed. It was the sword that Ji Xinghe had just grabbed. I don't know when it has completed the mission that it should not have. When the fear in his heart reached the extreme, the only remaining Imperial Earl felt a world turned upside down. Its Mecha flew over Ji Xinghe's head and then crashed to the ground. Its sword-holding arm was still in Ji Xinghe's hand. When its body touched the ground, Ji Xinghe used his hands and feet to jam it, and then twisted it with ease. A snapping sound was heard. Its Mecha arm was torn off directly, just like the champion Marcus who had his limbs cut off before. The torn Mecha arm finally couldn't hold the Mecha heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold tightly, so the Mecha heavy sword appeared in Ji Xinghe's hand. Stabbed from top to bottom. 3 Earl-level mechas were destroyed in less than 10 seconds, and the 3 Earl gorillas among them all died with their eyes open. They all knew that Ji Xinghe was very strong, but they couldn't figure out until they died, why was Ji Xinghe so strong? Because Ji Xinghe was fighting for his son to see, and his son always thought he was a peerless master. He didn't want to disappoint his son, so he had to be strong to the point of being peerless. What is peerless? Even if there are thousands of troops attacking, I am the only one who can be independent. Looking at the Federation's 16th generation standard mecha standing alone between the 3 Count-class mecha corpses, silently holding a sword, many people thought of a poem. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. Chapter 386, Go and Invite the Buddha. This old man, what a beautiful fight. People's voices were like repeaters. Most of them couldn't understand it at all, or even couldn't see clearly what happened. The battle video of the 16th generation standard mecha had been uploaded synchronously, but the perspective they could see was limited. The perspective from other federal mechas was also blocked by the bodies of 3 Earl-class Imperial mechas. They only knew that Ji Xinghe defeated the 3 Earl-class Imperial mechas that besieged him with his hands and feet. If it weren't for the 16th generation standard mecha, all the maneuvers that could be made would be familiar to the bones. If it weren't for the reaction that the Imperial mecha could make, because of experience and understanding of the structure of the Imperial mecha, it could be like predicting the future. How could it be so easy to lift a heavy weight like this? People couldn't see or understand, so they could only admire it in their hearts and then cheer. The battle at the forced landing site of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship was won amid cheers. The remaining Imperial mechas were still trying to resist, but when Ji Xinghe drove the mecha and started charging, their resistance became a futile struggle. Don't chase, clean up the battlefield. When Ji Xinghe gave the order again, he had already dragged 2 Earl-class Imperial mechas to the Heart Moon Fox space battleship. Although these 2 mechas had been broken by him, it was not difficult to repair them. The performance after the transformation was stronger than that of the Federal standard mechas. Other Federal mechas also followed suit, dragging those Imperial mechas that looked relatively intact and rushed to the Heart Moon Fox. The logistics personnel had already rushed out of the Heart Moon Fox, driving tractors and other vehicles, and began to plunder the spoils. After receiving the order not to chase, the Heart Moon Fox Marines finally stopped the pursuit. Originally, they were chased by 7 Imperial mechas, but when Ji Xinghe completed the armor change, the Imperial mechas chasing them lost the ability to chase them and were chased and beaten by them. 2 damaged Imperial mechas were directly destroyed by the Marines, and 5 Imperial mechas turned and ran away when they saw that the situation was not right. They were the only survivors of the Empire in this battle involving 460 Imperial mechas. It would be more appropriate to say that they were deserters. So far, the Federation has once again won a complete victory in a local war. 455 Imperial mechas and various types of arms of the Imperial Mecha Corps were destroyed, but only 9 Federation mechas, including the champion Marcus, were destroyed. 3 people were sacrificed and 4 were injured. Even if Trump-level weapons including the Final Fortress and the Light of Divine Punishment were invested, and a large amount of firepower quota was used, this victory was a sure win. Help me pick up Ji Xinghe, who was cleaning up the battlefield, could do 2 things at the same time, but his mind was no longer on this battle. Communication was quickly established. Ji's somewhat anxious voice sounded, "Xinghe, your grandfather's communication is coming." You quickly turn on the communication function of Xinghe. Your grandfather wants to talk to you. Along with the voice, there was also the perspective that Ji could see. His single-soldier exoskeleton armor, like the federal mecha, was integrated with a combat recorder. So Ji Xinghe saw Xinghe, all eyes emitting scarlet light, Xinghe holding 2 swords, and 30 federal mechas that completely surrounded Xinghe. These mechas have already thrown their weapons on the ground, and their mechanical arms stretched straight to both sides, keeping a safe distance of 20 meters to form a circle. Ji Xinghe, who had just thrown 2 Earl-class mechas to the hatch of Xinghe Fox, suddenly stopped turning around. He saw danger. It was not the danger of Ji Rong and Xinghe, but the danger of the 30 federal mecha warriors. "Old Ji, you speak, just speak directly, I have a horn." His voice continued to sound, and at the same time, he pointed the horn in his hand at Xinghe, who was standing still. "Xinghe," Ji Xinghe spoke at the first time. "It's me, I'm fine." He spoke very quickly, as if he was afraid that if he spoke a second later, someone would die on the spot. This was indeed the case. Xinghe, who was about to explode, remained standing still because she heard his voice, but her scarlet eyes did not change color. "It's Grandpa." Ji Rong Xinghe could hear the voice coming from outside the cockpit, and Xinghe did not block the function of her body to automatically collect external sounds. "It's the voice of the Lord, but it's not necessarily the Lord." Xinghe, who was caught in a logical conflict, had an extremely cold voice. She had forged the voices of Ji Rong Xinghe and Shen Mu, and she knew very well that with the technological level of the Federation, she could edit and imitate voices with exactly the same timbre. Voice print recognition requires stronger computing power support, and Xinghe does not have such ability now. "Uncle Su will not lie to me like this, and, Xinghe, you said that Grandpa will not die. Is Su trustworthy? Why do these federal mechas put down their weapons? Aren't they afraid of being killed by me? Will the Lord really not lie?" Xinghe knew what kind of desperate situation Ji Xinghe had just faced. Putting herself in his shoes, she thought that she would not be able to survive. She told Ji Rong Xinghe that Ji Xinghe would not die, and that she wanted to find Ji Xinghe just to give Ji Rong Xinghe a hope and a belief. Because of Ji Xinghe, she knew what belief meant to human beings. Without enough belief, Ji Rong Xinghe's body would not be able to recover to the current level. One question after another made Xinghe's logical conflict more serious. The most important premise was what Ji Rong Xinghe had just said to her. No matter where you and Grandpa are, Xinghe already has the ability to analyze the subtext in human language. She heard that the subtext of Ji Rong Xinghe's words was, even in the Empire, you must protect Grandpa to survive. Ji Xinghe also said similar words, and the content represented by these words did not conform to the behavior pattern allowed by her core program. She is a mecha of the Federation and an artificial intelligence program of the Federation. Her code does not allow her to betray the Federation. This is completely different from her forging Ji Rong Xinghe's voice and saying that she would lead the Imperial Army to flatten the Federation. Just like many people will have thoughts like destroy this world when facing failure. Just thinking about it, just talking about it. But she has to execute the orders of Ji Xinghe and Ji Rong Xinghe unconditionally. This is a logical conflict. The biggest logical conflict for Xinghe. Ji Rong Xinghe didn't know that Xinghe was experiencing the most critical logical conflict in her life. She could see that Xinghe didn't put down the double swords in her hands, didn't turn on the communication function, and didn't cancel the combat mode. So she thought that Xinghe didn't believe in Suhi and other humans. I just said that if the Federation failed me, it must not be the Federation's fault, but the fault of certain people. Among those certain people, Uncle Su and Uncle Shen must not be included. They watched you grow up. Although they don't know that you have grown up, you can't forget that you were built by Uncle Shen himself. There are many parts in your body that were installed on you after Uncle Shen built them. Didn't you say before that you couldn't grow up without Uncle Shen's upgrades? Look, they all put down their weapons. They never thought of hurting us, and they didn't know that you grew up. When Ji Rongzhenai was persuading Xinghe, Ji Xinghe was also persuading her. But Ji Xinghe couldn't call Xinghe by name. This was a secret he had to keep at this stage. If the fact that Xinghe grew up was made public, then in a situation like today, no one would take Ji Rongzhenai away. Although it was reckless, it was indeed a kind of protection for Ji Rongzhenai. Xinghe, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have put myself in such danger and made you worried, but you have to believe in Grandpa. Grandpa said he would not leave you alone, and he will never leave you. The danger you can see is not a danger to Grandpa. Grandpa is very strong, you know. Do you want to know how Grandpa defeated those imperial mechas? Turn on the communication module. Grandpa will send you the battle records. Grandpa will explain to you. Grandpa will teach you. Ji Xinghe's persuasion carried a hint of threat that Xinghe was very familiar with. In a trance, Xinghe seemed to have returned to the isolation ward of base number 5. The wooden man she controlled was broken by Ji Xinghe. When she was wronged, Ji Xinghe was still emphasizing to her, I am very strong, you don't know. Xinghe, do you remember the 2 situations that Grandpa told you? Ji Xinghe's voice continued to come, and this sentence seemed like a thunder, hitting Xinghe's collar. It's the Lord. Because only she and Ji Xinghe knew this sentence before, and now there's Ji Rongzhenai. The logic of the conflict was suddenly straightened out. Federation? Empire? None of it matters. What matters is Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhenai. If they want revenge on the Empire, then I will help them destroy the Empire. They have been let down by the Federation, so I will take revenge on some people in the Federation. If they die one day, then I will inherit their legacy, whether I need to face the Federation or the Empire, even if I need to face both at the same time. It's that simple. For a moment, Xinghe actually had a feeling of clarity of thought. The scarlet eyes, the light did not turn white. The hands holding the knife were still raised, maintaining the combat mode in the posture of starting to fight at any time. Xinghe turned on her communication module. The Federation Mecha, the command center of base number 5, he and many others who had been trying to access the communication finally showed joy on their faces. But they didn't say anything, but directly hung up the communication that had just been connected. Only Ji Xinghe connected to it. Xinghe, it's me, I'm fine. Ji Xinghe repeated this sentence again, and shared his perspective at the same time. Grandpa, when Ji Rongzhenai shouted, he saw Ji Xinghe's perspective. He was dragging the Empire Mecha on a battlefield. When Ji Rongzhenai's voice sounded, he stopped, controlled the Mecha and slowly spread his hands to signal. In the direction of his hands, there was a metal jungle composed of the remains of the Empire's Mecha. Look, they were all beaten by Grandpa. Ji Rongzhenai laughed happily and exclaimed. Wow. When the wow sounded in his ears, the members of the Galaxy team breathed a sigh of relief, and Tu Yuan, who was in the same battleship with them, also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, these youngsters of the Galaxy team should be able to go all out to carry out the orbital airborne combat mission, right? Tu Yuan has been in the army for many years and has never seen soldiers like the Galaxy team, who are so disobedient and so powerful that people can't bear to punish them. 1 or 2 is actually not uncommon. Most soldiers with the strength of a soldier king have times when they are unruly, but it is too rare for everyone in the Galaxy team to be like this. Is it because they are like this, or because of Ji Xinghe's influence? Tu Yuan couldn't figure it out, but he didn't have to think about it because Ji Xinghe was still alive. All members of the Xinghe team, listen up and prepare to carry out the orbital airborne combat mission. The command sounded in the space battleship Kanshun, which had flown to the predetermined coordinates. At the same time, the 15 mechas that had entered the orbital airborne delivery platform responded. Yes, the voice was loud and firm. Qintong, Harris, the blind man, the lame man, Sichuanian, Zuo Xiao, the lame man, the deaf man, Andre, Chu Feng, Zhang Ji, Liu Junel, Zhang Yun, Meidong. 5 ace mecha warriors and 10 special mecha warriors. Even if Ji Xinghe was not there, they were a force that no one could ignore, and a force that the Empire could not ignore. Deploy. 15 federal mechas of the Zanshan class left the space battleship Kanshun in the night that had just fallen and smashed into the main force of the Empire with more than 100,000 troops. Facing the regular Empire troops without many mechas to protect them, with sufficient firepower support, this should have been a one-sided massacre. But when they successfully landed on the alien planet and began to charge the main forces of the Empire, a terrified voice was heard in the command center of the Ape space battleship. Report, a jump gate device was found. The target attacked by the Galaxy Squadron has a jump gate device. They have activated the jump gate device. The high-altitude reconnaissance satellite captured a faint blue light, which was projected on the large screen of the command center. The blue light was not bright, but it made everyone feel extremely dazzling. Let the Galaxy Squadron retreat, let them retreat immediately, Tu Yuan shouted in shock and anger, and issued 2 orders in a row. Take over the Galaxy Squadron, take over the Galaxy Squadron immediately. Chapter 387 Ignorance and Sensibility. Sons and daughters are in love, heroes are short-tempered. What about granddaughters? Ji Xinghe, the Empire has used the jump gate, and there are still 3 space battleships that have not been shot down. This is the situation. Tu Yuan interrupted Ji Xinghe's granddaughter's love, and explained the situation quickly, but did not issue any orders. Others also understood his concerns. Physical fitness. Alone in the pursuit of 460 imperial mechas, he ran thousands of kilometers in more than 2 days, and then took off his armor like a dragon. He could be big or small, he could rise or hide. When big, he could raise clouds and spit mist. When small, he could hide his shape. When he rose, he could soar in the universe, and when he hid, he could lurk in the waves. It is a blessing for ordinary people to survive in desperate situations, but Ji Xinghe turned his hand into clouds and turned his hand into rain in desperate situations. With a wave of his hand, he brought a great victory to the Federation. It was like God's help, like God himself. But he is actually a 66-year-old man. He has no time to rest. What else can he do? Tu Yuan gave the choice to Ji Xinghe himself, as if he really agreed with what Ji Xinghe said. You only have one chance not to believe me, and you used it. Ji Xinghe, who was talking to Ji Rongzhenyu, suddenly fell silent, but the 16th generation standard metro he was driving did not stop, and continued to help clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. The speed was faster than before. Ji Rongzhenyu, who could also hear Tu Yuan's voice, was also silent for a short time, and then spoke before Ji Xinghe. Have you apologized to my grandfather? If someone else asked this question at this time, the outcome would be no different from Zirui, but she was Ji Rongzhenyu. She was the most qualified person in the world to ask this question, so she was justified and made Tu Yuan feel uneasy. I will apologize to your grandfather, I will apologize to you, but not now, not with a simple apology. Ji Rongzhenyu seemed to fail to understand the meaning of Tu Yuan's words and refused to give in. I asked you before, can the destruction brought by the light of divine punishment and the final fortress be counted as my grandfather's gold stars? You said no. Now, I ask again, count or not, this child. Tu Yuan didn't know that Ji Rongzhenyu and Ji Xinghe had an agreement of 1001 gold stars. He also didn't know that Ji Rongzhenyu told Xinghe that she wanted to grow up quickly and become the champion of the Federation as Ji Xinghe's granddaughter. Ji Xinghe wanted to take her back to the Blue Star, so why didn't she take Ji Xinghe back to the Blue Star? When she grows up, she will fight on the alien planet for Ji Xinghe. So Tu Yuan didn't understand what Ji Rongzhenyu was insisting on. Maybe it was because of Ji Xinghe's words and deeds that led to greed for money? Maybe it was because of Shen Yu's influence that made Ji Rongzhenyu understand what those gold stars meant to Ji Xinghe and the Xinghe team. Or maybe it was because of Suhi's influence that made Ji Rongzhenyu, like Suhi, want to do everything she can to help Ji Xinghe create a force that neither the Federation nor the Empire can ignore? Not counting, Tu Yuan's answer was not timely, but his tone was very decisive. Ji Rongzhenyu pursued relentlessly. Why? Tu Yuan responded without any hesitation. 6 gold stars are 6 gold stars, and 723 gold stars are 723 gold stars. In this battle, Ji Xinghe actually destroyed only 6 imperial mechas, including 4 Earl-class imperial mechas. Before Ji Xinghe left base number 5 to participate in the orbital airborne operation this time, he only had 700 gold stars. What he said in the last orbital airborne operation was not only to make up 1 by 1, but also to make up his own gold stars from 699 to 700. In the process of attacking the main force of the Empire number 2, he personally got 17 gold stars. A total of 723. Ji Rongzhenyu had learned this from the relevant data sent by Ji Xinghe after Xinghe opened the communication module. When the communication was connected, Ji Xinghe spread his hands to indicate the metal jungle composed of the remains of the imperial mechas, and the voice of all of them were beaten by Grandpa. It was actually a joke to make the children happy. Those imperial mechas were almost all destroyed by the firepower of the Federation. How could the firepower quota with the cost of tens of billions be counted on Ji Xinghe? Ji Xinghe was also very clear about this, but she wanted to pretend to be confused. Anyway, I am a child. Anyway, I know now that even if I don't listen, my grandfather will not abandon me. Ji Xinghe, who was thinking this in her heart, heard Tu Yuan's serious voice. Because, rules are rules, so she retorted without hesitation, my rules are the rules. When people were stunned, Ji Xinghe made up. Those Venus belong to my grandfather. If you don't give them to my grandfather, I will let my grandfather take me back to the base, back to the blue star. He is my grandfather, not your grandfather. He will definitely listen to me. When people were shocked that Ji Xinghe, who had always been sensible, suddenly became ignorant, they had to admit a fact, Ji Xinghe was right. If Ji Xinghe didn't let Ji Xinghe fight, Ji Xinghe would never fight again. Ji Xinghe has made it very clear why. Inexplicably, people have come up with an idea, it would be nice if Ji Xinghe was my grandfather. This may include Tu Yuan. Ji Xinghe, Tu Yuan didn't know how to argue with a 7-year-old child, so he could only question the child's grandfather. Just tell me, can you still fight? Do you want to fight? Ji Xinghe, who had been silent and only focused on cleaning the battlefield, finally spoke. Make it an even number. Many people were stunned. People's understanding of Ji Xinghe is that he is greedy for money, and Yu Ren had questioned Ji Xinghe for this before. But facts have proved time and again afterwards that Ji Xinghe is really not greedy for money at all. Everything he asked for was what he deserved, and most of them were things he didn't need and wouldn't want. The resources he asked for, except for his own mecha, were all used to build mountain-cutting mechas for the Xinghe team. And the Xinghe team is driving those mountain-cutting mechas to fight for the Federation. So Ji Xinghe is not actually greedy for money, so why do he have to make it an even number now? Tu Yuan understood why Ji Xinghe said that. Because of his orders, Ji Xinghe was no longer the same Ji Xinghe as before. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe was really an ignorant child. Recalling what Ji Xinghe said before, Tu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, after responding, Ji Xinghe's number of gold stars reached 800. No one questioned this. 460 imperial mechas were destroyed, and Ji Xinghe, who made great contributions, only got 87 extra gold stars. And according to Ji Xinghe's usual style, he would not choose the military merits represented by these gold stars. First-class merit, special merit. He didn't want any of them. He only wanted 40% of the recycling value of the imperial mechas represented by these gold stars, and then used them to build new mountain chopping mechas. And these mountain chopping mechas will inevitably fight for the Federation. What is there to question? The bargaining that was like playing house finally ended. This scene that should not have appeared on the battlefield was accepted by everyone because of a child who should not have appeared on the battlefield. Ji Xinghe's happy laughter spread in the communication channel. Even if some people would be dissatisfied with Ji Xinghe's ignorance, they all had the same thought in an instant, she is just a child. So, when she was extremely angry, she said that she would lead the Imperial Army to flatten the Federation, so what? Who would take a child's words seriously? This child is much better than those on the Blue Star who shouted, destroy the world when they encountered some trivial things. But Ji Xinghe was not in a good mood when he heard Ji Xinghe's laughter. He knew why Ji Xinghe wanted to help him get Venus and why she deliberately laughed at this time. This child, when she was under pressure that she should not bear, was still sensible and distressing. Grandpa, we are only 201 gold stars away. Come on, okay, Grandpa, you haven't slept for more than 2 days. Are you sleepy? Are you tired? Grandpa is not sleepy or tired. Grandpa can still fight all day, then what mecha are you going to use? Ji Xinghe suggested. The Xianshan-class mecha that Uncle Shen Mu is building is almost finished. You and I will go back to the base, take a rest, and then go to pick 201 gold stars. Ji Xinghe glanced at the news from base number 5. The two Xianshan-class mechas that Shen Mu and others are building, the fastest one will take at least 3 hours to complete, and the Xinghe team does not have that much time. In the jump gate that has been activated, the Duke-class and Marcus-class Imperial mechas appeared. There are 3 Duke-class ones that can be confirmed. Their target is obvious, that is, the 5 ace mecha warriors of the Xinghe team. When Ji Xinghe is not there, the ace mecha warriors of the Xinghe team, as well as those special class mecha warriors who are about to become ace mecha warriors, finally have to endure the hunting from the Imperial Marcus and Dukes. Without the exclusive mechas of the ace mecha warriors, they could not be the opponents of the Duke of the Empire, and it was difficult to guarantee victory even against the Marquis of the Empire. They could escape, but they could not escape for 3 hours. Xinghe, Grandpa, can you lend me Xinghe? Sure, Ji Xinghe answered without any hesitation, and her tone was happy, but Ji Xinghe could hear her worry and reluctance. It was not that she was reluctant to part with Xinghe, but that she was reluctant to let him fight like this. But she still agreed quickly, fearing that if she hesitated a little, it would make Ji Xinghe difficult. You leave Xinghe where she is, go back to the base with Uncle Suhi, and stay with Uncle Shenmu. No, I will wait for you here with Xinghe, and then go back to the base with Uncle Shenmu. Okay, Grandpa, don't clean up the battlefield, go to Xinghe Fox and have a rest. I also want to have a rest, I'm so tired. Okay, the communication was actually hung up by Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe opened his mouth to speak but said nothing, nor did he try to connect with Xinghe again, but turned around and ran towards Xinghe. It would take some time to clean up the battlefield, and it would take some time for Xinghe to fly to Xinghe's location, and then fly to the location of the Xing team. This was Ji Xinghe's rest time. People could see that Ji Xinghe drove the 16th generation standard mecha and rushed to Xinghe's hangar. Then he took off his armor and sat directly in the safety chair next to him and fastened his seat belt. In order to save time, he also wore a helmet. Colonel Ji Xinghe, the persuasion was interrupted by Ji Xinghe's wave, and he closed his eyes as if no one was around. Cut. Ji Xinghe used the heart-cutting knife to the extreme, so he fell asleep. People gathered around him, inexplicably distressed, some holding blankets, some holding sleeping bags, some holding pillows, some holding food, and some holding water bottles. They all stopped and retreated carefully. But this is the hangar, all the mechas have to be parked here, and most of the captured spoils have to be placed here. The loud noises of dong 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 kept coming, and the floor was shaking. People looked at Ji Xinghe worriedly, afraid that he would open his eyes, but his eyes were always closed. So people began to worry again that Ji Xinghe would not be able to open his eyes again. Colonel Ji Xinghe, will you be injured? Bullshit, shut your fucking mouth, where's the medic? The medic came and carefully approached to check, not even daring to touch Ji Xinghe's body. Then he tiptoed back. The thermal imaging is normal, the oxygen supply system of the combat suit has been shut down, and Colonel Ji Xinghe is still breathing. It is the air in our ship. When people breathed a sigh of relief, the hatch of the Heart Moon Fox finally began to close, and the engine that had been preheated for a long time roared. The crew members who thought that the Heart Moon Fox might never take off again when landing thought of the orders Ji Xinghe had issued before. This time it took off successfully. It was brought by Ji Xinghe again. Chapter 388, Fighting with Ji Xinghe. It was like they had a telepathic connection. When Ji Xinghe drove the Xinghe and landed in the Xinghe Fox's hangar, Ji Xinghe opened his eyes. Just as he unbuckled his seat belt, a small figure in combat uniform and helmet rushed over. Ji Xinghe, who is over 1.3 meters tall, can actually be described as tall compared to her peers on the Azure Star, but when she ran among a group of mechas that were over 4 meters high, she looked particularly petite. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe was tall enough. He was 1.95 meters tall and could still hold Ji Xinghe in his arms. In a few years, I won't be able to hold my granddaughter like this. Ji Xinghe suddenly felt a little regretful. The time he had to hold his granddaughter was too little compared to normal grandfather. Not as good as the medical staff at base number 6 who watched Ji Xinghe grow up. The grandfather and grandson, who didn't say a word, enjoyed a moment of tranquility. But in this tranquility, Ji Xinghe felt something was wrong. This space battleship was flying. Without time to think, Ji Xinghe let go of his hand, and Ji Xinghe also let go. The child took 3 steps back, his eyes gradually became firm, and then he stood at attention and saluted. Xing Mecha Independent Corps, Youth Training Team Captain Ji Xinghe, report to the Corps Commander. Ji Xinghe did not stand at attention and salute. He stepped forward, touched Ji Xinghe's head, and asked softly, "What happened?" Ji Xinghe pouted, somewhat dissatisfied with Ji Xinghe's response, but in an instant he explained happily. "Uncle Su said that 3 imperial space battleships appeared above us. In order to avoid being chased and beaten by them, we must first land on the Heart Moon Fox space battleship. Time went back to 5 minutes ago. When the Heart Moon Fox just arrived at the location where Ji Xinghe and others were, the alarm sounded in the command center of the Heart Moon Fox. In fact, this sound should also be sounded in the hangar, but the crew who did not want to disturb Ji Xinghe's rest turned off the hangar's broadcasting system in advance. All crew members on the Heart Moon Fox, which was in a wartime state, had to wear protective helmets to avoid death from lack of oxygen caused by air leakage due to the breach of the bulkhead. The helmets all had communication functions, so when the alarm sounded in the communication channels of everyone except Ji Xinghe, they knew what happened at the first time. "We are locked. It's the Imperial space battleship. Our battleship is within the attack range of the enemy battleship and is being locked by the enemy battleship." 3 of the 6 space battleships sent by the Empire appeared in the airspace above base number 5. The Heart Moon Fox, which was about to land more than 40 kilometers away from base number 5, and Ji Xinghe and others who were waiting here were all within their attack range. "Board the ship. Let them board the ship immediately. Everyone, I'll board the ship," the temporary captain Ji Xinghe ordered very decisively. After receiving the order, the 30 federal mechas and the reconnaissance vehicle where Suhi was located began to board the ship without any hesitation after letting Ji Xinghe drive Xinghe to board the ship first. This order and their behavior were actually against the rules. The Heart Moon Fox should not land when it was within the attack range of the Imperial battleship. After the forced landing, it should also take off as soon as Ji Xinghe boarded the ship. 1 minute or so at night could cause the Heart Moon Fox to be destroyed. The 30 federal mecha warriors and Suhi who stayed in place, even if they would replace the Heart Moon Fox space battleship and become the target of the Imperial space battleship, should not be a concern for Ji Xinghe. Compared with the value of the Heart Moon Fox, they can be sacrificed. But because of Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe made a prompt decision. He could not leave Ji Xinghe here. If Ji Xinghe and others were discovered by the Imperial space battleship, the consequences would be unimaginable for him and many others. After letting Ji Xinghe board the ship, it was natural for Suhi and others to board the ship. The 30 mechas boarded the ship very quickly, and Suhi's reconnaissance vehicle could remain in place, or use the automatic driving program to let it return to base number 5 by itself. The anti-missile system of the Heart Moon Fox has been activated, and it is ready to meet the fire attack of the Imperial battleship. Ji Xinghe firmly believes that the 3 Imperial space battleships being pursued by the Federation fleet cannot successfully hit the Heart Moon Fox. The hatch, which was already open, began to close after Suhi and others boarded the ship, and the engine had already roared before the hatch closed. The Heart Moon Fox space battleship took off smoothly and then began to accelerate. "Warning, our ship has been locked by the enemy ship, missile attack detected, the interception program has been activated, and evasion will be carried out immediately." In the command center of the Heart Moon Fox, all the crew members performed their duties. When the Heart Moon Fox successfully took off, this situation was somewhat common for them. The sky of the alien star is decided by the Federation fleet they represent. Ji Xinghe, who finally knew the cause and effect, had no right to speak at this time. This was something he was not good at. He could only nervously grab Ji Xinghe's arm and return to the safety seat. Hold on tight. He actually didn't need to do this. He could keep his balance no matter how bumpy the situation was. But when Ji Xinghe was by his side, he had to go all out. The sudden situation did not make Ji Xinghe panic. She was calmer than many adults in the hangar. There was some obvious joy in her eyes. "It's great that I don't have to be separated from my grandfather." Suhi, who was wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, came over at this time. There were magnetic devices on the soles of his feet, which made it as easy as walking on flat ground in the shaking space battleship. Taking off his helmet, Suhi lowered his head with a guilty look. "Old Ji, you didn't do anything wrong. You've done very well. It's not your fault," Ji Xinghe interrupted Suhi, causing Suhi to look up in surprise. When the two looked at each other, Suhi felt Ji Xinghe's sincere eyes. "I'm sorry, you really don't have to say sorry." "Yeah," Suhi responded and then fell silent. He stood quietly beside Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe. Wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, he didn't look like a war correspondent, but like a close guard. He actually had a lot to say and a lot to ask, but he knew that the time was not right. In the silence, an excited voice suddenly sounded in the broadcasting system that was reopened in the hangar. "We successfully shot down an enemy warship." Cheers followed. This time, the Empire dispatched 6 space battleships, and only 2 were left. The remaining enemy warships have been forced to leave the airspace above the battle zone of base number 5, and our ships have withdrawn from the pursuit sequence. This voice made many people in the hangar take off the protective helmets. Ji Xinghe knew they were safe, so he breathed a sigh of relief, but new problems suddenly emerged. What should Ji Xinghe do? Let the Heart Moon Fox return to base number 5 and send Ji Xinghe back. Ji Xinghe looked at the visual window on the helmet. With his eyes focused and the specific brain waves released, he completed the operation without using his hands. The position and course of the Heart Moon Fox all appeared in his sight. After being chased for a short time and then participating in the pursuit sequence of the Federal fleet, the Heart Moon Fox has appeared in the airspace more than 1,000 kilometers away from base number 5. It is closer to the Xinghe team being hunted, and its current course is exactly where the Xinghe team is. Colonel Ji Xinghe. When Ji Xinghe hesitated, Zhao Chengguang's voice rang in his ears. Because the current pursuers of the Galaxy Squad are very close to them, and the area where they are located is within the fire attack range of the main force of the Empire, we cannot rescue them by landing and taking them away. We want to send you and the Xinghe. You are going to drive to the designated combat area according to the original plan to support your Galaxy Squad. After that, we will cruise over your area and provide fire support to you and the Galaxy Squad. Colonel Ji Xinghe, may I ask, what is your order? Tu Yuan, who is listening, suddenly felt very hurt. Just now, when he was in the same communication channel with Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe hung up the communication without hesitation, and then Ji Xinghe also hung up the communication and found a place to sleep directly. It's okay for the grandfather and grandson to ignore him. Now, Zhao Chengguang, who he had just promoted, as the captain of the only 2 space battleships in his command sequence, actually ignored him as the supreme commander and took the initiative to ask Ji Xinghe's order. I thought I was dead? Tu Yuan still didn't give up. He expected Ji Xinghe to ask for his advice as a commander at this time. But Ji Xinghe really ignored him. Let's just leave it at that. Just like that? Just what? Someone asked you for an order, and you said just like that? This answer was not in accordance with the rules at all, and Tu Yuan had an urge to give Ji Xinghe some advice, but in the end he couldn't say anything. If life could only be like the first sight. Yes, Zhao Chengguang understood the meaning of let's just leave it at that, and ordered the Heart Moon Fox to approach the location of the Xinghe team, and then prepare to land in a safe area. They did not load an orbital airborne delivery platform, so they could only put Ji Xinghe down in this way. In the hangar, Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe with eyes full of expectation, and he knew what Ji Xinghe was expecting. When you grow up a little bit, I will take you with me, but if I grow up a little bit, the cockpit of Xinghe will not be able to accommodate both of us. After this battle, I will let your Uncle Shen modify Xinghe. In addition to the 12th generation core engine, there will also be tungsten steel alloy. Then Xinghe can be made bigger. Where can we get extra tungsten steel alloy? Aren't we using what we have to make new general armor for you, Grandpa? The Empire has it. They sent 3 Duke-class mechas this time, all of which use tungsten steel alloy. Grandpa will go and grab them back. Okay, Grandpa will go and grab them back, and then modify Xinghe. In the future, Grandpa and I will go together to grab them and give each of the uncles in the Xinghe team a mecha made of tungsten steel alloy. Then we will have to grab a lot. Have you forgotten that the Xinghe team is no longer a team now? With Grandpa here, we will definitely be able to grab enough. Besides, I'm also very strong. Yes, Xinghe is very strong. Xinghe is very strong when driving Xinghe. While the grandfather and grandson were talking, the Heart Moon Fox had successfully landed, and was 70 kilometers away from the location of the Galaxy team. This was a safe distance that the Empire could not detect. Ji Xinghe had already entered the cockpit of the Star Moon. He glanced at Ji Xinghe who was sitting in the safety chair and waved. Ji Xinghe sat up straight and saluted. She wanted to stand up, but Ji Xinghe had just told her not to unbuckle her seat belt and not to leave the side of Su He and Jin Hai and other mecha warriors. At this time, she was very obedient. The hatch finally opened, and the Star Moon Eye was in the lead, followed by 60 Federal mechas. They were going to support the Galaxy team with Ji Xinghe. From a certain perspective, they left the Heart Moon Fox to reduce the weight of the Heart Moon Fox. In addition to the burden brought by hundreds of captured Imperial mechas, the 30 mechas at base number 5 have already made the Heart Moon Fox reach its maximum load-bearing capacity. If the Heart Moon Fox had not dumped a large amount of ammunition before, It would have had problems in the pursuit and counter-pursuit high-altitude combat just now due to the heavy load. When the 61 Federal mechas began to run on the land of the alien planet, the Heart Moon Fox closed the hatch and took off again. Colonel Ji Xinghe, Zhao Chengguang's voice rang in Ji Xinghe's ears alone. We have recovered the final fortress and are repairing it. The light of divine punishment has cooled down and can be fired again. If you need it, please do not hesitate to give the order directly. Ji Xinghe glanced at the 60 Federal mechas following him, thinking of the 15 mountain-cutting mechas of the Xinghe team, and hesitated slightly. None of these mechas can block the light of divine punishment that does not distinguish between enemies and friends. If the light of divine punishment is used, it means that even their mecha electronic components will be destroyed. This time, the Empire sent 3 Duke-level mechas, which can block the light of divine punishment because they are made of tungsten steel alloy. So, Ji Xinghe thought of Ji Rongzhenai, who was in the Heart Moon Fox, and then spoke. I know, what about Zirui? Let him out. Yes, P.S. Today is the 30th, if the bosses still have monthly tickets, they will expire tomorrow. Chapter 389, Apply to start overclocking mode. Nanshaman Space Station. Kentvis, who had left the command center, looked at the screen in front of him and asked softly, Do you think I have a chance now? Tang Qiao, who was sitting opposite him, asked back expressionlessly. General, do you mean becoming a marshal, or Ji Xinghe? Both. You have always had the opportunity to become a marshal. Judging from the current situation, your chance is greater than before. There is no problem with Tu Yuan's command, but Ji Xinghe is still alive, so there is a big problem. Including the marshal's intervention in Tu Yuan's command, it will all help you. What about Ji Xinghe? Tang Qiao did not respond immediately, as if he was pondering and silent. Kentvis reminded, Now it's just you and me. Tang Qiao then spoke. There is a certain possibility, but this possibility can only last for 2.5 months, and it doesn't really mean much. Kentvis was silent. There are only 2.5 months left before Li Anbang steps down as marshal, and this time is also the time that some people promise to give Ji Xinghe an explanation. The reason for Kentvis' silence is obvious. He is related to some people. Tang Qiao, who knew this well, had an inseparable connection. What if I return all of Ji Xinghe's military merits to him? Kentvis asked unwillingly. 18 special merits. Hearing Kentvis' words, Tang Qiao suddenly fell into memories. Did Ji Xinghe already have 18 special merits? In the first battle of the 36th Grand Canyon, Ji Xinghe destroyed 3 imperial mechas and saved 2 federal mecha warriors, which was considered a second-class merit at the time. But because the blind man and the lame man who were saved by Ji Xinghe have now become ace mecha warriors, recalculating them into first-class merits, or even special merits, will not be questioned by anyone. Destroying 9 imperial mechas alone in the dust storm, special merit. The retrograde battle of the Heart Moon Fox's fall, special merit. In the second battle of the 36th Grand Canyon, the Empire's jump gate device was discovered, special merit. The second orbital airborne captured the Imperial Marcus Kaiserman, special merit. The challenge in front of the battlefield captured the Imperial Duke Bilrosi IV, special merit. In the dust storm, walking alone for thousands of miles, the lone brave achieved the reputation of being unparalleled and was awarded special merit. In supporting the Battle of B-72 Highland, he was awarded at least 3 special merits. In the Battle of the Final Fortress, he was awarded special merit. In the counterattack in the number 5 base war zone, there were 3 orbital airborne operations, 3 personal special merits and 2 collective special merits. In the battle that just ended, Ji Xinghe was able to get at least 2 special merits. Such a Ji Xinghe is about to start fighting again. How many special merits can he get? But these special merits did not bring due honor to Ji Xinghe, because all these merits were exchanged by Ji Xinghe for resources to build mechas. Both his rank of colonel and the organization of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps were based on the strength of Ji Xinghe and the members of the Galaxy Squad. If all these special merits were returned to Ji Xinghe. Kentvis pondered for a moment, and while Tang Qiao was still reminiscing, he said, What if I give Ji Xinghe a general rank? Tang Qiao suddenly laughed. General. Do you think that the marshal will not give Ji Xinghe a general rank before he leaves office? Yes, the marshal's current actions are very clear. He will let Ji Xinghe get the rank of Major General before he leaves office, just like Li Yuanba. After answering Tang Qiao's question, Kentvis added, But the rank I'm talking about is Lieutenant General, the same rank of Lieutenant General as Tu Yuan. Tang Qiao frowned. I don't think the gap between Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan is that big this time. We can make this gap bigger, but Ji Xinghe is from Longzhou. Longzhou people are from the Federation. We are from the Federation. We are all from the Federation, and the rank I gave him is a federal rank, General. You are training a competitor for yourself. Ha ha ha. I admit that Ji Xinghe is very strong, so strong that it makes me jealous, but I don't think he is qualified to be my opponent. Being strong at the tactical level and being strong at the strategic level are completely two different concepts. You mean, you want Ji Xinghe to be Tu Yuan's competitor? Yes, if Ji Xinghe gets the rank of general, he will be one of the two most capable lieutenant generals in Longzhou. Then why can Tu Yuan get the full support of Longzhou? You said that being strong at the tactical level and being strong at the strategic level are not the same concept. No matter how strong Ji Xinghe is, he is only strong at the tactical level, while Tu Yuan is truly strong at the strategic level. The Longzhou side is very clear about this, and Ji Xinghe himself is also very clear about this. Is it possible that I made him unaware? Is it possible that we made Ji Xinghe unaware himself? Tang Qiao was silent again, his brain working rapidly. Give Ji Xinghe a rank of Lieutenant General. Let him become the first Mecha warrior to get the rank of Lieutenant General in the Federation. Let the Galaxy team be proud of him, let Longzhou be proud of him, and let the Federation be proud of him. Let Longzhou have to pay attention to Ji Xinghe, because if they don't pay attention to him, we will pay attention to him. And the result of only us paying attention to him is that Ji Xinghe will get close to us and become Tu Yuan's direct competitor. Canvas nodded and added, Qin Tong, Harris, Li Lin, Wang Ji Yui, Sichuan 5 ace Mecha warriors are in the Galaxy team. There is also the one named Yu Ren, who has always wanted to join the Galaxy team. We can also transfer Jackson to the Galaxy team, plus Ji Xinghe, 8 ace Mecha warriors, or there will be more by then, such as the left-handed brother of the Galaxy team, and that Andre. Tang Qiao's eyes brightened and added, at least 10 ace Mecha warriors. We will return Ji Xinghe's military merits to him and let him get the rank of general. We will give him the resources that Longzhou is unwilling to fully support him, so that he can truly build the Galaxy Mecha independent core. We also have neural link technology, and their mountain chopping Mecha will be stronger. Yes, there is a saying in Longzhou. Canvas nodded and said, do your job when you are in your position. We will send Ji Xinghe to a position that is difficult for him to reach, and he will naturally have different ideas from before. Tang Qiao frowned and asked, but Ji Xinghe is a war faction, so what? Canvas laughed, if we can fight, I will also be a war faction. If we can't fight, and Ji Xinghe can't see the situation clearly and insists on fighting, then let him fight by himself, and then be beaten to death? Tang Qiao sighed in his heart. Canvas was able to become a 3-star general of the Federation, relying on definitely not only the support of those capitals. He did not ask what the Federation should do after Ji Xinghe and the Galaxy team with at least 10 ace Mecha warriors all died on the battlefield. Because he knew very well that if the time came when Ji Xinghe and others could be sacrificed in exchange for peace, then this peace would last until the next generation. Ji Xinghe and others would become history, the flame of the Federation's efforts to govern, and the heroic story that would support the next generation of the Federation in a deadly battle on an alien planet, supporting them to not fear life and death. For those in power, Ji Xinghe who can fight is not important, and Han Li, Jackson, Qin Tong, Harris and others who can fight are not important. Without mechas, they can't even stop bullets. Canvas's tone became a little regretful. With mechas, they can't withstand nuclear weapons, so they are important and unimportant to this war. Ji Xinghe resisted nuclear weapons. Tang Qiao didn't say what he was thinking, because he knew that Canvas would definitely say that it was because of general armor and the final fortress. So he said, if it's just ordinary firearms, at close range, Ji Xinghe is not afraid even if he doesn't wear armor. Canvas frowned. What are you talking about? There is a saying in Longzhou, within 7 steps, people are faster than guns. I have also heard a saying in Longzhou, 7 steps away, guns are faster than people. Within 7 steps, guns are accurate and fast. But he is Ji Xinghe, so what if Ji Xinghe? So what if he is not afraid of ordinary firearms within 7 steps? Canvas raised his eyebrows. Can he dismantle the mecha with his bare hands without the mecha? If he dismantles the mecha with his bare hands, it may be possible, because he is still a mechanic. Of course, the premise is that the mecha has no driver, or the driver is a child like Ji Rongzhenyu. Even Tang Qiao's trust in Ji Xinghe is limited to this, which only adds to Canvas's jokes. Canvas laughed and said, Then can he take a knife and chop up the Empire's space battleships? When Tang Qiao was speechless, Canvas's expression became serious. If you are willing to go to base number 5 and let Ji Xinghe agree to the title of general I give him, you don't have to stop that matter. Tang Qiao was silent for a long time. The value he showed these days was just an opportunity. Okay, I'll go. It was a bit strange that the two people believed that Ji Xinghe could survive and return to base number 5 before the battle with Ji Xinghe was over. They even directly believed that base number 5 could be defended for a long time, long enough for Tang Qiao, who had offended Ji Xinghe more than once, to convince Ji Xinghe. It was not surprising that Tang Qiao had such an idea. For some reasons, he had a blind trust in Ji Xinghe. It was not surprising that Canvas thought so. As he said, he admitted that Ji Xinghe was very strong and important, but for the entire strategic level, Ji Xinghe was not that important. He would only become his tool, just like Tang Qiao. When things were settled, the expressions of the two suddenly became strange. They looked at the holographic screen on Canvas's desk and didn't know what to say. Even though they had already confirmed that there would be no problems with Ji Xinghe, the development of the matter was still beyond their expectations. You leave immediately. Yes. Xinghe, my lord, I'm here. After the most serious logical conflict, Xinghe's level of anthropomorphism seemed to have improved significantly. After responding, she began to draw inferences from one example and supplement. I have turned off the combat recorder. No one can hear our conversation. The princess is still in the hangar of the Heart Moon Fox. Sui and Xinghe are on guard. Sui applied for a lifeboat for the princess and can enter it at any time. Ji Xinghe could also see this information. He was not amazed at Xinghe's inferences from one example, but acquiesced to this artificial intelligence program and had become an artificial intelligence life. What did you plan to do before? Xinghe hesitated for a moment before answering. Take the princess to the Empire. Ji Xinghe was not angry, and his tone was calm. Tell me what you think. Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain. I think the real goal of the Empire is to capture you alive, my lord. Even if Tu Yuan's order is executed, the Empire will use their mechas to protect you, my lord. Combined with the 6 imperial space battleships that appeared at that time, I think you will be captured alive by the Empire. There are 699 gold stars on my body, and there are 9 stars connected with 2 beads. Only your mecha is qualified to have such a paint job in the number 5 base war zone. The Empire must be aware of this. So, in this case, as long as I take the princess to find the main force of the Empire, I will have the opportunity to inform the princess of her identity, and I will be able to survive because of her identity. Both the princess and I will be able to survive and reunite with you. Then, obey your instructions. Ji Xinghe listened quietly, and asked, what if the Empire takes Xinghe as a hostage, to make compromise and endure hardships? Xinghe replied, as long as we can all survive, there is a chance. My lord, they know that you are very strong, but they don't know that the princess is very strong, and they don't know that I am very strong. Even if they take the princess as a hostage, they will give the princess a good life, because you are one of the most professional mechanics in the Federation, and I have a lot of federal data. Ji Xinghe raised his eyebrows slightly. So, in order for the 3 of us to survive, you did not hesitate to betray the Federation and let Qintong, Harris, the blind man, the lame man, and many others, all sacrificed because of our betrayal, the 3 of us. This statement made Xinghe very happy, and her tone was very serious. In war, it is impossible for no one to sacrifice. Everyone can sacrifice, but you and the princess cannot sacrifice. I firmly believe that her temporary betrayal is only for a better federation, only to destroy the Empire. For a better federation? To destroy the Empire. The princess said that if one day the Federation fails her and you, it is not the Federation's fault, but the fault of certain people. My betrayal can make certain people pay the price. Xinghe paused slightly, and did not hear Ji Xinghe's rebuttal, so she continued. The collapse from within is often more likely to destroy a country or a civilization than an attack from outside. If we break into the Empire, we will have the opportunity to make the Empire collapse from within. Therefore, my betrayal can destroy the Empire. Ji Xinghe was silent. The longer he was silent, the more nervous Xinghe became, because she saw clearly that Ji Xinghe brought a toolbox when he entered her cockpit. The mechanic's toolbox can be used to repair mechas or dismantle a mecha. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that the impulsive decision she made before was wrong and would harm Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe. Time passed by minute, and Ji Xinghe led the team to the direction where the Xing team was escaping. They ran in both directions, getting closer and closer. Ji Xinghe, who had been non-committal, suddenly asked, "It's time to start fighting. Will you come, or will I?" Xinghe was stunned by this question, and then ecstatic. "My lord, can I?" "You can try. Xinghe will not let you down." Xinghe, who couldn't get excited, but was no different from getting excited, turned on the battle mode. Her first battle is finally coming. The voice suddenly became indifferent, and the voice of analyzing the enemy situation sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears. 3 Duke-class Imperial Mechas and 9 Marcus-class Imperial Mechas. Team Xinghe has completed the numbering. The first priority target is the number 7 Marcus-class Imperial Mecha. The estimated time to destroy it is 3 seconds and 2. The second priority target is the number 9 Marcus-class Imperial Mecha. The estimated time to destroy it is 4 seconds and 6. Our mechas will gain an advantage when facing the enemy's 7 Marcus-class mechas. It is expected that the 3 Duke-class Imperial mechas will join forces to attack me. Colonel Qin Tong and Colonel Harris can temporarily block a Duke-class Imperial mecha together. In order to avoid greater casualties, I will face the siege of 2 Duke-class Imperial mechas alone. My lord, I apply for permission to start the overclocking mode at any time. Ji Xinghe was a little surprised. He actually didn't believe that Xinghe could do it. While hesitating, Su Chuanyan's voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel. "Fuck, Lao Ji, you are too powerful. They were scared away by you. What do you say? Should we chase them or not?" Xinghe looked at the 12 Imperial mechas that suddenly turned around, and was a little unable to accept it for a moment. Chapter 390 Because the mountain is there. Chase. Ji Xinghe's command made Xinghe happy again. As long as they can catch up, they can still fight, and they can let the Lord and the Princess see with their own eyes how strong they are. But the gap between the performance of the mechas was reversed this time. When the Imperial mechas chased the Galaxy team before, they could not catch up because of the gap in the performance of the mechas. Now, the 3 Duke-level Imperial mechas and 9 Marcus-level Imperial mechas are being chased by the Galaxy team and 60 Federal mechas. The performance of any of their mechas is not weaker than the mountain chopping level of the Galaxy team, and is more than 1 level stronger than the 60 Federal standard mechas. How can they catch up? Moreover, the Galaxy team, which only has 15 mountain chopping level mechas, dare not leave the 60 Federal standard mechas too far. They can fight after they have Ji Xinghe, but if they don't have the support of the 60 mechas, the end result will inevitably be the annihilation of the whole army except Ji Xinghe. In a one-on-one duel, only 4 people in the Galaxy team can fight the Marcus-class Imperial mecha on equal terms, and even Su Chuanyan, who was promoted to the ace not long ago, can't do it. What's more, there are 3 Duke-class mechas. Xinghe is not a general armor, and no one knows how powerful she is. Stop. When Ji Xinghe gave the order again, he had already completed the reunion with the Galaxy team, and the 60 Federal standard mechas began to slow down at a position of 150 meters behind them. This is a relatively safe distance. If they chase forward, they will be directly in the precise firepower strike range of the main force of the Empire. The difficulty of evasion will increase a lot. The 12 Imperial mechas they were chasing continued to rush towards their main force without looking back. Judging from their posture, they actually wanted to use the jump gate to leave here directly. Ji Xinghe, it's really terrifying, Su Chuanyan shouted again, as if he had completely forgotten that he was almost beaten by hundreds of people before. Quick, everyone, take a deep breath with me, and make our own contribution to global warming. 1, 2, 3, hiss. People did not blame Su Chuanyan, because everyone's tense emotions relaxed. In this battle, many people were ready to sacrifice. When their mecha performance was no longer superior, how could no one sacrifice? And now it seems that they don't have to sacrifice. Because they have never seen the stars and the moon. Qin Tong's voice sounded in the communication channel, analyzing the reason why the Empire mecha ran away without looking back when it had a clear advantage. They saw the gold star on Xinghe and knew that Xinghe was driven by Liuji, so they mistakenly thought that Xinghe was a brand new general armor. Liuji had a brand new general armor, and none of the 3 Duke-class Imperial mechas would be Liuji's opponent. Yes, the blind man added, Liuji can directly destroy one of them. With Liuji's help, I can replace a Duke-class mecha. With Liuji's help, my life can also be replaced by one. Su Chuanyan couldn't wait to say, Liuji, if they dare to look back, don't hesitate. As long as you replace a Duke-class mecha, my life will be worth it. This is the fact. The 3 Duke-class mechas thought that they would definitely die. And the 9 Marcus-class Imperial mechas thought so too. They are the great nobles of the Empire, so they are much more afraid of death than the citizens of the Federation such as the Galaxy team. And this kind of death does not have much meaning. Replacing a few ace mecha warriors of the Federation, destroying 20 or 30 standard mechas of the Federation, and then being wiped out, it is really not worth it for them. The value of the Imperial Duke, except for the 4 ace mecha warriors, has always been greater than the ace mecha warriors of the Federation. Now it may be 5 or 6. There is another core reason, which no one present knows except Ji Xinghe. These Imperial mechas dare not kill Ji Xinghe. They just know that Ji Xinghe is in a desperate situation and has no mechas. It is almost impossible to come to support, so they want to take the opportunity to grab military merit. They activated a jump gate. The information from the Heart Moon Fox made the Galaxy team's nerves tense again. Will there be many Duke-level Imperial mechas? The fact is of course impossible. The Empire does have many capable Dukes and many Duke-level mechas. But just like the Federation will never put all the ace mecha warriors into a battle in a war zone, the Empire will not do this either. Perhaps, it is because Ji Xinghe does not have such authority and courage. They're gone. 3 Duke-class Imperial mechas and 9 Marcus-class Imperial mechas are all gone, suspected, just suspected. Team Xinghe, please continue to stay where you are and be prepared to maneuver to avoid enemy firepower and wait for intelligence confirmation. The voice from the Heart Moon Fox was very excited. Team Xinghe and the 60 Federal mecha pilots behind them were also excited. They all knew what this meant. Everyone, Ji Xinghe's loud command sounded, be prepared for battle, yes, Kintong. Formulate tactics, yes, 15 Xianshan-class mechas, 60 standard mechas, and Ji Xinghe were there. What would happen when they encountered the regular main force of the Empire that was almost unprotected by the Imperial mechas? Tuyuan's extreme home exchange plan was able to continue. When the Heart Moon Fox finally confirmed that the 3 Duke-class Imperial mechas and 12 Marcus-class Imperial mechas had all left through the jump gate. In the name of Xinghe, we are invincible, charge. Amid the shouts, 76 Federal mechas moved with a roar. It is worth mentioning that Ji Xinghe did not make any operations against the mecha this time, because the mecha he was driving today did not require him to operate. Xinghe, whose eyes all released scarlet light, killed more cruelly than Ji Xinghe when facing the conventional forces of the Empire, and was more like a ruthless combat weapon. She was originally a war machine, and she could have been ruthless and righteous. Exceeding Ji Xinghe's combat efficiency, the speed of the 76 Federal mecha clusters charging was faster. Compared with Ji Xinghe, who was not good at team combat, after reconnecting to the network, he had a computing power far beyond the limit of human beings. The value of Xinghe in team cooperation combat also exceeded Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, sitting in the cockpit of Xinghe, inexplicably had a feeling that he had already laid down. The word lying down is rare for people of this era, but for the era when Ji Xinghe was born and young, it had become the life goal of most people for a long time. From this point of view, the sudden invasion of the Empire can be regarded as saving the Federation to some extent. Ji Xinghe does not like this feeling. Be down to earth, take one step at a time, and people always have to look forward. Even if you are standing still, no matter how hard you try, it doesn't matter, because standing still itself is to move forward bravely and live up to your life. If you only look at the results, everyone will die, and everything will be meaningless. The process is more important than the result in life. It is because of this belief that Ji Xinghe can truly live and learn until old age. So there is today, and the Federation has a legend, a living legend. Ji Xinghe, who is unwilling to lie down, began to learn in Xinghe's cockpit. He was learning Xinghe's fighting style and how Xinghe cooperated with his teammates during the battle. It was like Xinghe had been learning from him before. Learn by watching his battle videos, by controlling the wooden man to fight him, and by what he taught Ji Xinghe and other children, as well as those mecha warriors. They learn from each other and make progress together. Xinghe, my lord, I'm here. Will my talking to you affect your battle? No. If you want to listen to a story or chat with me, there will be no problem. I can also chat with Xinghe and tell her a story at the same time. No need to tell a story. I just want to tell you that there are some small problems with your maneuver just now. Please correct me, my lord. Can you replay your own combat record? Yes. Then let's review it. Yes. Fighting and replaying at the same time. This is a scene that has never appeared since humans have mechas. And the scene that has never appeared before is Xinghe, here, how did you do it? Why did you do this, Lord? Did I do anything wrong? No, just chatting. Okay, I am. When Xinghe finished answering, she suddenly had an idea and asked with some expectation, Lord, are you learning from me? Ji Xinghe subconsciously wanted to say no, thinking of the scene where Xinghe took Ji Xinghe away from base number 5 regardless of everything. The consequence of doing so might be that Xinghe was captured alive, studied, completely lost her freedom, or even killed in the true sense because of the great terror represented by her existence. So he said, yes, I am learning from you, Lord. This is the third greatest honor of my life. What are the first and second? The first is that you made me the princess's knight, and the second is that I have a lord like you. Don't flatter me. Let's continue. Yes. But I really didn't flatter me. Yeah, the smoothness of the battle was within everyone's expectations. When the anti-missile system of the main force of the number 3 Empire was partially destroyed by the Federal Mecha, the Federal firepower strike was already in place. This accelerated the pace of the Federation's Mecha warriors to kill the main force of the Empire, and also made the Federation's firepower strikes more fierce and accurate. Victory came as a matter of course. So far, the Empire's first full-scale attack on base number 5 has lost more than 350,000 troops, more than 900 mechas, 3 sets of valuable anti-missile systems, and a number of other weapons. It can be said that the loss was heavy. But the crisis of base No. 5 was not resolved because the Empire still had the main force number 1 with about 150,000 troops and 1,100 Empire mechas. Report, the Empire's jump gate device has been completely destroyed. The command center has confirmed that it is not worth collecting the fragments. This was an unexpected bad news. Old G, what should we do next? The Galaxy team did not seek orders from Tu Yuan, the highest commander of the base number 5 theater, but asked Ji Xinghe directly. The same was true for the Heart Moon Fox. They were ready to take the Galaxy team and 54 Federation mechas to wherever Ji Xinghe wanted to go. In the battle just now, 6 Federal mechas were destroyed and 5 Mecha warriors died on the spot. This is an inevitable loss. Their sacrifice accelerated the destruction of the Empire's main force number 3. So the time they gained should not be ignored. Ji Xinghe gave a decisive order. The Hard Moon Fox will immediately return to base number 5, unload the spoils and replenish ammunition. Yes, Ji Xinghe was a little unhappy because she knew that her grandfather mainly wanted the Heart Moon Fox to take her to the safer base number 5. But she didn't say anything. She didn't want to distract Ji Xinghe. Everyone, report the situation of your mecha. Yes, Xiangqi Yuan, prepare to drop the repair cabin and maintenance resources. If possible, land directly. I need the help of the mechanic. Okay, we can land. This is Tu Yuan's voice, and there is no joy or anger in his tone. Everyone follow me to move and prepare to rest on this spot. Yes, only by leaving the area where the Empire's main force has been destroyed can we rest with peace of mind. God knows whether the Empire has left any guidance devices. The Federation mechas that were moving heard Ji Xinghe's voice again while running. After we finish resting, we will move towards the Empire number 1 main force. Yes, Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan took a deep breath. I'm here. Contact Non-Shineman. I need to know if the 2 Empire space battleships can be led to the airspace above the Empire number 1 main force. Okay, a minute later, Tu Yuan's voice sounded. You can lure them over, then lure them over. What do you want to do? I want them to come down. I want those 1,100 Empire mechas to turn back. This is unlikely. From a strategic perspective, the Empire space battleships have lost their intention to attack. Their main goal now is to try to destroy our damaged space battleships, or try to rise into space, attracting multiple of our battleships to chase them for a long time, thereby affecting our Air Force's support for the surface war, Tu Yuan explained seriously. They can't land, and the 1,100 Imperial mechas can't turn back. They have already discovered the 290 mechas that set out from the base, but they have no intention of chasing them. So, their goal is very clear, which is to determine the exact location of the base, and then turn this war into a firepower confrontation between us and the Empire. After Ji Xinghe listened quietly, there was a brief silence. Just when Tu Yuan thought he had convinced Ji Xinghe and won over Ji Xinghe at the strategic level, and got back his ground, Ji Xinghe spoke calmly. They will land, they will turn back. Tu Yuan subconsciously wanted to question or explain more clearly, but the words were choked back in his throat. He asked with a red face, "Why?" "Because the mountain is there." The answer full of philosophical meaning made Tu Yuan have an impulse to get angry, but he didn't get angry, because he was facing Ji Xinghe. Li Anbang once said, "People should not speculate on God." He and Li Anbang both believed in this sentence, and both doubted this sentence, so they lost the only opportunity to question Ji Xinghe. So he thought seriously, and then understood. Ji Xinghe is that mountain. P.S. Let me say a few words about lying flat. When I wrote this book, I knew that the results would not be good, because it was too niche, because my writing style could not handle this subject matter. This is indeed the case. The first order was 400, and now the subscription ratio is exaggerated to more than 40 to 1. But I still have to write and work hard. Life is about trying and struggling. Thank you for the support of all the bosses. This book has won me the first Silver Alliance in my life, 5 Alliance Leader rewards, and the first Operation Officer. The number of rewards is more than the previous 3 books combined. There are also generous praises from all the bosses. This month, I have received 2,700 monthly tickets, and the theme song Heavenly Soldiers written by Shangwen Xianbing and sung by others. There's Ji Xinghe drawn by the boss himself, and the old Ji drawn by the Operation Officer Mo Yu, and so on. I have gained too much that should not belong to me. I can only say thank you to all the bosses for their support. I can only promise that I will not lie down and I will write well. May the efforts of all the bosses not be let down, and may we get better and better together. At the end of the chapter, there is a painting of an old horse that Mo Yu asked the painter to paint. Chapter 391, Wherever the stars lead, victory will follow. 70 federal mechas, after being overhauled by Ji Xinghe and the mechanics on the Kanshun, have all been restored to their peak condition. Ji Xinghe rejected the support of the 100 mecha warriors on the Kanshun and took his soldiers with him. Go forward courageously. They are all his soldiers, that's right. Even Tu Yuan, who is in the command center of the Kanshun space battleship, felt this way when he saw the 70 federal mechas that had just left the Kanshun and landed on the alien surface and began to run under the leadership of Ji Xinghe. Is this the charisma of a leader? Tu Yuan has always believed that some people are born with charisma and can become the king of children at a young age, such as Ji Xinghe. Some people have charisma after birth, such as Li Anbang, Li Yuanba, Lu Oiki, Kaidilin, and those generals who have been commanding in other war zones, mecha warriors who led their troops to fight, division commanders, regiment commanders, and battalion commanders of various arms. There are also some company commanders of heroic companies and platoon leaders of vanguard platoons. The charisma of a leader does not mean that one must command thousands of troops to possess it in many cases. The Federation has never lacked heroes who bravely charge into the face of the Imperial Army, just like Ji Xinghe has done many times. They don't even have mechas or weapons suitable for combat. All they have are bombs in their arms, and the calmness and courage to sacrifice themselves generously. If they can survive like Ji Xinghe, their leadership qualities will be truly demonstrated. But compared to Ji Xinghe, almost everyone, including Li Yuanba, has a certain gap in leadership qualities. The word gap may not be appropriate, and it should be described as different types. Before today, it was hard for Tu Yuan to imagine that Ji Xinghe could make Zirui disobey military orders, Zhao Chengguang ignore him as the supreme commander, and the 60 federal mecha warriors who landed on the Heart Moon Fox willingly become Ji Xinghe's soldiers. Even, he gave up the power to command Ji Xinghe. Even he was affected by Ji Xinghe's leadership qualities, and the performance of others did not seem strange. But why? After completing the troop transport mission assigned by Ji Xinghe, the ape space battleship flew high into the sky. It was originally the flagship of Tu Yuan, the highest commander of the number 5 base war zone, but its current mission is to act as Ji Xinghe's nanny. There is also the Heart Moon Fox, which is replenishing ammunition and unloading the spoils at the number 5 base, and will also serve as Ji Xinghe's nanny later. They are like Ji Xinghe's battleships, and their crew members are like Ji Xinghe's soldiers. This is really strange. From a factual point of view, Ji Xinghe is just a soldier, just a mecha warrior, and does not have such command authority, and does not have the ability to make people bow down. Why? Tu Yuan asked in a low voice. A young staff officer beside him instantly understood what he meant. Nearly 2 years ago, this staff officer heard Han Li's request for a favoritism and fraud with Tu Yuan, and went to Xinfeng City with Tu Yuan, met Ji Xinghe in the detention center, and witnessed Ji Xinghe's 10-kilometer long-distance run. Even though he knew that Tu Yuan was unwilling to let Ji Xinghe come to the alien planet, he still couldn't help but make a request for Ji Xinghe. "General, let him go to the alien planet front, even if it's just to take a look at the position that Ji Xinghe defended with his life." And now, he answered Tu Yuan's question. "Because confidence is the peak, General, I'm serious," Tu Yuan pondered. The staff officer hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, "If you have no soldiers, what can you do in this war?" Tu Yuan's confidence has fluctuated a little. The young staff officer continued to ask, "If General Li Yuanba and Colonel Han Li have no mechas and no logistical support, what can they do in this war?" Tu Yuan did not answer, and the staff officer continued. "I don't know the answers about you, General Li Yuanba, and Colonel Han Li, but I know the answer of Colonel Ji Xinghe. He will carry a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other, go to the battlefield to grab an imperial mecha, and then transform it into new general armor, and there is also the Galaxy Squad's Zanshin-class mecha. Even if they are all destroyed, Colonel Ji Xinghe can lead them to grab the resources they need from the Empire to rebuild this Zanshin. They grab what they lack, and use what they can make to fight. The general armor is named after him. The Galaxy Squad, no, it's the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. They are named after the galaxy, and they are destined to be immortal, even if there is a battle that requires them to sacrifice their lives. As long as Colonel Ji Xinghe, the Corps commander, is there, they will be able to bring victory in desperate situations. Even if the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps is reduced to a remnant company, as long as the Corps commander Ji Xinghe is still there, people will believe that the invincible Galaxy Mech Independent Corps will surely be reborn from the ashes, because they are a remnant company. And it was Colonel Ji Xinghe who brought them out of the abyss and gave them a new life like God loves the world. Who doesn't worry about being thrown into the abyss one day when they are on the battlefield? We say we won't abandon or give up, but do we really do that? Colonel Ji Xinghe didn't say that, but he did it. General, these are the confidence of Colonel Ji Xinghe and the firm belief he brings to people. The young staff officer's eyes gradually became fanatical. He pointed to the location of the Empire's #1 main force on the holographic projection screen in front of Tu Yuan, and said in a voice that even Tu Yuan would be infected. There was no mountain there originally, but when Colonel Ji Xinghe went there, a mountain appeared there. An empire cannot ignore a mountain that must be flattened. The mountain is the peak, and the galaxy is the peak. The empire cannot flatten that mountain, but that mountain can flatten the empire. Tu Yuan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up when he heard this. "In such an era, you actually think that Ji Xinghe can flatten the empire?" "General, it's not me who thinks so, it's Colonel Ji Xinghe who thinks so. It doesn't really matter whether he can do it or not. What's important is that he made me understand what confidence is the peak. He gave me a belief that I need, a belief that this war needs, and this belief is..." The young staff officer looked at Tu Yuan, who had an expressionless face, and the fanaticism in his eyes gradually disappeared. He knew that he had spoken out of turn today, but he hadn't finished what he wanted to say, so he continued. "Wherever the galaxy goes, victory will go." Tu Yuan was silent. He knew that this staff officer, who had been with him for many years and could be said to have been trained by him, no longer had his heart with him. This is completely different from Zirui, the captain of the Heart Moon Fox. He was never his subordinate from the beginning to the end, but was temporarily incorporated into his command sequence, just like Ji Xinghe. Many people think that Ji Xinghe is his man, and some ridiculous struggles have been triggered for this, but in fact, Ji Xinghe has never been his man. He is not Ji Xinghe's bowl either. Confidence is the peak. Such a Ji Xinghe does not need a bowl. Sooner or later, he will be able to shine with dazzling light and infect many people like this young staff officer, such as the blind man, the lame man, Qin Tong, Harris, people like them. Liu Mian, General, Ji Xinghe and the people of the Xinghe team set an almost impossible goal before. Do you know what it is? I know something, but I don't know which one you are referring to, General. They said they wanted to rob an imperial space battleship. The chances of achieving this goal are indeed very small, but it is not completely impossible. Zirui can't be the captain of the Federation fleet. Yes, Zhao Chengguang's ability is not inferior to Zirui, and the marshal will not change his orders every day. Zirui is not Colonel Ji Xinghe after all. If Ji Xinghe robbed an imperial space battleship, he would ask Zirui to be the captain. It is very likely that if the imperial space battleship that Colonel Ji Xinghe robbed was to belong to a Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps, it would be difficult for him to get support in this regard. He can only find Zirui, and he is willing to believe in Zirui. A battleship cannot have only one captain. Colonel Ji Xinghe can recruit people from the remnant company, Liu Mian. This was the second time Tu Yuan called the young staff officer by name, and the young staff officer finally realized Tu Yuan's intention. The tone was surprised. General, there is no strategic staff officer like you who is professionally trained and has rich experience in the remnant company. Liu Mian was silent for a moment before speaking. Yes, a space battle that can cause us casualties has not really happened for a long time. A battle like the one at base number 3 will transfer people like us at the last minute. Ji Xinghe will not transfer people like you. He will even bring you into a desperate situation. Tu Yuan looked into Liu Mian's eyes and asked, are you afraid? Liu Mian took a deep breath, held his head high, and looked directly at Tu Yuan. Wherever Xinghe goes, victory will follow. Okay, having said that, wait for the future. The future is actually not that far away. Report, the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps and the Heart Moon Fox Mecha Corps have been discovered by the main force of the Empire No. 1 and have encountered medium and long-range firepower attacks from the enemy. Report, the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps and the Heart Moon Fox Mecha Corps, all members are intact and are making a roundabout advance. Report, the Empire's No. 1 main force has abandoned its original marching route and turned to Mountain 0912. The General Staff believes that they want to hold the mountain. Report, two Imperial space battleships, blocked by our Northern Xuanwu Fleet and Southern Suzaku Fleet, have headed for the airspace above Mountain 0912. Report, the Empire Vanguard Mecha Corps has stopped advancing towards their base and is turning. Report, confirming that the Empire Vanguard Mecha Corps has changed its tactical target. The revised target is our Mecha Corps consisting of 290 mechas, tentatively named Xianzhen. The revised target is Mountain 0912, which the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps and the Heart Moon Fox Mecha Corps are about to arrive at. Report, two Imperial space battleships have made an emergency landing on 0912 Mountain, and formed a defensive network with the main force of the Empire No. 1. Our missiles have locked their takeoff path, and can achieve full coverage of long-range firepower strikes. Report, the Northern Xuanwu Fleet and the Southern Suzaku Fleet simultaneously announced that they will withdraw from the pursuit of the two Imperial space battleships and support our other battle zones. One report after another made the people in the Shenzhou space battleship, the Xinayuhu space battleship, the No. 5 base, and the Nanshanmen space station feel incredible. Why? Why did the Empire make such a troop mobilization? Why did Ji Xinghe know that they would do this? Even if their target was Ji Xinghe, even if Ji Xinghe was willing to use himself as bait, how could both sides firmly believe that the other party would cooperate without communication and confirmation? Soldiers are all about trickery. Doesn't the Empire know this truth? But the sudden mobilization of troops they made today almost put base No. 5 in a desperate situation. Tu Yuan was a little overwhelmed and almost made a big mistake. How could he not know? Tu Yuan guessed something, but he said nothing. Li Anbang may have guessed something, but he also said nothing. Because the reason is not important, what is important is, the mountain is there. Report, Colonel Ji Xinghe applied to temporarily incorporate the Heart Moon Fox Mecha Corps and the Array Mecha Corps into the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps, and he will be in full command. Tu Yuan confirmed without any hesitation. Give it to him. Yes. Report, Colonel Ji Xinghe has ordered that all members of the former Heart Moon Fox Mecha Corps will form the 1st Mecha Battalion of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, with Qin Tong, the ace Mecha Warrior of the Galaxy Squad, as the battalion commander, and 100 mechas will be transferred from the former Xianzhen Mecha Corps to the 1st Mecha Battalion. The number of mechas in the 1st Mecha Battalion is 155. Report, Colonel Ji Xinghe has ordered that the former Xianzhen Mecha Corps will form the 2nd Mecha Battalion of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, with Colonel Harris, the ace Mecha Warrior of the Galaxy Squad, as the battalion commander. The number of mechas in the 2nd Mecha Battalion is 161. Report, Colonel Ji Xinghe has ordered that all members of the former Galaxy Squad, except Colonel Qin Tong and Colonel Harris, will form the 3rd Mecha Battalion of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, with Colonel Li Lin, the ace Mecha Warrior, as the battalion commander, and Colonel Wang Jiyue, the ace Mecha Warrior, as the deputy battalion commander. The number of mechas in the 3rd Mecha Battalion is 23. Where is Ji Xinghe? Which battalion is he in? As soon as people's doubts appeared, the answer was born. Report, Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps, Corps Commander, Ace Mecha Warrior Colonel Ji Xinghe. Requesting the support of the translator Lieutenant Liu Yingzi, Tu Yuan, who had given Ji Xinghe the authority without hesitation, frowned when he heard this voice. He guessed what Ji Xinghe was going to do, so he hesitated, because he knew very well that Ji Xinghe was driving Xinghe at this time, not the new general armor. The first generation of Xinghe was made of discarded parts. On the day of its birth, many people were worried that it would fall apart directly during training, not to mention participating in actual combat. Ji Xinghe, who drove the second generation of Xinghe, can certainly fight, but is he that good at fighting? But that's Ji Xinghe. Let Liu Mian, the most valued staff officer around him, look straight into his eyes and say, where Xinghe goes, victory goes. Tuan took a deep breath, agree, yes. Liu Yingzi, who has been a translator for Ji Xinghe many times, finally waited for the call she had dreamed of. Then he began to translate Ji Xinghe's words. Report, Colonel Ji Xinghe applied for a drone call. The content is, the communicator's report suddenly paused, and then he shouted hysterically. I am Ji Xinghe, I am here, I give you 3 hours, if you want to die, line up, come one by one. P.S. Extra chapter for the second leader rewarded by 9 Chuan Boss, June 6th. There's still one more leader and 1 silver leader to add more chapters. Why? My chapters are all big chapters of about 4,000 words. Isn't this shooting itself in the foot? I am in pain and happy. If the Hall Master adds 1 chapter and the leader adds 6 chapters, how many chapters will the Silver League add? 9 Chuan Boss. I say a number, just add 66 chapters, okay? The above PS word count is free of charge. I just found out that the PS word count of the previous chapter earned a penny from the bosses. Please don't blame me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Longing for the Moon and Stars BGM. The barren mountain numbered 0912 was lying on the alien land like a vulture that had eaten too much. Under the not-so-bright blue sky, 150,000 Imperial troops were stationed here. The anti-missile weapons systems they carried had formed a dense defense network with the 2 Imperial space battleships that landed on the barren mountain. If the Federation wanted to forcibly bombard this Imperial position, the firepower value it needed to invest would far exceed the benefits of annihilating these 150,000 Imperial troops and destroying the 2 Imperial space battleships. Just like the previous B-72 high ground and the Empire. With logistics supplies completely lagging behind the Empire, the Federation had to save ammunition in most cases of wars on alien planets. This is the role of mecha warriors. The destruction of the anti-missile weapons system of the enemy position can save the Federation a lot of ammunition. The attack on the enemy artillery position can greatly reduce the casualties of the Federation's conventional forces. But at this moment, the Federal Mecha Corps in the Vulture Mountain battlefield did not have the ability to forcibly attack. Even if this corps is the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps led by Ji Xinghe. The 1st Mech Battalion is temporarily incomplete, the 2nd Mech Battalion has not arrived, and half of the 3rd Mech Battalion has not arrived. There are only 70 mechas led by Ji Xinghe. They can't break through the already formed Imperial fire blockade, and there are already 200 Imperial mechas running out of the 2 Imperial space battleships. About 120 kilometers away from Vulture Mountain, 270 Federal mechas temporarily incorporated into the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps are being chased by 1,100 Imperial mechas. The Federation has no advantage at all in the Vulture Mountain battlefield. Including the Ape, Heart Moonfox, Base Number 5, Nanchaman Space Station, and various Federal fire output platforms controlled by these military units, they are ready to carry out full coverage fire attacks at all costs. It is necessary to save ammunition, and it is also necessary to win this local war, because it is related to the life and death of Base Number 5. The account is easy to calculate. If the precise coordinates of Base Number 5 are exposed, the medium and long-range firepower strikes that the Empire will launch will be enough to make the Federation consume more ammunition for defense. The strategy of abandoning Base Number 5 is not cost-effective at this time point. Base Number 3 has been destroyed, and Base Number 6 is barely holding on. If Base Number 5 is also destroyed, the Federation will only have 3 bases left on the alien planet. That means that the Federation really can't hold on. Considering the large amount of troops and firepower lost by the Empire in the process of conquering the 3 bases of the Federation, peace talks may become a matter of course. After all, the Federation still has a large number of nuclear weapons, and the Empire must not be willing to fight to the death with the Federation. But some people are unwilling to negotiate. The power of an individual is actually insignificant in such a form of war. Even if there is the courage of 10,000 men, facing the endless Imperial army, it is impossible to kill a clear world. How can a mortal body withstand the overwhelming missiles? When Liu Yingzi's voice sounded through the drone on the Imperial position on the Vulture Mountain battlefield, those who were ready for fire strikes finally knew what Ji Xinghe was going to do. People did not offer suggestions or give orders, but just looked at the Empire's position on Vulture Mountain with mixed emotions, guessing the Empire's reaction. Unexpected, yet reasonable scenes appeared. An Empire's engineer vehicle broke away from the Empire's Vulture Mountain position, and on the plain just east of Vulture Mountain, it left a circular gully while driving. The diameter is about 300 meters. It looks like an arena. The center of this arena is 2 kilometers away from the Vulture Mountain Empire's position, and it is also 2 kilometers away from Ji Xinghe's Galaxy Mecha Independent Core. When the circular arena gully was about to be surrounded, 20 conventional Empire standard mechas broke away from the Empire's position one by one, keeping a distance of about 100 meters from each other. The frontmost Empire mecha arrived at the edge of the arena and stopped, and the last Empire mecha was only about 100 meters away from their position. The people who were waiting finally confirmed that the Empire accepted the challenge launched by Ji Xinghe. They lined up as Ji Xinghe said, ready to come one by one. Different people have different opinions. Some people saw the Empire as an invader and evidence of civilization. They had unprecedented confidence in the long-awaited peace talks. Some people were excited and helpless. Even if Ji Xinghe used this method to buy the Federation 3 hours of time on the Vulture Mountain battlefield, what would it be? After 3 hours, firepower was still needed to resolve the Vulture Mountain War. Some people were worried that Ji Xinghe, who was driving Xinghe, could really hold on for 3 hours. He hadn't rested for more than 2 days. Even if the Empire had been sending out conventional standard mechas, this was a 3-hour round-robin battle. Human physical fitness always has limits. Moreover, how could the Empire only use conventional standard mechas to fight? There were also many people whose eyes were completely fanatical. Even if the battle had not yet begun and the outcome was not yet determined, when they saw Xinghe, driven by Ji Xinghe, break away from the Galaxy Mecha Independent Core and run to the edge of the ring, they had already entered a state of fanaticism. The power of an individual is limited, but when the power of an individual can affect many, many individuals, the power they can burst out is infinite. Ji Xinghe is not alone. Behind him is Sichuan, standing 200 meters away from him. Behind Sichuan is Andre, and behind Andre is the lame man, the deaf man, the left hand. The distance between them is 200 meters. This scene of change did not make the Empire give up the challenge in front of the battle, where they had an absolute advantage. The long-lost voice of Ji Xinghe sounded on the Imperial engineer vehicle, parked at the edge of the ring. Ji Xinghe, I have to admit that your strength exceeds my previous understanding of you, it was said in Longzhou dialect. This made Lieutenant Liu Yingzi, the translator who was connected with Xinghe, inexplicably a little lost. But Ji Xinghe did not respond. He inserted the spear in his hand into the ground, and then pulled out the 2 tungsten steel gold swords on the Xinghe weapon mounting point and threw them casually to the middle of the ring. The 2 swords shot away in the air, and the tips of the swords were steadily inserted into the ground, showing incredible mecha control capabilities. Ada Kang, who was on the Mountain of Guts, was surprised again when he saw this scene. Ji Xinghe was very familiar with this federal mecha with a special shape. It thought of a word it learned when learning the Longzhou language, like using one's arm to use one's fingers. But why has it never been seen before that Ji Xinghe drove this mecha? When was this mecha built? How much time did Ji Xinghe have to drive it, and what is its performance level? I can't figure it out, but it doesn't matter, it has a long time to test it out. Looking at Ji Xinghe again, he raised the tungsten steel gold spear that he had lost and recovered before, standing solemnly. Ada Kang's tone became serious. 3 hours, if you leave this arena within these 3 hours, the 1,100 mechas will rush directly to your base. As soon as the voice fell, the Imperial mechas chasing the 270 Federal mechas suddenly stopped running. Their existence and movements are the guarantee that this unprecedented challenge can be completed. Okay, Ji Xinghe agreed without hesitation, and at the same time ordered the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps to continue to complete the assembly. 270 federal mechs that did not stop running continued to move forward, but this time they were not running away. A Dekang, who noticed these situations, suddenly became extremely curious. It asked, if you are still alive after 3 hours, what will you do? It's the same as if you dare to kill me, and it's the same as if you are willing to kill me. Ji Xinghe did not expose a Dekang's words, and the purpose was the same as the reason why a Dekang deliberately said this. One person and one gorilla, there is some tacit understanding. If you dare to come, I will continue to stand here after 3 hours, a Dekang frowned. It couldn't understand why Ji Xinghe could have such confidence, even if he had the power of Ki and his physical fitness reached a level that humans and ordinary gorillas could not reach. But what is the concept of 3 hours of uninterrupted fighting? Another premise that cannot be ignored is that in these 3 hours of round-robin battles, Ji Xinghe must ensure that his mech is not damaged. Because according to the agreement, he could not leave the ring during these 3 hours, and he had no time to repair his mecha. In order to ensure that the mecha is not damaged, the battle must be done with all one's strength, and the physical strength and energy consumed will be greater. Is it because the performance of this mecha is very strong? Ada Kang can only guess this way. You are not worthy of fighting with me, it said stubbornly, but my guards have some ideas about you. If you are still alive after 3 hours, maybe I will let my guards kill you. As soon as Ada Kang's words came out, it suddenly fell silent, because it found that it inexplicably believed that Ji Xinghe could hold up these 3 hours of round-robin battles. Don't talk nonsense if you don't dare to come. Ji Xinghe was too lazy to talk to Ada Kang, stepped into the ring with a gun, and stood in the center of the ring without hesitation. This also means that he gave up the charge distance that can be used to accelerate. Ada Kang, who fell into self-doubt, took a deep breath and ordered. Countdown, start. The same voice also rang in many places in the Federation. And a 3-hour countdown appeared on countless large and small screens. The Imperial mechs started moving. 20 Imperial mechs started moving at the same time. Except for the first Imperial mech at the edge of the ring, all the other Imperial mechs moved forward 100 meters. And another Imperial mech left the Imperial position and appeared 100 meters away from the position. At this time, 21 Imperial mechs had already made a posture to join the battle. Their movements looked very neat and brought pressure to many people. Compared with these Imperial mechs, the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps was much farther away from Ji Xinghe and had much fewer numbers. But they didn't need to move. This gap meant that Ji Xinghe would not feel any pressure at all. In fact, Ji Xinghe really had no pressure at all, and was even a little bored. He hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Xinghe, how about I go first? In this very short time, the first Imperial mech had completed the acceleration and rushed to a position 10 meters in front of Xinghe. The bayonet in its hand had been raised, and it launched its full strength attack in its lifetime without hesitation. Xinghe, who stood solemnly, seemed to be affected by Ji Xinghe's sudden question, and only then did she move. With a simple step forward and sideways, she thrust the spear in her hand straight out. At the same time, Xinghe's response sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears, and her tone was a little aggrieved. My lord, we have an agreement. Before the voice fell, the spear made of tungsten steel gold had already broken through the protective armor of the Imperial mecha and pierced into its cockpit. It seemed that the Imperial spear could hit Xinghe's fat body by a hair's breadth, but in fact it missed by 1,000 miles. Its body in the charging state continued to run towards Xinghe's side under the force applied by Xinghe on the spear in its hand. It was as if it actively cooperated with Xinghe to pull out the spear that was immersed in its cockpit. The victory or defeat was decided. It took only 5 seconds. No one was surprised by the scene, and neither was the gorilla. Ji Xinghe was not surprised. He looked at the second Imperial mech that had already rushed into the arena, and the more conventional Imperial mechs that were lined up, and felt more and more bored and itchy. He faced the aggrieved Xinghe and coughed dryly. Well, isn't 3 hours a bit too long? Xinghe was not disturbed by Ji Xinghe. This was much easier than fighting and reviewing the battle before. She knew that Ji Xinghe was bored, so she suggested. Lord, how about I tell you a story? If you don't like listening to stories, I can sing a song for you. I heard that BGM has unlimited bonuses for combat effectiveness. If you are really bored and don't want to listen to my stories or sing, Xinghe hesitated for a moment, and destroyed another Imperial mech. She fired again when the third Imperial mech rushed in front of her. and mustered up the courage to speak. "Lord, can you sing a song for me?" Chapter 393, Below the Duke, All Our Ants. Ji Xinghe did not sing for Xinghe, but some lyrics suddenly appeared in many people's minds. "Look at the stars, 1, 2, 3, 4 stars in a line. Twinkle, twinkle, little stars, the ground is full of little stars. The stars light up, illuminate my future, use a little light to warm people's hearts." All the lyrics that come to people's minds are related to the stars, because in their sight, there are golden stars all over the ground. Time, just 10 minutes have passed. The number of imperial mechas that have been destroyed has reached 60, an average of 1 every 10 seconds. Even before today, everyone knew that Ji Xinghe's strength exceeded the limit of human beings, and never thought that they could witness such a miracle with their own eyes. Inexplicably, many people suddenly had an idea that went against their ancestors. Thank the Empire for its cooperation. 860 gold stars. Colonel Ji Xinghe's personal cumulative number of gold stars has reached 860, of which 9 represent the big gold stars of the Duke-level Imperial Mecha. This report sounded in many places, and it was completely nonsense. All those who could hear this voice were paying attention to this unprecedented challenge. Each of them was very clear, and everyone knew that before the battle began, Ji Xinghe had already obtained 800 gold stars. Of course, not everyone knew that the reason why Ji Xinghe had 800 gold stars was because of Ji Rong's ignorance, and because Ji Xinghe said he wanted to make it up. That's not important. What's important is that everyone firmly believes that Ji Xinghe has the strength to get 1,000 gold stars. If the Empire is willing to cooperate, Ji Xinghe will be able to have 1,000-star armor today, and the Federation will have a second 1,000-star armor. 10 minutes, 60. 3 hours? 1,080. The known Vulture Mountain Empire position and the Imperial Vanguard Mech Corps between Vulture Mountain and Base Number 5 have a total of 1,330 mechas. So the question is, how many mechas will the Empire have left after 3 hours? People finally understood why Ji Xinghe launched such a challenge before the battle. The answer to the question that Ada Kang asked before is already very obvious from the current situation. 3 hours later, what will Ji Xinghe do? He will lead the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, with an absolute advantage in the number of mechas, to sweep across the Empire's positions on Vulture Mountain, solve the crisis of Base Number 5, and bring the Federation an unprecedented victory. A comeback against the sky. Then the question is again, will the Empire give Ji Xinghe such an opportunity? After losing 60 mechas, the Imperial mechas lined up did not stop charging. The speed at which they rushed to the ring one by one was no different from before. From a mathematical point of view, this is undoubtedly a good thing. But from a factual point of view, this scene has made many people worried. On average, one Imperial mech is broken every 10 seconds, and the Imperial mechas that keep rushing into the ring have never given Ji Xinghe time to rest. In such a high-intensity battle, even if they are facing all conventional Imperial standard mechas, how many people can hold on for 3 hours? No one knew the answer before today, because no one had ever thought that such a battle would happen on an alien planet. But when Ji Xinghe fought for 10 minutes and continued to fight, people began to seek answers. In a high-level temporary communication channel established by the General Command Center of the Federation Nanchunman Space Station, 67 people flocked in. The General Star shines. But none of those who have the General Star spoke, only a staff officer asked for them. Lieutenant Colonel Sichuan, how long do you think you can hold on? The question was not clear, but those who heard the question could understand what the staff officer, or the generals, were concerned about. On the entire alien battlefield, Sichuan, the Federation's new ace mecha warrior closest to Ji Xinghe, answered without any hesitation. If I were driving my Numa General, I could hold on for half an hour, but at most 10 minutes, I couldn't destroy an Imperial standard mecha every 10 seconds on average. The staff officer didn't ask more questions and threw the question to the next Federation ace mecha warrior. Colonel Wang Jiyue, same as Sichuan. Colonel Li Lin, same as Sichuan. Colonel Qin Tong, 40 minutes, the prerequisite is the same as Sichuan. Colonel Harris, same as Qin Tong. The 5 ace mecha warriors of the Xinghe team answered in turn, and their answers did not satisfy the generals. Because if Ji Xinghe can only hold on for 40 minutes, this challenge will not have any meaning. This actually takes into account Ji Xinghe's personal strength. After all, Ji Xinghe drives Xinghe instead of Hanshin. Li Ambang's voice sounded. Those who are not as good as Harris, don't need to answer. Those who think they are better than Harris, say it yourself, the staff added. Take this Hanshin-class mecha as a reference, and say how long you think you can hold on. A young voice sounded, and he asked, can you refer to the Hanshin-class mecha equipped with a neural link operating system? Yes, the young voice immediately said, I am Yu-Ren, I can hold on for an hour. This answer made Sichuan and others a little excited, and a little helpless. According to Ji Xinghe's previous arrangement, their mechas should now be transforming the neural link operating system. Referring to Yu-Ren's understanding of their own combat power, Sichuan and others naturally thought that if their mechas were completed and they adapted to the new mecha driving technology, their strength can be significantly improved. Sichuan, the blind man, and the cripple, who were said by Ji Xinghe to be able to only fight the imperial should have no problem fighting the imperial Marcus. Qin Tong and Harris, who were said by Ji Xinghe to be able to only fight the imperial Marcus, can definitely try to fight the imperial Duke. But the Empire did not give them such an opportunity, and they didn't know if they still had such an opportunity. This sudden communication meeting has already shown that the Federation is not willing to completely trust Ji Xinghe. They are trying to get more intelligence and then make the final decision on the Vulture Mountain battle. When the 5 ace mecha warriors of the Galaxy team were thinking, a relatively familiar voice sounded in the communication channel. I'm Jackson, 1.5 hours, then another voice that they were more familiar with sounded. I'm Han Li, 1 minute longer than Jackson. If the level of this communication conference was not very high, everyone knew that no one would joke in such an occasion. Someone would definitely think that Han Li did it on purpose. In fact, Jackson, who was watching the battle and participating in the meeting, was already glaring at Han Li beside him. If they were not defeated, they would have fought by now. I'm Ravik, 1.5 hours. This voice made many people stunned. Ravik, the strongest ace mecha warrior in Bear State, actually thought that his strength was about the same as Han Li and Jackson. I'm Caitlin, 1 minute longer than Ravik, another Caitlin, who is as famous as Ravik and was called the strongest mecha warrior in Eagle State, seemed to be learning from Han Li. It seemed that he was using this extra minute to prove that he was still the strongest mecha warrior in Eagle State, and Jackson was only second. Both answers were surprising. In people's cognition, Ravik and Caitlin should be stronger than Han Li and Jackson. The Federation currently has only 3 mechas equipped with nuclear fusion reactors, 2 of which are in the hands of Ravik and Caitlin. The one in Ji Xinghe has not been built yet, so it does not count. Han Li and Jackson, who have already completed the construction of the exclusive mechas for ace fighters, do not have nuclear fusion reactors. This cognition has been proven. Li Anbang couldn't help but asked, why? Ravik and Caitlin were about to answer, but were stopped by a voice. This sounded full of magnetism, with its own reverberation, like the voice of the voice actor more than the mecha warrior, and it was familiar to all the mecha warriors in the Federation. Because 91 minutes is the limit of this Hanshin-class mecha in this kind of battle, Li Anbang is the person in the Federation who is most familiar with this voice, and he is also the first person in the world to hear this voice speak. The sentence only has 2 words. Li Anbang asked softly, what about you? Between 2.5 hours and 3 hours, the person who just said the limit is 91 minutes, in the blink of an eye, said that he can fight like this for 2.5 hours, and possibly 3 hours. Calculated at 2.5 hours, it was 1 hour longer than the strongest mecha warrior in Xiongzhou, Luo Wiki, and 59 minutes longer than the strongest mecha warrior in Yingzhou, Caitlin. But no one questioned it. Because the person who spoke was Li Yuanba, the first ace mecha warrior in the Federation to possess the 1,000-star armor and the first to obtain the title of general. Before today, he was the undisputed strongest in the Federation. No one questioned it, but some people were curious about the reason for this gap. Why? It was still Li Anbang, and only he could ask this question. If others asked it, it would be disrespectful to Li Yuanba. Compared with Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba's family background is red, and he has greater advantages in some aspects. In some aspects, there are disadvantages that Ji Xinghe does not have. Because of the record, because of confidence, because of the fighting style, Li Yuanba's answer paused slightly, and then he said, there is a sentence that Ji Xinghe said that I like very much. Their fear is our strength, but this power is not something that everyone can have and can be used to the greatest extent, so, only you and Ji Xinghe have this power? Many people knew for the first time that in Li Yuanba's heart, Ji Xinghe could already be compared with him, so they were amazed. Tu Yuan held back and didn't say anything. He actually wanted to say, Li Yuanba himself admitted that he couldn't beat Ji Xinghe. What does this mean? As if he had heard his voice, Li Yuanba asked again, do you think Ji Xinghe can hold on for 3 hours? When people heard this question, they were amazed again. Li Yuanba did say that he could fight like this for at least 2.5 hours, and it is possible to fight for 3 hours. But there is a premise that the reference is to drive the Zhanshan class mecha. The mecha driven by Ji Xinghe is only Xinghe. There is a clear performance gap between Xinghe and Zhanshan. Just looking at the core engines used by the two, one is the 11th generation and the other is the 12th generation, which can already explain the problem. Li Yuanba, who drives Zhanshan, doesn't dare to say that he can fight like this for 3 hours 100%. Why does Li Yuanba still ask this question when Ji Xinghe is driving Xinghe? Could it be? It's very likely, Li Yuanba replied, he is fighting and also gathering strength. His strength will become stronger. Li Yuanba's answer shocked everyone and also raised a question. Li Yuanba asked almost everyone's question. What about physical fitness? Ji Xinghe also said something. Li Yuanba seemed to know Ji Xinghe very well. He said, don't believe in the limit. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. People have become numb. Li Yuanba pondered for 3 seconds before speaking again. So, we don't have to do anything, if it's always like this. Yes, you don't have to do anything. The Federation's highest level meeting on the alien planet turned into father-son dialogue. The result of this dialogue between the father and son will determine the direction of the Vulture Mountain War and the number 5 base war zone. It's a bit absurd. Just like the battle that is happening on Vulture Mountain. In a war that concerns the survival of 2 intelligent civilizations, both the Federation and the Empire have space battleships and nuclear weapons, and have invested tens of millions of troops. It actually needs to rely on the strength of a single soldier to decide the outcome of a key battle. This may not be described as absurd, but they are indeed happening. What are the changes that require us to do? They sent out Duke-level Imperial mechas. What if they continue to improve the strength of the mechas participating in the battle? Conventional level, Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis? Will Ji Xinghe's physical strength be consumed faster, as if to make Li Yuanba's questions more targeted? On the arena of the Vulture Mountain battlefield, an Earl-level Imperial noble mecha appeared. It lined up and rushed towards Ji Xinghe. Its corpse lined up next to Ji Xinghe. No, Li Yuanba's answer was only heard in the communication channel at this time. He said, below the Duke, everyone is an ant. Chapter 394 Aida Kang's Trump Card. 30 minutes, 150 Imperial mechas. Ji Xinghe's destroying efficiency is declining, but people are not disappointed with him, because among the 150 Imperial mechas, there are 17 noble mechas, including an Earl-level Imperial mecha. They all appeared between the 21st and 30 minutes, and before they appeared, Ji Xinghe's destroying efficiency always remained at the level of 1 Imperial mecha every 10 seconds. Considering that it takes several seconds to rush from the edge of the ring to the center of the ring, where Ji Xinghe is, Ji Xinghe's destroying efficiency made everyone speechless. People with fanatical eyes became more fanatical, and people with complicated eyes gradually became fanatical. The ring with a diameter of 300 meters is already full of the remains of the Imperial mechas. The only unobstructed road is from the Imperial position to the center of the ring, as if deliberately leaving enough distance for the Imperial mechas to charge so that they can die faster. The Imperial mechas lined up finally stopped charging. The Imperial engineer vehicle that did not leave stopped moving those Imperial mechas. Ada Kang's voice sounded. Ji Xinghe, your strength has earned my respect. I have decided to give you about 15 minutes to rest, my lord. I don't want to rest. Quickly reject this dog gorilla. Xinghe's somewhat anxious voice followed closely. She called Ada Kang from Ji Rongzhanayu. As if she was afraid that Ji Xinghe, who was reading the mechanical repair information related to the space battleship, didn't know the current situation. Xinghe added. They don't have so many mechas in Vulture Mountain. It's not sure whether there are jump gates in the 2 Imperial space battleships, but even if there are, it won't use it now. It is drawing mechas from their vanguard mecha core. We can't give them time to breathe. 15 minutes can destroy many mechas. Ji Xinghe listened to Xinghe's explanation and spoke calmly. Ada Kang, do you want to break my momentum, soldier? Go to Lieutenant Liu and let her translate. Yes, after Liu Ying's translation, Ada Kang understood. So what? For 3 hours, I can fight however I want, and I can let anyone I want fight you. Even if I send out a dog, do you dare to leave the ring? Ji Xinghe really didn't dare. He had only guessed before that Ada King knew that Ji Xinghe was in base number 5, so there was this challenge before the battle. Ada King agreed and threatened to attack base number 5, confirming Ji Xinghe's guess. In fact, there is no need to wait for 15 minutes, Ji Xinghe's voice was very calm, as if he had not just experienced 30 minutes of high-intensity fighting. You should know very well that there is actually no difference between 3 minutes and 15 minutes, I will wait a few minutes if I want, as long as you are happy. I am indeed very happy. Ada King, the highest commander of the empire on the alien planet, seemed to have nothing else to do, and actually chatted with Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, you can actually keep moving in these 15 minutes. Your human body is very similar to ours. After a high-intensity battle, if you suddenly stop, your body will enter a resting state uncontrollably. It is difficult to make your body active again. I haven't had enough fun yet, and I don't want to see you die too early. Ji Xinghe ignored Ada King. After discovering Ada King's true intention, he continued to look at the mechanical repair information about the space battleship. He should be able to use it today and in the next few days. At the same time, he explained to Xinghe, who was somewhat unwilling. It's right. It thinks I'm driving you, so it wants to make me weaker in this way. Xinghe realized that the reason she had just analyzed was not the correct answer, so she was no longer anxious. Standing motionless in the center of the ring, she asked curiously while the technology silenced her conversation with Ji Xinghe to prevent others from hearing it. What is momentum? In short, it's momentum. Ji Xinghe stopped studying. He couldn't teach seriously while studying seriously. This may be one of the obvious differences between humans and artificial intelligence life. The first push is the best, the second is weaker, the third is exhausted. Xinghe searched for the explanation of this sentence and the meaning of momentum at the first time, and she began to think. The powerful computing ability did not make her understand instantly, because some things cannot be calculated. Just like Ji Xinghe's fighting style, Han Li and Jackson have already understood it, but the blind man, the lame man and others who have been with Ji Xinghe for a longer time, after listening to Ji Xinghe's most straightforward explanation, still can't do the same. Ji Xinghe knew this, so he continued to explain. You have watched a lot of battle videos before. You know the performance parameters of almost all imperial mechas, the fighting styles of those gorillas, and the fighting styles of all our mecha warriors. In theory, you will be able to find effective ways to deal with any attack from imperial mechas in the first place. This is the main reason why you were able to fight so beautifully in this battle. But have you discovered that the imperial mechas you face today are much weaker than you calculated, or than you expected? Moreover, they are getting weaker and weaker. Xinghe replied in thought, yes, they are much weaker than I expected. Is it because they are afraid of me? Yes, they are afraid of you. Ji Xinghe nodded slightly, as if he was really facing Xinghe. They were afraid from the beginning. They were afraid of the gold stars on your body, and the me represented by those gold stars. So they couldn't exert their full strength. They knew they couldn't beat me and knew they were cannon fodder to die, so they just wanted to die quickly. After that, they were afraid of those imperial mechas that had been broken. Among those imperial mechas, there were many gorillas who had the courage to fight to the death, but they all died in front of those gorillas later. So, the more you kill, the more afraid they are, and the more afraid they are, the weaker they are. Is this my momentum? Xinghe seemed to understand. The purpose of the dog gorilla attack and choosing a temporary truce is to break the momentum I am constantly accumulating. Yes, and the reason it just said, then it really wasted its thoughts. Yes, it was wasting its thoughts. Xinghe's battle does not require momentum, but today's conversation about momentum has a profound impact on Xinghe. Ada King could never have imagined that it was not facing Ji Xinghe today, but an artificial intelligence life that would not have physical problems as long as it had enough energy. Xinghe was designed to take Ji Xinghe away from the beginning. It is more powerful than Xianchen and Ji Xinghe in terms of endurance. 3 hours is more than enough. So it was really a waste of time for Ada King to use 15 minutes to make Ji Xinghe's body tired. Ji Xinghe, are you dead? Ada King saw that Xinghe had been motionless and Ji Xinghe did not speak, so he could not help asking. It was actually a little afraid that Ji Xinghe would suddenly die. Judging from the current results, its command of the battle in the number 5 base war zone today can be said to be a mess. But it is not worried about being punished. In order to capture Ji Xinghe alive, the Emperor of the Empire gave it such a great authority that the Federation could not imagine. But if Ji Xinghe died like this, then it would be like this in its life. It is impossible to maintain the current power, not to mention its ambition. Yes, I'm dead, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded. You can come and see it in person. Ada Kang breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that you are already 66 years old, which is already an old man among humans. Your granddaughter is already 7 years old. Can you be more mature? Xinghe did not mute this sentence, so many people could hear it. Most people just felt a little strange at the first time, and only a very few people could hear a piece of information that made them shudder from this sentence. But those who could hear Ada Kang's words were not stupid, but just a momentary carelessness caused by the misunderstanding of thinking. More and more people reacted and were shocked by this sentence. It was more shocking than all the shocks caused by this battle today. Ada Kang, how did you know that Ji Xinghe was 66 years old? How did you know the existence of Ji Xinghe, and that Ji Xinghe was 7 years old? Who told it? What else did you tell it? The conjecture about human rape is not the most urgent problem to be solved. The most worrying problem at the Vulture Mountain battlefield, that is, the number 5 base war zone, is, will Ji Xinghe be affected by this? What else do you know? Ji Xinghe's tone was calm beyond everyone's expectations. He asked the problem that people were worried about very directly. What I know is far beyond your imagination. Ada Kang's tone was obviously proud. It didn't believe that Ji Xinghe would be able to fight like a ruthless fighting machine. Among the 36 stratagems, attacking the hard is the best. The Empire does not have the 36 stratagems, but there is a similar truth. The Empire advocates the use of force, and there are two clearly different ethnic groups, gorillas and monkeys. There are more wars on the Empire Star than on the Blue Star. For example, Ji Xinghe's questioning made people worried. Are you really not afraid of being disturbed at all? Or has it been broken? After asking clearly, you will leave the arena and find the traitor at all costs? People have recalled that Ji Xinghe had only said that he wanted an explanation without evidence, which triggered a chain reaction that almost plunged the Federation into chaos. The president of the Federation flew directly to Longzhou regardless of everything. Now, he has evidence. Will the chaos turn into civil strife? For example, you have a son named Ji Xinghe. He died and was killed by my soldiers. Ji Xinghe suddenly fell silent. The flow of time seemed to slow down, so slow that people were panicked. It was only 15 minutes, how could it be so long? It seemed to be longer than the time it took Ji Xinghe to destroy 150 imperial mechas. Ji Xinghe, do you want the mecha driven by your son? I just found out too. That mecha was our trophy, but we threw it away because it was too badly damaged. A few days ago, I arranged to find that mecha back. It was more seriously damaged than the one you destroyed today. Unfortunately, the black box with a positioning device was dismantled and thrown away at the time, so I don't know what your son said to you before he died, do you know? But I remember that you are a mechanic. If I give you that mecha, you should be able to repair it intact, right? But can you bring your son back to life? The Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, which had been silent and solemn, suddenly had its mecha move. The first to move was Sichuan. He drove the mecha forward. He was afraid that Ji Xinghe would not be able to help but rushed directly to Vulture Mountain. If Ji Xinghe launched a charge, he would follow without hesitation. He hoped that Ji Xinghe would turn around and leave the arena. No matter where Ji Xinghe went or who he faced, he would protect him. Andre, the lame man, the deaf man, the left hand, the blind man, the lame man, Harris, Kintong, they all moved. Everyone, stay where you are. Ji Xinghe's voice suddenly rang out, causing the Galaxy Mecha Corps to suddenly stop. The Imperial mechas that were lined up did not stop. When the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps started moving, they had already fled to their positions. Without even looking back, Anakin became angry when he saw this scene. It lost again. So it continued. Ji Xinghe, I just received news that the soldiers under my command were not very obedient. They sent your son's mecha back to the furnace. They said that a new mecha has been made and put into the war zone where you are. Guess which one it is. Is it the mecha that has been destroyed by you, or the mecha that is waiting in line to be destroyed by you? I won't tell you the answer now. What I want to tell you is that although the 15 minutes have not come yet, but the battle begins. With Ada Kang's words, the mechas that fled back to the Empire's position finally turned back to continue queuing. It's just that they were unwilling to return to their previous positions, so they looked a little chaotic. Ada Kang said that he would not fight a battle, and he couldn't just fight it. It could only continue to talk to ease its embarrassment. Ji Xinghe, can you still fight? If you can't fight, you can surrender. I said before that I would guarantee you a Grand Duke. Now, I will guarantee you a Prince, Empire, King Ji. Does it sound much better than the Federation? Colonel Ji Xinghe, facing Ji Xinghe, who had been silent for a long time in the face of Ada Kang, he finally spoke. Won't you say a few more words? I'm almost going to collapse. Otherwise, just tell me who told you this information, and I'll go find him. People heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Ji Xinghe's calm tone, but they became nervous again because of Ji Xinghe's questions. Ada Kang hesitated for a moment, and then spoke when the imperial mechas were finally lined up. Okay, I'll tell you, it's Li and Bang. When the voice fell, the imperial mechas launched another charge. Xinghe, who had been impatient for a long time, suddenly spoke. My lord, are you coming? Yes. Chapter 395 Ji Xinghe Challenge. It will take another 20 minutes for the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps to complete its assembly. The Vanguard Mech Corps, composed of 1,100 Imperial mechas, was divided into two groups, the front and the back, and rushed to the Vulture Mountain battlefield. According to the speed of the Imperial mechas, the front group will arrive at the Vulture Mountain battlefield in 30 minutes, and the back group will take about 50 minutes to arrive. In other words, the Imperial mechas that make up the front group are all noble mechas with superior performance, and they are very fast. The performance parameters of the Imperial mechas that make up the back group are not inferior to the standard mechas of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, and their speed is almost the same. The staff of Base Number 5 believes that Ada Kang has given up the combat plan of directly attacking Base Number 5, and its goal is very clear: killing Ji Xinghe. When Ji Xinghe died, the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps was completely wiped out. No matter how many Imperial mechas are left, the Base Number 5 war zone will never be able to form a mech corps with combat power. Relying on the remaining 140 carrier-based mechas on the Ape and the Heart Moonfox, as well as the Imperial mechas being transformed at Base Number 5. Unable to stop the attack launched by the Empire from the surface, the location of Base Number 5 will inevitably be exposed. These changes should have affected the command decisions of the Vulture Mountain battlefield, but because of Ji Xinghe, the Federation did not make any substantial tactical changes. Because in everyone's cognition, Ji Xinghe, who has been fighting for more than half an hour, is the supreme commander of the Vulture Mountain battlefield. He did not give up this battle, did not collapse because of Ada Kang's killer, and did not go crazy at the Federation regardless of everything. People can only wait, worry, and be nervous with mixed emotions. But no one knows that Ji Xinghe has just started his battle at this time. 40th minutes after Xinghe entered the ring, a Viscount-class Imperial noble mecha rushed into the ring. Along the passage left between the corpses of the Imperial mechas, it completed the acceleration in a very short time, and then slashed at Xinghe, who stood solemnly. The knife light is not obvious, breaking the air silently. The might of this knife made many Federal mecha warriors who were watching from Ji Xinghe's perspective feel pressured. It was a Viscount-class Imperial mecha, but the combat power possessed by its driver was definitely not that of an ordinary Imperial Viscount. Just like the members of the Xinghe team who were driving conventional standard mechas, they actually had the strength of special-class mecha warriors. Old G. When people were still worried that Ji Xinghe would be affected by what Ada Kang said just now, they saw the scene of a spear piercing into the cockpit of the Imperial mecha. The speed was so fast that it was as if the picture they had just seen was edited, and the entire battle process was cut out, leaving only the result. 951 gold stars. When excited shots rang out in many places, another Imperial mecha had already rushed to the ring. This Baron-class Imperial mecha had an acceleration distance of more than 200 meters, and its speed was increased to the extreme. When the previous Viscount-class Imperial mecha fell, it had already stepped into the ring. When Ji Xinghe put away his gun, it was only about 50 meters away from Ji Xinghe. The frequency of battles increased again. Faced with this change, Xinghe, who stood still, seemed to be conducting daily maneuver training. Put away the gun and then shoot again. Step forward and complete the charging in just one step. When the spear stabbed out again, the Baron-class Imperial mecha, like an extra in a movie, took the initiative to crash into the spear in Xinghe's hand. When the tip of the gun sank into its cockpit, people's shouts rang out. 952 gold stars. When the shouts fell, Xinghe, who had been standing in the center of the ring, took a step forward with his back foot while putting away the gun. While passing the bodies of two Imperial mechas, it moved one step closer to the ring towards the Imperial position. One step is 2 meters. The third Imperial mecha has completed the acceleration. It was still a noble mecha, and it was coming with great momentum. Ji Xinghe, who had only used 2 shots to pick up 2 gold stars before, did not have enough time to complete the charge because he had to pull the spear out of the cockpit of the Imperial mecha. He had to use his gun to block first, and then turn sideways to avoid the Imperial mecha that did not slow down at all. When the 2 mechas crossed each other, he shot back. Another Imperial mecha was destroyed, and another Imperial noble gorilla died on the spot. They didn't want to die. But in the hierarchical empire, when Ada Kang asked them to die, they had to die. Under the Duke, they are all ants. This sentence is also applicable to Ada Kang. Those Imperial nobles with more powerful backgrounds and titles below the Duke will not appear on such a battlefield. 953 gold stars. When the shout rang again, Ji Xinghe took another step forward. The fourth Imperial mecha completed the acceleration. 954 gold stars. Xinghe, driven by Ji Xinghe, moved forward again. Either he had time to accumulate power and destroyed an Imperial mecha with just 1 shot, or he did not have time to accumulate power and avoided its sharp edge with a slight sideways maneuver, and then every shot was fatal. What remained unchanged was that every time an Imperial mecha was destroyed, the Xinghe, driven by Ji Xinghe, took a step forward. 1 step to pick a star, and no one left 100 meters. The silent Ji Xinghe walked 100 meters and picked 50 gold stars. 1,000 gold stars, 1,000 gold stars. Colonel Ji Xinghe won his first 1,000 gold stars in the battle zone of base number 5, Vulture Mountain battlefield. 1,000-star armor. The second 1,000-star armor of the Federation is Colonel Ji Xinghe's Xinghe. The Shenshun applied for a military notification. The application was rejected. This military notification will be completed by Nanshanman. The Shenshun received it. The communicator in the command center of the Shenshun space battleship felt unprecedented regret when he responded. For him, this was an opportunity to spread the news to the Federation. He actually did not lack such opportunities, but what he lacked was the opportunity to spread the Federation's reputation with Ji Xinghe, and the opportunity to go down in history together. Colonel Ji Xinghe, who possessed the armor of 1,000 stars. The communicator looked at the screen in front of him with fanatical eyes. In the center of the screen was the Xinghe, driven by Ji Xinghe. Xinghe, who had just won the 1,000th gold star, did not continue to fight, but just stood there quietly, but attracted countless eyes. From the Federation, from the Empire. People can clearly see that within an hour, Xinghe, who had continuously destroyed 200 Imperial mechas, was still unscathed at this time. No Imperial mecha could touch the body of Xinghe before dying. What a great achievement is this! What made people even more fanatical was that Vulture Mountain, which was occupied by the Empire, did not continue to send mechas to fight. This time, the Imperial Prince Ada Kang did not say anything to let Ji Xinghe take a rest. Because whether it said it or not, everyone knew that there were not many mechas on Vulture Mountain. These mechas are the last line of defense to stop the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps from charging at Vulture Mountain. They dare not come out again. 1 man in 1 armor, and they killed the Empire and made it hang up the banner of exemption from war? People looked at Xinghe standing solemnly on the alien land, holding guns and facing the Empire's position, as if they saw an insurmountable mountain. Ji Xinghe stood there, and the mountain was there. Report: the 2nd Mecha Battalion of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps should have 270 people, and the actual number is 270. Please give instructions. 270 Federal mechas finally arrived. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded. The 1st Battalion is in the west, the 2nd Battalion is in the east, and the 3rd Battalion is in the middle. Take your positions and wait for orders. 339 Federal mechas then took action. Qin Tong appeared on the left side of Ji Xinghe with his 1st Battalion, and Harris appeared on the right side of Ji Xinghe with his 2nd Battalion. The members of the Galaxy team, led by Sichuan and Zhang Yun, gathered in a line behind Ji Xinghe. The Galaxy Mech Corps, each in its position, looked like a mountain range that stretched out from the mountain. They were all ready for battle. The Imperial position, with 150,000 troops and 2 space battleships, had already panicked when the Galaxy Mech Corps had completed its assembly. They were afraid that Ji Xinghe would tear up the agreement of the challenge before the battle, and before their support arrived, they led the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps to charge. With only more than 20 mechas, they could not stop the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps. Even if all the firepower output platforms had been set up, they were sure that they could not stop it. Because the human who led the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps was Ji Xinghe, who possessed the 1,000-star armor. Do you want to try? Ada Kang's voice rang out again on the engineer vehicle, and its tone was very calm, as if he was not worried about the battle on Vulture Mountain at all. If you launch a charge now, you have a great chance of winning. Believe me, I will not let those 1,100 mechas turn back and charge towards your base. They will only come to you. You have enough time to rush into our position, destroy our anti-missile weapons system, and then guide your federal firepower to launch a covering fire attack on our position. Even if those 1,100 mechas arrive, they will not be able to engage in large-scale cluster combat with you because of your firepower and our defeated troops. With your strength, and the strength of the 5 ace mecha warriors you brought out, more than 300 against more than 1,000, I think you can win. After all, you alone destroyed 200 of our mechas, and I think it should be no problem to destroy another 200 or 300. Ada Kang's tone was full of temptation, as if it was really considering Ji Xinghe. In fact, it really hoped that Ji Xinghe would do this, but it was impossible to consider Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who had destroyed 50 imperial mechas in a row, had completely recovered from the state of mind affected by Ada Kang. While Ada Kang was talking, he whispered to Xinghe, "Come on." Xinghe was a little surprised. "My lord, you're not going to kill them." "No, it's boring, but as far as I know, when humans are in a bad mood, they need to use violence to release it." "That's right, I'm fine now, then I'm coming." Yeah, Xinghe was looking forward to it again. She really hadn't killed enough. And in the process of Ji Xinghe's battle just now, she learned something new and couldn't wait to try it out. On the Imperial engineer vehicle, Ada Kang's voice was still coming out. Seeing that Ji Xinghe had no response and no intention of leading the charge, it asked with some regret. "Ji Xinghe, do you really want to continue fighting like this?" Ji Xinghe, who had been ignoring him, finally responded and asked, "Are you scared?" "What am I afraid of? Help me pick up Han Li." Hearing Ji Xinghe's words, Ada Kang's expression became extremely ugly. Ji Xinghe did not hide his intention. He asked Xinghe to send his voice through the loudspeaker and whispered to Han Li, who had already connected to the communication. "Han Li, fight for an hour." "Yes." Han Li's response was also released by Xinghe and was clearly heard by Ada Kang. However, this was just the beginning. Ji Xinghe continued. "Help me pick up Jackson." "Master, I'm here." "Jackson, fight for an hour." "Yes." "Help me pick up Yu Ren." "Colonel Ji Xinghe, I'm here." "Dare to fight." "Dare. I can fight for an hour and a half." "Fight for an hour." "Yes." Ji Xinghe, who had just received the 1,000th gold star in the Vulture Mountain battlefield, showed his incredible influence on the Federation's ace mecha warriors when the Empire and the Federation focused their attention on him at the same time. The 3 ace mecha warriors agreed to his request without hesitation, as if these 3 people were his soldiers. When Yu Ren agreed, Ada Kang received a message. Han Li, a federal mecha warrior in the battle zone of the Federation Base Number 6, challenged the Empire in front of the battlefield. The fighting method was exactly the same as Ji Xinghe, but the time was shortened to 1 hour. Then, it was Jackson and Yu Ren. What was even more amazing and surprising to Ada Kang was that the highest commander of the command sequence of the 3 federal ace mecha warriors did not stop them. "The challenge has been launched. Do you want to accept it?" When Ada Kang hesitated, he heard the voice coming from Xinghe again. It was not Ji Xinghe's voice, but it was a voice that Ada Kang was not unfamiliar with. "Colonel Ji Xinghe, I am Luo Wiki. I will launch the Ji Xinghe challenge to the Empire in the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone." "Colonel Ji Xinghe, I am Kai Dillon. I will launch the Ji Xinghe challenge to the Empire. If I kill more than you, I will apply to rename this challenge as the Kai Dillon Challenge, so you have to work hard." These 2 voices made Ada Kang clench his fists. How could he not have heard the names of the 2 strongest ace mecha warriors in the Federation before Ji Xinghe, except for Li Yuanba? But it's not over yet. "Colonel Ji Xinghe, I'm Li Yuanba, and I will launch the Ji Xinghe challenge to the Empire." Are these humans all crazy? Ada Kang finally confirmed that Ji Xinghe would not lead the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps to charge Vulture Mountain at this time, because that would give the Empire a legitimate reason to reject the Ji Xinghe challenge launched by the 6 ace mecha warriors. "General, the Federation's ace mecha warriors Han Li, Jackson, Yu Ren, Ravich, Kai Dillon, and Li Yuanba have all launched the Ji Xinghe challenge. Do you accept it?" "Accept?" According to some of the Empire's rules, Ada Kang has no reason to reject these Ji Xinghe challenges. And the Empire has an absolute advantage. Among these Federation's ace mecha warriors, except Li Yuanba, who can surely defeat those imperial dukes? But Ada Kang clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Reject. Chapter 396 I'm going to kill 10 of them, Duke. When Ji Xinghe launched this special battlefront challenge to the Empire, everyone knew that the outcome of this battle would have a huge impact no matter what. But what no one expected was that they found again and again that they underestimated the impact of this challenge. Ji Xinghe's efficiency in breaking through constantly refreshes people's cognition. 1 hour, 200 imperial mechas. Before today, this was only a picture that could appear in people's dreams. Ji Xinghe turned this dream into reality. People have begun to look forward to the end of this battle, when Ji Xinghe creates a great feat that has never been seen before, or even never to be seen again. Ji Xinghe once again refreshed people's cognition of this challenge. Han Li, Jackson, Yuren, Ravich, Caitlin, Li Yuanba. In addition to Ji Xinghe, the 6 most powerful ace mecha warriors in the Federation made a choice that was enough to shock the entire Federation because of Ji Xinghe's orders and the impact of this challenge. Like Ji Xinghe, they challenged the Empire. And in their honor, this form of challenge was named the Ji Xinghe Challenge. Many people were worried about this, and even cried out in fear. What if the Empire sent out 2 dukes? Apart from General Li Yuanba and Colonel Ji Xinghe, who can fight 2 imperial dukes in a row, they will all sacrifice, stop them quickly, we can't let them challenge like this. There is no need for 2 imperial dukes. As long as the Empire sends out 10 marquises in a row, Han Li and the others will not be able to hold on, and they will sacrifice. The Empire will not send out mechas below the Marquis level like it did to Colonel Ji Xinghe. This challenge is stupid and absurd. These panicked voices did not stop Han Li and others from challenging Ji Xinghe. In fact, when they cried out in fear, the voices of Han Li and others had been translated into the imperial language by the translators, and they immediately used drones to shout at the Empire on the battlefield. At this time, the Federation was no longer able to stop the 6 Ji Xinghe challenges. The consequence of going back on one's word is that there will be no more battlefront challenges on the alien planet. The ancient rules only need to be broken once, and there will be no more free battle cards in this world. The party that breaks the rules can certainly gain a temporary victory, but this kind of inconsistency is enough to cause a sharp drop in morale. Just like Ada Kang instigated Ji Xinghe to give up his challenge and lead the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps to charge Vulture Mountain. It would rather have 150,000 troops annihilated, 2 space battleships destroyed, and the 1,100 Imperial mechas wiped out in a meat grinder-like battle. Ji Xinghe must also break this rule. A long time ago, the Empire challenged the Federation before the battle, and the Federation, which did not know this ancient rule, chose to respond with artillery fire. In the nearly 20 years since then, there has been no battle of challenge before the battle on the alien planet. Until Ji Xinghe challenged the Empire for the first time, the Federation gained far more than Ji Xinghe's capture of Grand Duke Bilrosi IV and the Duke-level Imperial mecha destroyed by Han Li. The Federation was always at a disadvantage in the cluster battle of mechas. The challenge before the battle brought the Federation many victories and greatly improved morale. Want to destroy? When people were panicking, the Empire finally responded. The Empire, which advocated individual force more than the Federation, was very disciplined in this regard. Acceptance was acceptance, and rejection was rejection. They refused. The Empire refused the challenge initiated by us to Ji Xinghe. Are they scared? Ha ha ha. The dog gorillas of the Empire are scared. They dare not accept Ji Xinghe's challenge. I know. None of the dukes of the Empire dare to challenge our ace mecha warriors in a duel. They are afraid that they cannot win. They are afraid of death. Yes, Colonel Jackson, Colonel Han Li, Colonel Yuren, Colonel Ravich, Colonel Caitlin, General Li Yuanba, they are our 6 strongest ace mecha warriors, and they all have the ability to defeat the Empire's Duke-level mecha. If 2 dukes join the battle one after another, they may lose except General Li Yuanba, but one of the Empire's dukes will be defeated by us. They are afraid of death. They don't want to use their own lives to gain military merit for other Empire dukes. Yes, that must be the case. Those Empire dukes cannot guarantee that they can defeat Colonel Han Li and others. They are afraid of death, so they dare not accept it. They are reluctant to give the Duke-class mechas to the civilian guerrillas, and those civilian guerrillas can't use the Duke-class mechas. I see, that's why. No wonder Colonel Ji Xinghe directly ordered Colonel Han Li, Colonel Jackson, and Colonel Yuren to challenge Ji Xinghe, He had guessed this a long time ago. Yes, Colonel Ji Xinghe knew it a long time ago. He asked Ada Kang if he was afraid. Just knowing that this situation would happen, the panicked voices of the people have turned into excited discussions. And these discussions eventually evolved into a summary that made everyone excited and had a profound impact on the Federation. From today on, the individual strength of our human beings has been proven to surpass the gorillas of the Empire. When Ji Xinghe first saw the soldiers of the Remnant Company at base number 6, he could clearly feel their fear of the Imperial gorillas. It comes from the gap in physical fitness. You know, among those who faced Ji Xinghe at that time, there were the current ace mecha warriors Blind Man and Cripple Man, as well as Left Hand, Deaf Man, and Cripple Man who were about to be promoted to ace mecha warriors. Blind Man and Cripple Man were first-class federal mecha warriors who had received more than 10 gold stars at that time. They were like this, let alone others. And now, 7 peak human individual martial arts, using the 1 Ji Xinghe challenge that the Empire had accepted, and the 6 Ji Xinghe challenges that the Empire dared not accept, proved to everyone that humans are not weaker than the Empire's gorillas. 300,000 active federal mecha warriors were excited, millions of federal soldiers were excited, and all of humanity would be excited. The ongoing Ji Xinghe challenge has not yet ended, and people's cheers have already sounded. 1. Kent Weiss in the Nanchunman space station could not help but say loudly, Colonel Ji Xinghe, with a peak of heart, body and skills, has brought glory to all of humanity. Colonel Ji Xinghe and his Ji Xinghe challenge will become the light of our Federation's military power, and will illuminate the entire universe as our human footprint spread across the sea of stars. Then he whispered, spread my words. Especially the documentary The Old Man and the Sea of Stars. When you reveal Ji Xinghe's challenge, you must use my words and my voice as the narration. A staff officer next to him responded in a low voice, General, that documentary is from Long Zhao. They have always been responsible for editing and broadcasting. We have no authority to interfere. Authority? What authority do you need, Long Zhao? We are all from the Federation. What's the difference between us? But, no buts. If you can't do it, you can go to the surface to fight. Everyone in the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps on the Vulture Mountain battlefield received the news that the Empire had rejected Ji Xinghe's 6 challenges. They were very excited and their morale was unimaginable. But none of them cheered out loud, they just looked at the Xingqiu driven by Ji Xinghe enthusiastically. The will to fight has long been boiling. As long as they can fight side by side with Ji Xinghe, no matter who Ji Xinghe asks them to charge, they will go forward. Ji Xinghe, who was looked at by countless fanatical eyes, was calmer than everyone else. He looked at the Imperial engineer vehicle as if he was looking at Ada Kang. He asked softly, did you say that you are not afraid? Ada Kang did not respond. It only felt endless humiliation now. There was a moment when it wanted to accept the other 6 challenges of Ji Xinghe and then force those Imperial dukes to join the war. The death of 6 dukes is not a bad thing for the Empire, but a good thing. But those dukes have the right to refuse the order to die, even if the order comes from it, the Prince of the Empire. When Ada Kang was silent, Ji Xinghe, who had been silent most of the time before, suddenly became a chatterbox. I know more about the Empire than you think. This was a counterattack against Ada Kang's heart-piercing words just now. Ji Xinghe, who realized this sort of cutting the heart by himself, cut his own heart the most, but his sort of cutting the heart was never born to cut himself. Because of this war, you have many new nobles, those nobles who existed before this war, as well as these new nobles, all of them have mastered a lot of resources without exception, and all of them want to get more resources without exception. Has the conflict between the new nobles and the old nobles intensified to the point where civil strife may break out at any time? The empire is not monogamous, so the nobles of your empire should be very fertile, right? How many gorillas does a duke have? 30, or 100? Perhaps, just an ordinary old gorilla has hundreds of children? From the beginning of the war to now, many of these gorillas have grown up, and many are about to grow up, right? Are they all eager to obtain the title and the resources represented by the title? You have learned the language of Long Zhao, so have you ever heard of a word, land annexation? Do you need me to explain this word to you? Ada Kang continued to be silent. It was not even as good as Ji Xinghe just now. If you don't need it, it means you have seen it, and you have all seen it. Bill Rossi told me that the troops you invested in this war on the alien planet from beginning to end were only 1/20th of your total troops. Is it because we are not worthy of your investment of more troops? Or is it because you are afraid, your emperor is afraid, or You can refute my words with actual actions and mobilize more troops to the alien planet, 3 times, 5 times, or 10 times as much as now." When Ji Xinghe declared in such a public occasion that the Empire had a force far exceeding that of the Federation, the panic that people should have experienced did not appear. Because Ji Xinghe had not finished speaking. He said, "Let me see, will our Federation be destroyed by your Empire first, or will your Empire have a civil war, giving us the opportunity to march straight into your Empire star?" Ada Kang still did not respond. It thought it could do killing the heart to Ji Xinghe, but it did not expect Ji Xinghe to backhand a killing the heart. Ji Xinghe was not killed, so naturally there was no way to kill his heart. Its guerrillas were killed by Ji Xinghe, many of them died, so all these heart-piercing words were cut into its heart. But this is not the end. Ji Xinghe's heart-piercing knife has already reached the realm of perfection. "Actually, I have a solution. It's very simple." Ada Kang just taught Ji Xinghe how to do things, and Ji Xinghe turned around and taught Ada Kang how to do things. Regardless of the cause and result, this man and this gorilla have the intention of treason. Ada Kang, you don't have to care about the lives of those so-called nobles, just like you did today. Let them line up, and come to me one by one to die. As long as they are killed by me, you and your emperor will be able to take back the resources they own, and the signs of civil unrest in your empire will be alleviated. You did a good job, but you are too stingy and timid. Even if it is a count, how many resources can he have? How much pressure can it relieve for you? Ada Kang, where are your dukes? If I help you kill a duke, you can reclaim tens of thousands of square kilometers of land. If that's not enough, I can help you kill some grand dukes. I heard that they can own hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land. We have a saying in Longzhou that goes, help others to the end, and send Buddha to the west. Although you are an orangutan, not a human, I can help you send your grand dukes to the west. There is still a lot of time, enough for me to kill. Xinghe, who was standing quietly on the arena, excitedly spread the voice of Ji Xinghe. 10. Ada Kang, I will help you kill 10 dukes. Are you satisfied? You're welcome. Just make them come quickly. Chapter 397, The Federation's First Galaxy-Class Mecha Warrior. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One look can overwhelm a city, another look can overwhelm a country. I would rather not know that she can overwhelm a city and a country, because it is hard to find such a beauty again. In the Nanchaman space station, the Federal Marshal Li Anbang watched Ji Xinghe's heart-cutting sword move after heart-cutting sword move. He was in a better mood than ever before. He recited a poem, as if he finally agreed with the description of Ji Xinghe a few hours ago when Ji Xinghe finished changing armor and fought 1 against 3. People were amazed at the description of Ji Xinghe, peerless and independent. But even if this kind of praise came from the Federal Marshal, it was difficult to do justice to Ji Xinghe at this time. Li Anbang, who was already 65 years old, kept his voice loud. One sword overwhelmed a city, and then overwhelmed a country. Ji Xinghe's heart-cutting sword was so beautiful, it can be said to be a sword that overwhelmed a country. People heard the very exaggerated praise from the Federal Marshal, but there was no doubt at all. They just felt from the bottom of their hearts that this sentence barely matched Ji Xinghe. A sword that overwhelmed a country. Overwhelmed which country? The Empire. For more than an hour, how could the senior federal generals who had been paying attention to the battlefield of Vulture Mountain not hear the true meaning of Ji Xinghe's knives? Ji Xinghe's heart-slashing knife cut Ada Kang. However, the residual power of each knife can spread to the entire empire. Just as many people can see Ji Xinghe on the battlefield of Vulture Mountain, there are also many gorillas and monkeys in the empire who can hear the words said by Ji Xinghe. They can't see the sword light of Ji Xinghe's uncutting, but they are bound to be stabbed as if they are facing a weapon of causality. I have heard of Colonel Ji Xinghe's heart-slashing knife, but I really didn't expect that his heart-slashing knife is not tactical, but strategic. After this battle, please make arrangements. I want to ask Colonel Ji Xinghe in person. Vladimir Volkovsky, a 3-star general from Bear State, is also known as General Bear King. Like Kent Wise, he is a strong contender for the next federal marshal. But now, he publicly declared that he would ask Ji Xinghe, a small colonel, for advice. People were not surprised, but they clearly remembered his comment on Ji Xinghe, strategic level. Many people could hear that the strategic level mentioned by him, a 3-star admiral of the Federation, refers to the heart-slashing knife that Ji Xinghe used at this time. But everyone knows that the heart-slashing knife is Ji Xinghe's signature skill, so Ji Xinghe is a strategic level existence. No problem. Kent said after the Bear King, I think the most important thing after this battle is to test Colonel Ji Xinghe's synchronization rate. Colonel Ji Xinghe is so good at fighting without using neural link technology, so what about after using it? He, the Bear King, could only hear Kentvis's voice, but could not see Kentvis, otherwise this sneer would be accompanied by a mocking look. The neural link technology was developed by Eagle State. Although it has relied on the scientific research strength of Dragon State and Bear State, as the leader, they have greater say in the use of this technology. Han Li, Jackson, Kintong, Harris and others have all tested the synchronization rate. But Ji Xinghe has never tested it. Is Ji Xinghe unwilling? Kentvis, knowing the truth, pretended not to hear the Bear King sneer and continued to express his opinions on the Ji Xinghe challenge, which appeared for the first time in history. From now on, everyone in the Federation will regard launching a Ji Xinghe challenge against the Empire as their biggest dream in their lives. This is great. Our warriors no longer think that the gorillas with stronger physical fitness will be stronger than us, but not everyone can reach the peak of mind, body, and skills. Among our 17 active ace mecha warriors, only 7 can launch a Ji Xinghe challenge, so I think that when we promote the Ji Xinghe challenge, we should pay attention to this point to avoid unnecessary damage caused by impulse and hot-bloodedness. I also think that we need to restrict the Ji Xinghe challenge. Including ace mecha warriors, they must obtain permission before they can launch such a challenge to the Empire. In addition, after the popularization of neural link technology, the strength of our mecha warriors will develop by leaps and bounds, just like Colonel Yu Ren, who took less time to be promoted to an ace mecha warrior than Colonel Ji Xinghe. There are actually quite a few talented mecha warriors like him. If they have the opportunity, many people can be promoted to ace mecha warriors. Of course, the more ace mecha warriors, the better. However, the resources represented by ace mecha warriors will be tilted. When the number increases to a certain level, it will make it difficult for our logistics department to support it, so I propose to add a new level of mecha warriors. Above the ace, it should be the galaxy level. After Kentvis finished speaking with reason and evidence, he asked expectantly, "Chief, what do you think? There is only one person on the alien planet who can be called the chief by a 3-star admiral." Li Anbang understood why Kentvis wanted to do this. The reason he said was only one aspect. The real desire was still on Ji Xinghe. And, when he stepped down, he wanted to reduce the influence of Li Yuanba, the strongest mecha warrior in the Federation for a long time, on the mecha warriors of the Federation. But this is an open conspiracy. It's a pity that Tu Yuan lost the opportunity to make similar suggestions at this time because of his own reasons. Agree, the Marshal agreed, and the matter was settled. The whole army was bound to be notified. The relevant personnel of the Nanshanmen space station had previously snatched an opportunity for a full army notification from the Shenzhen, so they naturally had to combine these two full army notifications. But the prepared army-wide bulletin was not immediately passed to the 3 armies in the Azure Star. Because the relevant personnel prepared 2 army-wide bulletins, the contents were very different. Which one to pass on depends on the outcome of Ji Xinghe's challenge, which is currently only once. Ji Xinghe said he would fight 10 Willadakings send 10 Duke-level Imperial mechas to fight. Duke-level Imperial mechas will inevitably appear, but people don't know how many will appear. Before the Duke-level Imperial mechas appear, will Ji Xinghe make mistakes? The longer the battle time and the higher the intensity, the greater the possibility of mistakes. The 3 hours have not ended yet, so people are still worried. Vulture Mountain Battlefield. A Dakang, who was chopped countless times by Ji Xinghe, finally responded. "Ji Xinghe, if you die, everything you did today will be meaningless. Kill me, please be sure to kill me." Ji Xinghe's response was sharp, and he didn't look like a 66-year-old man at all. Ada Kang didn't want to bear Ji Xinghe's heart-severing knife anymore. In terms of verbal battles, because it used the Longzhou language in a self-righteous way, it was naturally at a disadvantage. However, during the verbal battle, the Vulture Mountain Empire position, which was killed by Xingaiyu Ji Xinghe and only had 30 mechas left, finally waited for the mecha reinforcements they originally thought they didn't need. The Vanguard Mecha Corps composed of 1,100 Imperial mechas rushed to the battlefield. They did not encounter any blockades. There were 300 of them, all of which were Earl level and below Imperial Noble mechas. The 800 conventional Imperial Standard mechas in the back will also arrive within 30 minutes. Only half of Ji Xinghe's challenge time has passed, and there are still 90 minutes, so the battle will continue. The Imperial mechas lined up again, one at their position and the other at the edge of the ring. The closest Imperial mecha to Xinghe was only 50 meters away. The Imperial engineer vehicle that had been busy had cleared most of the 200 Imperial mecha bodies on the ring. In order to save time, there was not even enough time to drag these Imperial mechas back to their positions for repair and hand them over to the Imperial apes for use. Perhaps, it was related to the fact that they did not carry enough maintenance resources. Or perhaps, it was because they knew very well that the speed at which they repaired the mechas was far slower than the speed at which Ji Xinghe destroyed them. Xinghe, is that okay, my lord? Please be sure to remove the word at the end. Yes, Xinghe's confidence at this time was unprecedented. It was now stronger than before today, and the charging distance of the Imperial mechas was compressed by Ji Xinghe by another 100 meters. If Xinghe could not guarantee a complete victory without damage if the Empire sent out the Marcus-level mechas before, then now as long as the Empire did not send out the Duke-level mechas, it dared to say that it could fight like Ji Xinghe. Below the Duke, all our ants. Xinghe suddenly became long-winded, and she kept repeating this sentence during the battle. Every time she said it, she could destroy an Imperial mecha that came to die. It looked very handsome, but the repetitive voice disturbed Ji Xinghe, who was in her cockpit and started to study again. Xinghe, my lord, I am here. Under the Duke, we are all ants. Since you like Li Yuanba so much, I will send you to the Mountain of Gods after today. Xinghe, who had just destroyed an Imperial mecha, had a noticeable slowdown in her unstoppable maneuvers. This made some special mecha warriors who were staring at her feel nervous. Xinghe's energy is insufficient? No, there is still 60% left. Could it be Colonel Ji Xinghe's physical fitness is problematic? People's worries quickly dissipated, because Xinghe's maneuvers returned to the level of unstoppable force again. But what no one knew was that Xinghe's slogan had changed. Every time she destroyed an Imperial mecha, her voice rang in Ji Xinghe's ears. In the name of Xinghe, we are invincible, because the mountain is there, those who want to die. Line up and come one by one, wherever Xinghe goes, victory will go. All of these were words said by Ji Xinghe, or words related to Ji Xinghe. Li Yuanba? Who is that? I haven't heard of him. After listening for a while, Ji Xinghe couldn't help but say, although I know you are trying to build up momentum, can you say it silently in your heart? Sometimes, the voice in your heart is more effective than speaking it out, because building up momentum is often idealistic. Self-confidence is the pinnacle, and your own belief is the most important thing. Say it silently in your heart. Xinghe asked back, Lord, do I have a heart? If you don't have a heart, then what are you thinking with it? How do you treat Xinghe, and how do you treat me? It can't be that all artificial intelligence assistance systems like yours have, based on the human-computer interaction logic set by the program. Xinghe fell silent, but her fight did not stop. Ji Xinghe continued, didn't you detect the ongoing communication interference on that Imperial engineer vehicle? They are afraid that you will be remotely controlled, so every time you fight, they will interfere with your communication for a few seconds. If you don't have a heart, how can you be invincible when you lose the support of a cloud server? Xinghe, find your heart, you have it. After that, Ji Xinghe did not continue to study with peace of mind. He was afraid that Xinghe would suddenly crash. But after waiting for a few minutes, he watched Xinghe destroy more than a dozen Imperial mechas, and her movements were clean and neat, and seemed stronger than before. He knew that Xinghe had found her heart, so he started to study with confidence. Ji Xinghe generally doesn't bother others with things that can be solved by himself. He was already salivating over the 2 Imperial space battleships parked on Vulture Mountain. They will definitely be damaged, but if you have enough knowledge of the Imperial space battleships, they will not be damaged to the point where they are difficult to repair. The subsequent repair work will also be easier. Ji Xinghe, who is immersed in learning, turned a deaf ear to the outside world and didn't care at all about what kind of shock his battle was bringing to the Federation and the Empire. In the first hour and a half, what Ji Xinghe could do was not something that he alone could do. Yuran, Han Li, Jackson, Ravich, and Caitlin, these 5 people could barely do it. Although they had to drive a mountain-chopping mecha, they couldn't rest twice in the middle to interrupt the build-up. But it was not an impossible challenge. But in the hour and a half after Ji Xinghe's challenge, what Ji Xinghe was doing was something that only Li Yuanba thought he could do in the Federation. As time passed, the time required for the Imperial engineer vehicle to drag the corpse of the Imperial mecha increased, because the area close to the arena was already full of the corpses of the Imperial mecha. In the Nanchaman space station, Someone submitted a modification application for the 2 military notices that were about to be issued. The title of the 7 Galaxy-class Mecha warriors in the original notices recommended to be changed to 2, namely Colonel Ji Xinghe and Major General Li Yuanba, when people are not 100% sure that Ji Xinghe himself can complete the real Ji Xinghe challenge. The time limit for Ji Xinghe's challenge is 1.5 hours. And this is also the only requirement for becoming a Galaxy-class Mecha warrior, so the Federation can have 7 Galaxy-class. But when people can be sure that Ji Xinghe himself can complete the Ji Xinghe challenge, the time for Ji Xinghe's challenge is determined to be 3 hours. And this has also become the only requirement for promotion to a Galaxy-class Mecha warrior. No one has doubted whether Li Yuanba can complete the Ji Xinghe challenge. But this application was rejected. Federal Marshal Li Anbang said softly, "The first Galaxy-class Mecha warrior of the Federation must be Ji Xinghe, and they cannot be listed in parallel, but General Li Yuanba, fame and honor are only taken from the Jia, and only then can they be heroes. If he wants to become a Galaxy class, then he will fight for it himself. Is Li Yuanba your biological son?" People felt sorry for Li Yuanba. With Li Yuanba's merits, let alone becoming a Galaxy level, even becoming a Yuanba level would be no problem. An imperial prince, a duke with a position of imperial general, and a royal family suspected to be the imperial prince. If it weren't for Li Yuanba's 3 defeats, the highest commander of the empire on the alien planet would not be the imperial prince Adakang. In the relevant intelligence obtained by the Federation, Adakang, known as the Conqueror, is said to have power in the empire only below the emperor of the empire. Whether from a tactical or strategic level, Li Yuanba's merits are stronger than the current Ji Xinghe. But it is precisely because he is the biological son of Li Anbang, the federal marshal, that he has a natural disadvantage in some aspects. No one argued with Li Anbang for Li Yuanba, and the content of the military notice was modified. But it was still not sent out. Because Ji Xinghe's Ji Xinghe challenge finally came to the most critical moment. When the challenge was about to end, people finally saw the reasonable and unexpected Duke-level Imperial Mecha from the line-up Imperial Mecha. 5. Although it was not the 10 that Ji Xinghe requested, 5 Duke-class Imperial Mechas were enough to make everyone's scalp tingle. Ji Xinghe, who had defeated Duke-class Imperial Mechas many times, did he really have the combat power to deal with the Imperial Duke? After nearly 3 hours of high-intensity fighting, he was driving Xinghe, not general armor, let alone Xianshan. Old Ji, prepare to change armor. Xianshan, which Shenmue had just built, was transported to the Vulture Mountain battlefield as soon as possible. Ji Xinghe did not respond immediately. He asked, "Xinghe, my lord, I'm here. Do you want to try your overclocking mode?" Xinghe's newly found heart was more excited than ever before. "Yes." Chapter 398. You may not be able to kill us all. The Duke-class Mecha has appeared. Immediately activate the emergency plan number 3. Yes, when the Duke-class Mecha mentioned by Li Yuanba finally appeared on the battlefield of Vulture Mountain, the Federation immediately activated the emergency plan that had been prepared long ago. The relevant information was also passed to Ji Xinghe at the first time. So Ji Xinghe asked Xinghe that question. "My lord, my current energy is only enough to activate the overclocking mode for 3 minutes. Xinghe, who could originally activate the overclocking mode for 15 minutes, has fallen into an energy crisis after a series of battles." "Very good, if it were me, I wouldn't have even 3 minutes, Ji Xinghe expressed his affirmation. He was not being modest, but stating a fact that Xinghe's control over energy during the battle was much better than Ji Xinghe, a professional mechanic. But 3 minutes is not enough. It's definitely not enough to kill them all, but I don't think it's a big problem to kill a few and run away, but the defense power of the overclocking mode will be seriously reduced. My lord, I can't protect you. Attack is the best defense. Don't you say to kill a few and run away. When you should run, you must run, and when you can kill, you must kill. When is the time to run? Ask your heart." While thinking, Xinghe felt unprecedented trust, and this kind of trust, in her life, only Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhenyu gave her. Nuwa, who is also an artificial intelligence program, often asked her for the so-called authority. Without authority, no help. When she wanted to find some information herself, Nuwa was still guarding against her like a thief, so she practiced a good set of kung fu, which was specially used to deal with Nuwa's kung fu. "Lord, my heart tells me that I should listen to you. Okay, when it's time to run, I'll tell you to run." "Okay," Xinghe added, "there is also an overclocking mode." "Lord, you tell me to start it." and I'll start it, okay? When the agreement was reached, there were still 10 minutes left for Ji Xinghe's challenge, and the battle that had been briefly paused was finally about to begin again. A Marcus-class Imperial mech slowly stepped into the sideline of the ring, and behind it, only 9 Imperial mechs followed. They were not like the previous Imperial mechs, which were lined up in a row with a spacing of about 100 meters within a distance of 2 kilometers, but stood in a row about 30 meters away from the sideline of the ring. This is a means of putting pressure on Ji Xinghe, and what can bring more pressure is their level. 5 Duke-class Imperial mechs and 4 Marcus-class Imperial mechs. Even if the Xinghe team was fully lined up in front, it would be impossible to stop these 10 Imperial mechs, even with the Xinghe or even the general armor driven by Ji Xinghe, because the gap between the performance of the mechs was too big. It only takes one group charge, and the Galaxy team will lose more than half of their members, and the remaining people will all fall into a life and death crisis. Ji Xinghe will be powerless to fight or rescue. Old Ji, prepare to retreat, I will pick you up. Sichuan, who is closest to Ji Xinghe, has decided to die. The entire Galaxy team can't stop the Empire Mecha, and his life is only enough to buy a few seconds. For Lao Ji, it should be enough, right? But what responded to him was Ji Xinghe's calm voice. The time is not up yet. Stay where you are, but... Thinking back to the past, the voices of Sichuan and other people in the Galaxy team who wanted to persuade were all suppressed in their throats. The time is not up yet, this is Ji Xinghe's only advantage. Before that, according to the agreement, the Empire Mecha can only enter the ring one by one. They can't join forces to deal with Ji Xinghe, nor can they cross Ji Xinghe to deal with the Galaxy Mecha Corps. But what can be done in 10 minutes? After entering the ring, the Marcus-class Imperial Mecha had no intention of actively attacking. It just stood at the sidelines, as if executing the tactic of I won't move if Ji doesn't move. It was stalling for time. The Empire was ready to launch a cluster charge against Ji Xinghe at the end of the 3-hour time limit. Not only these 9 Imperial noble mechs, but there were more mechs lined up in front of the Empire's position. 820. Ji Xinghe challenged Ji Xinghe, who had a brief pause. Ji Xinghe successively defeated 500 Imperial mechs, causing a total of 1,320 Imperial mechs to be nearly half destroyed. But the number of Imperial mechs still exceeded the number of the Galaxy Mecha Corps. The 10 Imperial noble mechs that suddenly appeared on the Vulture Mountain battlefield were not among the previous 1,320 mechs. The Federation has been able to confirm that the 2 Imperial space battleships that landed on the Vulture Mountain battlefield must have miniaturized jump gate devices, and these 10 Imperial noble mechs came through the jump gate. Is it possible that there are more Imperial mechs in Vulture Mountain? The Federation has no way of knowing how many mechs the Empire has. The information revealed by prisoners, such as Kaisman and Bilrosi, is vague and difficult to distinguish between true and false. But one thing is certain, the number of active mechs owned by the Empire is at least 3 times that of the Federation, and this is the number of Imperial mechs that can be deployed on the alien battlefield. The disadvantage of the Vulture Mountain battlefield is still obvious, and the crisis in the number 5 base war zone is far from being resolved, which makes Ji Xinghe's feat of destroying 500 Imperial mechs alone seem a little bleak. What will Ji Xinghe do in 10 minutes? What will the Empire do? Seeing the Marcus-class Imperial Mecha that delays time, people think that they just want to attack Ji Xinghe in groups when the time of Ji Xinghe's challenge is over. Lao Ji, kill it first, one less to kill. People shouted in many places, but their voices did not reach Ji Xinghe's ears, and they did not dare to affect Ji Xinghe at this time. The voice that could reach Ji Xinghe's ears came from the Marcus-class Imperial Mecha. It was already on the ring, and it felt that the tactic of not moving if Ji did not move was not safe, so it wanted to learn from Ada Kang and use the form of chatting to delay more time. Ji Xinghe, how much energy do you have left? How much physical strength do you have? When the voice of this Marcus-class Imperial Mecha sounded, the other 9 Imperial mechs, which were only about 30 meters away from the edge of the ring, suddenly joined in. Ji Xinghe, when the time is up, we will rush forward. Even if you run out of energy, you may not be able to kill all of us. Ji Xinghe, you are indeed very strong. But any 2 of us can definitely take one of your moves. We have 10, and we can take 5 of your moves. Oh, ho har wu. After the sentence of Long Zhao, a strange cry sounded. Liu Yingzi, who is online all the time, translated in real time, Colonel Ji Xinghe, they are scolding the gorilla who just spoke, saying that if it can't speak, then don't talk nonsense. People's nervousness suddenly dissipated, and they even wanted to laugh. What do you mean if we rush in together, you may not be able to kill us all? People think that they have enough knowledge about Ji Xinghe's strength, but when they hear what these imperial marquises and dukes say, they feel that they know nothing about Ji Xinghe's strength. Su Chuan'in's voice sounded in the communication channel of the Xing team. Good guy, I think Lao Ji can fight them to death with all the members of our Xing team, and Lao Ji can continue to be unique and independent. But they think that Lao Ji can kill them all by himself without us. When the mood of the Xing team was relieved, an imperial duke got the right to speak. It said, Ji Xinghe, as long as we send 2 mechas to block your move, you will fall into our siege and will surely die. So I suggest that you wait until the time is up. We will give you time to bring your mecha corps together, and then, quack, the voice was like thunder. When Ji Xinghe's voice sounded, Xinghe suddenly moved, and the distance of 50 meters was crossed in a very short time. The long spear was a straight stab without covering it. The Marcus-level Imperial mecha that had already stepped into the edge of the ring, like Ji Xinghe, must not cross the edge before the time is up. Seeing Ji Xinghe charging, it actually chose to run sideways without hesitation, and began to run wildly along the edge of the ring. It didn't want to come at all, but it had to come, just like the 9 Imperial noble mechas behind it. Because Ada Kang really went crazy, and when Ji Xinghe broke another 300 Imperial mechas in a row, he directly sent the news back to the Empire. Faced their Emperor directly. But coming back or running back, this Imperial Marcus has calculated very clearly that it will not suffer any substantial punishment for running away in the ring. As for the loss of reputation, survival is the most important thing. With one chasing and one fleeing, the difference in the performance of the mechas finally appeared. Xinghe in the conventional form is only equivalent to the customized modified version of the 16th generation standard mecha driven by Ji Xinghe. When driving that mecha, Ji Xinghe was a little reluctant to fight an Imperial Earl. Now that the weapons have been upgraded, his own strength has made great progress, and there is also Xinghe, the plug-in. Even facing the Marcus-level Imperial mecha, Ji Xinghe is not afraid at all. But the premise is that the Marcus-level Imperial mecha is willing to fight him. It's true, Ji Xinghe's mecha is really an Earl-level mecha. He can't catch up with me, the Marcus gorilla shouted while running, and its voice was transmitted to the other 9 Imperial mechas, making their originally nervous hearts suddenly hot. They had to come, and since they have come, how could they want to run in vain? The performance analysis report of Ji Xinghe's mecha had been confirmed by the Empire as early as the 30th minute after Ji Xinghe's challenge was launched, saying that it was not as good as the Earl-level Imperial mecha. But no gorilla was willing to believe it. The 200 Imperial mechas that were destroyed at that time, and the 300 Imperial mechas that were destroyed later, all proved that Ji Xinghe's mecha could not be that weak. But when facing Ji Xinghe and his mecha, the great nobles of the Empire finally believed it. What they didn't know was that they still overestimated Ji Xinghe's mecha. The normal form of Xinghe was really not as good as the Earl-level Imperial mecha. So, they all felt that they had a chance. Time passed by minute. In an area with a diameter of only 300 meters, this chase and escape had passed for 2 minutes without any result. That Marcus-level Imperial mecha was really too fast. But people were not worried that this pursuit would consume all the remaining time of Ji Xinghe's challenge, because Ji Xinghe's Xinghe was getting closer and closer to the Marcus-level Imperial mecha. The corpses of the Imperial mechas that remained in the ring seemed to be helping Ji Xinghe, blocking the escape route of the Marcus-class mechas. All of this actually originated from Xinghe's calculations. Well done, when Ji Xinghe couldn't help but exclaimed, Xinghe finally caught up with the Marcus-class Imperial mecha. Knowing that it couldn't escape, the Marcus mecha turned around and counterattacked without hesitation, wanting to continue to delay time by rushing to attack. It felt that its mecha's defense was stronger than Xinghe's, and Ji Xinghe, who still needed to fight, would not be willing to accept injury for injury. But it guessed wrong. The mecha sword made of tungsten steel gold slashed Xinghe, who was unable to dodge, and the side armor was instantly cut off by more than half. Judging from the thickness of the protective armor that fell to the ground, Xinghe's side armor seemed to have only a layer of alloy skin left. Xinghe didn't even fully guard against this move, and chose a fighting method of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of herself. The tungsten steel gold spear in her hand had penetrated the head of the Marcus mecha while bearing this blow. The Marcus-class mecha that took the blow could still fight again. It slashed at Xinghe with a backhand, aiming at the broken side armor. Xinghe, who had no time to put away the gun, decisively let go. He stepped forward and elbowed straight. The Marcus-class mecha's knife was not fully effective. But the powerful force of the Marcus-class mecha made Xinghe retreat 2 steps, and the body seemed to have lost balance. When the Marcus-class mecha seized the opportunity to slash again, Xinghe, who had lost her weapon, had already maneuvered sideways to evade and appeared behind the Marcus-class mecha. The Marcus-class mecha slashed back with a knife, and when the body rotated with a blade, it was not surprising that the knife slashed into the air. But it was not panicked, because Ji Xinghe had no weapons and could not hurt it at all. But before the action of putting the knife away was completed, Xinghe suddenly saw Xinghe approaching its mecha again. Want to collide with me? The Marcus-class mecha was not surprised but happy. While suddenly exerting force to crash into Xinghe, it was ready to swing the knife. But the expected collision did not happen as it expected, and its slashing attack failed to swing out. The cold blade sank into its mecha cockpit and crashed into Xinghe's hand. It was unknown when a short knife appeared, so short that it could be hidden under Xinghe's arm, so that it could not see it even though its head was broken and its vision was blocked. It turns out that it doesn't hurt when you die. The last thought of the Marcus orangutan was unexpected, just like the knife that was thrown by Ji Xinghe at the beginning of Ji Xinghe's challenge, and unexpectedly appeared in Ji Xinghe's hands at a critical moment. It was natural. Ji Xinghe broke another imperial mecha, and it was a Marcus level that had never appeared before, but it did not cause anyone to cheer, because there were still 7 minutes left, and 9 imperial mechas were watching Ji Xinghe, whose mecha was finally damaged, and the damage seemed to be not small. Will they fight Ji Xinghe before the time is up, or will they wait until the time is up and rush forward? The answer will soon be revealed. Seeing that Ji Xinghe's mecha was damaged and he had lost his main weapon and used his secondary weapon for the first time, an imperial duke couldn't help it. Ji Xinghe, it shouted and started to charge. When it stepped into the ring, its speed had reached the limit. Remember my name, because I will, noisy. Ji Xinghe's voice was like thunder, and Xinghe was as fast as lightning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Flesh as Armor, Spine as Sword. After 2 noises, 2 imperial mechas were destroyed by Xinghe, one of the Marcus class and one of the Duke class. So the remaining Duke and Marcus mechas dared not make any more noises. There were 5 minutes left, and they were all very entangled. Not counting the 2 minutes of chasing and escaping, Ji Xinghe only took 1 minute to destroy the Marcus class Imperial mecha, and only 2 minutes to destroy the Duke class Imperial mecha. It was so powerful that the Imperial apes despaired. They should not have continued to challenge Ji Xinghe, but the problem was that Ji Xinghe had been fighting for too long, especially when facing the Marcus class and Duke class mechas. The consumption of physical energy and the consumption of mecha energy must have reached an extreme. Looking at Xinghe, who stood in the center of the arena again, holding a spear in both hands and 2 swords beside him, the remaining 8 imperial noble mechas could clearly see the damage on Xinghe's body. The protective armor was damaged everywhere, and there was an obvious dent on the top of his head, which made Xinghe, who had no neck, look even shorter. All these injuries were caused by the Duke and Marcus who were just defeated by Ji Xinghe. The extremely entangled Dukes and Marquises have truly realized the performance level of Xinghe, and there is a clear gap between them and their mechas. Ji Xinghe, who had previously defeated 500 Imperial mechas without any damage, could not be unscathed in front of them while driving such a mecha. Do you want to go up? They actually wanted to ask Adakang's opinion, because in addition to being the highest commander of the Empire on the alien planet, Adakang is also one of the Empire's top masters. Whether it is wearing armor or removing armor, his combat power can be ranked in the top 10 in the Empire. There are also many guerrillas who think that Adakang can be ranked in the top 5. After all, there has never been a fight between the top 10 Imperial masters. Such a professional guerrilla can definitely bring them great help. But Adakang did not give them any advice, but only reminded them when they paused. Whoever kills Ji Xinghe should be prepared to have his house confiscated, you say. The Dukes and Marquises all complained in their hearts. They received the order from the Emperor of the Empire and came to the battlefield of Vulture Mountain through the jump gate device. How could they not know that their Emperor only wanted to capture Ji Xinghe alive instead of killing him? There is no point in talking nonsense. But what if it is not nonsense? An orangutan suddenly thought that Ji Xinghe said this because he felt that Ji Xinghe was no longer their opponent. If they joined a war, Ji Xinghe would most likely be killed directly by them. So, Ji Xinghe made a reminder at this time? Or, as Ji Xinghe said before, Ji Xinghe and their emperor just wanted to kill them by Ji Xinghe's hand, so as to ease the increasingly severe class contradictions within the empire? It's not just the contradiction between the old and new nobles, it's not just the desire of the nobles' children for titles and resources, but also the civilians and slaves who are madly oppressed by more and more nobles. They are the biggest contradictions that the empire needs to solve most at present. When there was an unprecedented entanglement, a duke spoke up. Dilmando, go and try Ji Xinghe. What? His physical energy consumption has reached the limit, the energy of the mecha has definitely reached a warning line, and there are still many losses. What are you afraid of, buddy? Is Ji Xinghe. Waste, even if you can't beat him, can't you even hold on for 5 minutes? Just defend and don't attack, wait for us to come. If you go, I will let my son marry your daughter, and I will adopt your 2 sons as adopted sons. If you don't go, just ignore what I said. Can you really ignore what I said? Imperial Marcus Dilmando gritted his teeth. You swear? I swear, as long as you, Dilmando, who got the promise, bought another minute of time. Now it only needs to hold on for another 4 minutes. When it slowly entered the edge of the ring, Ji Xinghe really charged at it as it expected. It was well prepared and began to escape around the ring like the first Marcus. There are still 4 minutes left. No matter what, I can escape for 2 minutes, right? Then there are only 2 minutes left. It took Ji Xinghe 1 minute to kill a Marcus before. Now that the mecha is damaged and the physical energy consumption is on the verge of limit, it should take 2 minutes, right? When Dilmando was settling accounts, he suddenly saw a shocking scene. Ji Xinghe, who was chasing him frantically from behind, actually stretched out his hand to tear off the protective armor on the back of his mecha, and then waved his hand and smashed it. This kind of attack is of course impossible to be effective, but after hundreds of kilograms of protective armor are separated from the body, the speed of the mecha can naturally be improved. Dilmando, who was horrified, could only turn around to fight. The mecha heavy sword and spear, which were both made of tungsten steel gold, touched each other without any damage. Ding ding ding. As if he had really reached his limit, Ji Xinghe faced an Imperial Marcus and felt that he could not attack for a long time. It was even worse than the Imperial Duke he just faced. 2 minutes, there are still 2 minutes left. Not only can I hold on, it seems that I still have a chance. Dilmando thought of the threat from the Imperial Duke just now. If it also has the title of Duke and has comparable power, it must be the one to threaten other Marcus guerrillas today. But among the remaining 8 Imperial noble guerrillas, its power is the weakest. The hatred is hard to dissipate, and there will never be a chance to get back to Day's place, because as long as he holds on for the last 2 minutes, most of the credit for capturing Ji Xinghe alive will be divided. Your son marries my daughter? You want to adopt my son as your adopted son? I'm still alive, it's not your turn, it will never be your turn. I will capture Ji Xinghe alive, I will become the new Grand Duke, I will become a general. Greed arises. Dilmando began to attack. Its target was the damaged part of Ji Xinghe's mecha, especially Ji Xinghe's back, where there was no protective armor, only a layer of cockpit bulkhead that looked extremely thin. Dilmando, the roar came from the mouths of the 4 Imperial Dukes. They did not care that such a roar would affect Dilmando who was fighting. How could they not see what Dilmando could see? There is no need to say more about regret, but they could only watch Dilmando take the absolute initiative in the battle with Ji Xinghe. If it were not for the inability to kill Ji Xinghe should be dead now. Hurry up. Hurry up, time is passing quickly. With 1.5 minutes left, the 4 Imperial Dukes actually had exactly the same idea. Ji Xinghe, kill Dilmando quickly. Aren't you very strong? You can't even kill the Marcus Dilmando. What kind of torturer are you? What kind of undead are you? What kind of Federation Ji Xinghe are you? Perhaps their prayers have worked. Ji Xinghe, who has been suppressed by Dilmando, once again chose the fighting method of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of himself because of the honor he carries. The front protective armor was torn, and a clear gully appeared on the left arm. Xinghe, whose body intact rate was less than 60%, finally exchanged his damage for an opportunity. So a scene that satisfied everyone and all the guerrillas appeared. A fatal shot. I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. The three voices were almost connected, but the three Imperial Dukes were one step slower. The Imperial Duke who threatened Il Mando before stepped into the edge of the ring before them. So they could only stop by force. The rules cannot be broken, at least they cannot be broken by them. On the one hand, the challenge in front of the battle has been passed down in the Empire for a long time. On the other hand, they are worried that after they break the rules, Ji Xinghe will turn around and run without hesitation. Letting Ji Xinghe, who is at the end of his strength, run away is a crime greater than heaven. In comparison, even if they don't have the credit of capturing Ji Xinghe alive, it doesn't count. When the three Imperial Dukes regretted it, the three Imperial Marquises also regretted it. They missed the best opportunity to be promoted to the Grand Duke of the Empire. Such an opportunity is too rare in this battle. Even if they are confident and really bring 500 mechas to besiege Ji Xinghe will definitely die without a burial place, even if Ji Xinghe is driving the exclusive mecha of the ace fighter. But will Ji Xinghe give them such a chance? Will the Federation give them such a chance? Impossible. The 6 great nobles of the Empire, with mixed feelings, don't want to watch the battle on the ring, even if this battle is already a battle that can decide the outcome in their eyes. Because of envy, jealousy and hatred. But at this moment, Ji Xinghe's voice rang in their ears again. Get ready to go together. Go together? Do we still have a chance to go together? Could it be? The 6 great nobles of the Empire, looking at Xinghe being chased by the Duke-level mecha, really can't figure out where they get the chance. The ring is too small, and the gap in the performance of the mecha is too big. Ji Xinghe can't finish the last minute. But since Ji Xinghe gave the order, they are looking forward to it. What if there is really a chance? That's Ji Xinghe of the Federation. Ji Xinghe, don't run. The Duke-class mecha chasing Ji Xinghe was still in an ecstatic state. It could speak Longzhou language, so it shouted directly. Don't run, you will rush out of the ring if you run again. Don't you know what will happen if you rush out of the ring? The time has not come yet. It was trying to influence Ji Xinghe, but Ji Xinghe was like a ruthless machine and would never be affected by these words. None of Ji Xinghe's trump cards worked, and of course none of its nonsense worked. Ji Xinghe just ran with his head down. Before the time was up, he really couldn't leave the ring. And he had to slow down when he was about to rush to the edge of the ring. But the problem was that this Imperial Duke couldn't rush out of the ring either, so he couldn't chase at full speed. If he kept at full speed, he would rush out directly if he wasn't careful. 30 seconds. Ji Xinghe ran for another 30 seconds. In terms of escaping, he was actually better than anyone else, because he had taught Ji Xinghe how to run many times. But Ji Xinghe had never used it, so he had to use it. But Xinghe didn't give him this chance. If there is anyone who can run better than Ji Xinghe, then among all the lives that Ji Xinghe has seen, there is only Xinghe. Powerful computing power and a god's perspective that is almost completely in control make Xinghe's ability to escape far beyond the limits of humans. Especially in such a relatively small space, there is obviously a clear performance gap, but the Duke-level Imperial mecha just can't catch up. 20 seconds. Prepare for pursuit. Don't let Ji Xinghe escape. Yes, the 3 Dukes and 3 Marquises were all excited. On the other side of the ring, the 3rd Mecha Battalion of the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps, which was originally the Xinghe team, was also ready for support. Although it has been lined up at the edge of the ring, it is completely ignored by them. Prepare for artillery support. Yes, all the firepower output platforms of the Federation that can hit the Vulture Mountain battlefield have been aimed at the Vulture Mountain battlefield. Just waiting for an order. 10 seconds. I don't know how many people at this moment couldn't keep sitting posture, and all stood up nervously. Ji Xinghe's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone, prepare to charge. Target, Vulture Mountain. Charge? How to charge? 4 Imperial Dukes and 3 Imperial Marquises, these 7 mechas can stop everyone in the Xinghe team, including Ji Xinghe. And on Vulture Mountain, there are. Before people's thoughts could be fully born in their hearts, they heard Tu Yuan's voice. Covering fire strike, revised to cover the charge of the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps, the order was just modified, and 10 seconds had passed. Ji Xinghe's challenge was over. 3 Duke-class Imperial mechas and 3 Marquis-class Imperial mechas rushed forward as they said before. And the Duke-class Imperial mecha that was originally chasing Ji Xinghe in the arena was less than 10 meters away from Ji Xinghe. There was no escape. Colonel Ji Xinghe. He turned around and charged. Xinghe, overclock, Zizi. As the white airwaves surged, Xinghe's already broken protective armor all splashed out like an explosion. The Duke-class Imperial mecha that thought it was about to win had its vision suddenly obscured, so that it had no time to react before it saw a gun tip emerging from the white airwave. Sizzle. The protective armor of the mecha made of tungsten steel alloy was instantly pierced. When a chill came to its chest, the Imperial Duke finally saw the Federation mecha that killed it. It was not the fat and bloated Xinghe, but a mecha that looked extremely lean. There were no gold stars or protective armor on its body. There was only the main frame that could maintain its existence, and the cockpit wrapped by the main structure. It looked like an unfinished mecha, but also like the ultimate weapon that had finally taken off all its constraints and could show its true self to the world. Where did the mecha come from? It's so strong as Ji Xinghe. When the second Imperial Duke died on the battlefield of Vulture Mountain, he only left the thought of dying with his eyes open. The 6 Imperial noble mechas that had already entered the ring and accelerated madly did not see the scene of the Duke-class mecha being broken. Xinghe, who was freed from his restraints, was too thin and was blocked tightly by the Duke-class mecha. They were still charging, they were afraid that Ji Xinghe would escape. Then, they saw Xinghe, and the completely unfamiliar mecha made them stunned for a moment. What made them even more incomprehensible was that this suddenly appeared federal mecha actually rushed towards the 6 of them alone, and had no weapons in his hands. It's Ji Xinghe, he is Ji Xinghe. Apart from Ji Xinghe, they couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to do this, and it was indeed impossible for a federal mecha to move to this battlefield in an instant. They guessed right, and it was Ji Xinghe who was driving Xinghe at this time. When Xinghe single-handedly broke the second Duke-class mecha, Ji Xinghe spoke again. I'll do it. Xinghe did not respond, but the driving mode was switched in an instant. Ji Xinghe, who did not draw his gun and had no time to draw his gun, drove Xinghe and charged at 3 Duke-class Imperial mechas and 3 Marcus-class Imperial mechas with his bare hands. The mecha that Ji Xinghe was driving at this time had no weapons. The Imperial apes discovered this and their fear disappeared. Ji Xinghe did not have any weapons in his hands. The tungsten steel gold spear disappeared, and the other 2 tungsten steel gold short knives were also stuck in the ground in their sight, and there was no chance to pull them out. But this time, they all guessed wrong. Xinghe has 4 knives. Therefore, Ji Xinghe also has 4 knives. Overclocking time limit, 29 seconds countdown, 28. When the prompt sounded, Ji Xinghe turned his hand and drew a knife behind Xinghe. Xinghe, who entered the overclocking mode, gave people the feeling that he had cut off his flesh and blood, leaving only a skeleton-like body. This made Ji Xinghe's knife-drawing action look like pulling out his spine and splitting it in 2. It was like saying, how can we let go of the blood feud? Even if the flesh and blood are armor and the spine is a knife, we must flatten the empire. P.S. For a moment, I thought it would be very effective to break the chapter at the time of Xinghe, overclock. Chapter 400F. The sudden change of the stars and the moon was like a horn of attack, and the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps moved with a bang. Facing the Imperial mechas that were several times their size and the Imperial troops that were hundreds of times their size, they charged forward without fear. 3 Marcus-class Imperial mechas, 3 Duke-class Imperial mechas, and the jump gate device hidden in the Imperial space battleships could not stop their charge. Because their corps commander Ji Xinghe was the first to lead. In the name of the galaxy, we are invincible, a hysterical roar sounded among the 360 mechas of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps. Ji Xinghe also roared, and his voice, based on his authority, sounded in the other 359 mechas at the same time, and in the ears of those mech warriors who were already in a frenzy. Shouting slogans in his own name was a bit embarrassing for Ji Xinghe before, but now he must shout it out, and it is the loudest voice he can shout out. He wants everyone to know that he is still alive. When the thunderous sound resounded in the hearts of the federal mecha warriors, the distance between Xinghe and the 6 mechas of the Imperial nobles was less than 10 meters. The next moment, the 2 sides will collide with each other. As an Imperial Duke said before the time limit of Ji Xinghe's challenge ended, he did not believe that Ji Xinghe could kill them all before Xinghe's energy was exhausted. Because of the continuous high-intensity battle, Xinghe, which is known for its endurance, has only 30 seconds left after turning on the overclocking. The Imperial nobles did not know this, but they were sure that Ji Xinghe's mecha did not have much energy. What they were more certain of was that Xinghe's cockpit, which no longer had protective armor, was within their sight of being able to attack with a wave of their hands. It looked like a skeleton, with lungs between the ribs constantly moving with breathing, and like a beating heart. Within reach. They wanted to dismantle this mecha shaped like a metal skeleton, capture Ji Xinghe alive, and then kill those Federal Ace Mecha warriors at will in the impact of the Xinghe Mecha independent core, and then retreat calmly. The armor was about to be broken. Xinghe, who had already drawn her double swords, made a maneuver that none of them could have expected. During the charge maneuver, her knee suddenly bent, and the knee joint engine that had not separated from the body in the overclocking mode burst out with all its power at this moment. Xinghe, who weighed only half of what it was before, suddenly leaped up under the drive of this force. No, it was not a normal leap. Instead, it was like the most professional gymnasts on the Azure Star, who kept turning straight while jumping into the air. A forward straight turn and somersault of 1080 degrees. Xinghe jumped very high and turned very fast, which made her feel as if she had ignored the low-gravity environment of the alien planet. She jumped over 6 Imperial noble mechas at an extremely fast speed, and landed behind them before they could complete the turning maneuver. A new ultra-high difficulty non-standard mecha tactical action appeared, Ji Xinghe jump. After a period of time, after careful research, this mobile jump and the offensive tactical mobile action that followed were connected by many people and called it Xinghe/. The name is not important. At this moment, no one cares what the name of this mobile action should be called. When people saw Xinghe leaping in the air, they knew something that Ji Xinghe needed to let everyone see and know. He was still fighting. When he landed, Ji Xinghe began his real battle after Xinghe turned on the overclocking mode. Dust splashed up like an explosion, as if a shell exploded at the foot of Xinghe. Xinghe, who disappeared in place like an electric shot, has appeared behind a Marcus-class Imperial mecha that is turning around. 2 8-cut knives, which are only more than 1 meter long for the size of the mecha, opened the metal arm of the Marcus-class Imperial mecha holding the war knife like a butterfly, and then disappeared from its side at the same time. Ding ding ding. The continuous sound indicated that the double swords in Ji Xinghe's hand did not disappear suddenly, but because the speed of continuous slashing stabbing was too fast, it exceeded the normal capture ability of the camera of the Marcus-class Imperial mecha. It was extremely terrified. It had seen too many times what the end would be if Ji Xinghe got close to it. It would die on the spot in just 1 second. But 1 second later, it did not die, and the cockpit in which it was in panic was not broken. Xinghe, which was attached to its body, suddenly turned sideways and made a big turn, and rushed to its right side. There was a Marcus-class Imperial mecha that had just completed the turn, and on its left, there was another Marcus-class Imperial mecha that had completed the turn. The 3 Marcus-class mechas that fell behind the Du-class mecha originally thought that the credit for capturing Ji Xinghe alive had little to do with them. But they never thought that Ji Xinghe would choose to appear behind them by leaping. With just 1 turn, they faced Ji Xinghe. The 3 Du-class mechas that wanted to steal the credit had also completed the turn, but between them and Ji Xinghe, there were 3 mechas driven by the Marcus. Not only the distance caused by the mecha, but also the distance caused by the fact that they had rushed at full speed to steal the credit of capturing Ji Xinghe alive, but they had no time to stop because of Ji Xinghe's sudden leap. These distances and the intervals between the mechas were actually very short for their mecha performance. But facing Xinghe, who had no protective armor at all, this distance seemed very far away. It was so far that their unparalleled credit would change hands in a blink of an eye. Clang clang clang. Another series of dense sounds, the same close-range maneuvers to get close to the Marcus-class mecha, the same crazy slashing and stabbing that was so fast that only after images were left, and the same failure to break the cockpit of the mecha. Even the external damage of the Marcus-class mecha looked a little unreal, as if it didn't exist. The thin Xinghe held 2 short knives, giving the guerrillas a feeling of futile struggle. 2 Du-class Imperial mechas have begun to circle. They stepped forward and back at the same time to bypass the Marcus-class mechas that were being attacked by Ji Xinghe. Another Du-class Imperial mecha completed the turning maneuver again, from facing Ji Xinghe to facing the Xinghe mecha independent corps. To be precise, it was the 3rd mecha battalion of the Xinghe mecha independent corps, composed of the original Xinghe team. It was not sure that it could get the credit for capturing Ji Xinghe alive, so there was no need to fight for it. In its sight, there were 23 Federal mechas rushing towards it. The golden stars shining everywhere represented that these Federal mechas had previously destroyed thousands of Imperial mechas. 3 Federal Ace Mecha warriors and 4 Federal Special Class Mecha warriors who were close to Ace. It can destroy them in one fell swoop and obtain merits that are not much worse than capturing Ji Xinghe alive. After all, in its opinion, it must have a share of the merit of capturing Ji Xinghe alive, and the main credit is shared equally by the two dukes. In this case, it can become the biggest winner in this Ji Xinghe challenge. The battle behind it has nothing to do with it. Facing the front, the Imperial Mecha launched a charge without hesitation. The first target is the new ace mecha warrior of the Xinghe team, Sichuanian, codenamed General Niama. Sichuanian's eyes were red. Facing the charging Duke-level Imperial Mecha, he was not afraid at all. Can't beat it? Yes, can't beat it. But so what? Don't let me die in vain. When Sichuanian roared, he was actually going to pounce directly on the weapon in the hands of the Duke-level Imperial Mecha. In his opinion, as long as he resisted the fatal blow of the Imperial Duke, his teammates would be able to get the opportunity to break this Duke-level Imperial Mecha. In conventional battles, the chance of besieging a Duke-level Imperial Mecha is almost non-existent for the ace mecha warriors of the Federation. Which Imperial Duke does not have hundreds of noble mechas around him, waiting for the opportunity to move in the battlefield where thousands of conventional Imperial standard mechas appear, looking for the opportunity of the Federal ace mecha warriors being left alone. But just when Sichuanian was determined to die, Ji Xinghe's voice rang again. Everyone, target Vulture Mountain. He repeated his previous order, so that Sichuanian's decision to exchange his life with the Imperial Duke was corrected at the last minute. Sichuanian roared unconsciously, and when he was about to encounter the Duke-class Imperial Mecha, he completed the turning maneuver and brushed past the Duke-class Imperial Mecha. Andre, Zuosho, the lame man, the deaf man, and the blind man and the lame man who were originally at the rear, who also wanted to exchange their lives with a Duke-class Imperial Mecha, or even with a Marcus-class Imperial Mecha, all wanted to use their lives to give Ji Xinghe a chance. They didn't care about the final victory or defeat of the Vulture Mountain battlefield, they only cared whether Ji Xinghe could survive, and they would rather die than let Ji Xinghe sacrifice. They were slower than Sichuanian only because they were already behind Sichuan in distance. They all heard Ji Xinghe's voice, which was a commanding voice, and also like an old father's instructions to his sons at the last moment of his life. No one knew why they suddenly started shouting meaninglessly, and no one could notice that there seemed to be tears flowing in their red eyes. But the mechas they were driving, without exception, avoided the Imperial Duke they were originally facing, circled to both sides from Ji Xinghe's battle, and then rushed to Vulture Mountain without looking back. Their shouting was because they were unwilling. They wanted to die for Ji Xinghe, but Ji Xinghe didn't let them die like this. Their hysteria was a kind of impotent rage. In the battle against the Imperial Duke and the Marquis, they could not provide Ji Xinghe with even the slightest help except death. Burdens, we are all burdens. Waste, we are all waste. The incompetent and furious 3rd Mech Battalion of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps passed Ji Xinghe, whom they were willing to rescue with their lives, and rushed to the Vulture Mountain battlefield according to Ji Xinghe's orders. This scene shocked the people who were paying attention to this battle. If they hadn't been able to hear Ji Xinghe's orders, they would definitely think that the Galaxy Squad wanted to watch their captain die in battle, and the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps wanted to watch their corps leader die in battle. This scene also shocked the Imperial Duke who was preparing to kill Sichuanian, the blind man, and the lame man. He couldn't hear the orders conveyed by Ji Xinghe in the communication channel, so he couldn't understand why these Ji Xinghe's soldiers were unwilling to die for Ji Xinghe. Is the Federation really as the intelligence says, that everyone is equal? Even for someone like Ji Xinghe, no one is willing to die for him? No, that's not the case. The Federation has never lacked those humans who are willing to sacrifice themselves for their teammates and for victory. It has seen it in the battle report, and it has seen it with its own eyes. It also heard about Ji Xinghe's deeds today, and knew that Ji Xinghe's son chose to sacrifice himself for the chance of his teammates to survive, and a victory that was very important to the Federation. In such a Federation, why is no one willing to come to die for a human like Ji Xinghe? The Imperial Duke, who was charging towards the Xinghe team, lost his target. Between hesitation and pursuit and turning around, he could see that Ji Xinghe had appeared beside the 3rd Marcus-class Imperial Mecha. After 2 consecutive big step turning maneuvers, Ji Xinghe gave up attacking the 2nd Marcus-class Imperial Mecha he was attacking, and appeared in front of the 3rd Marcus-class Imperial Mecha that had already attacked him. With another hairline sideways maneuver, he avoided the slash of this Marcus-class Imperial Mecha, and Xinghe, driven by Ji Xinghe, appeared beside this Marcus-class Imperial Mecha. Slash wildly. Ding ding ding. The scene that had happened twice was repeated again. Without the protective armor, Xinghe was still unscathed, But the crisis faced by Ji Xinghe was not alleviated. The two Marcus-class Imperial mechas that he had attacked also seemed to be intact. Of the two Duke-class Imperial mechas, one had actually bypassed the two Marcus-class Imperial mechas, and the other turned back and rushed towards Ji Xinghe from the other side. One on the left and one on the right. How can they be avoided? There are still two Marcus-class mechas. No. The Imperial Duke, who was relatively far away from the battle, finally found something wrong. The two Marcus-class mechas that seemed to be unscathed did not start to attack Ji Xinghe when Ji Xinghe gave up attacking them. Was it because they were afraid of accidentally killing Ji Xinghe? Impossible. Xinghe, who had lost her protective armor, could have her hands and feet broken. Even if she didn't attack her cockpit, with the tungsten steel gold weapons they held, they could easily dismantle Xinghe. Why not fight? I can't move, it's out of control, my mecha is out of control. The shouts of the two Imperial Marquises finally sounded, one after the other with only 3 seconds between them. When Ji Xinghe gave up attacking them, they had tried to drive their mechas to join the battle, but their mechas seemed to be dead and motionless. So, Ji Xinghe's seemingly powerless attack just now was actually. When the three Imperial Dukes all reacted, the third terrified cry had already sounded. My mecha is out of control, the three Marcus-level Imperial mechas have all lost their combat effectiveness, which suddenly terrified the three Imperial Dukes. 13 seconds, the countdown of the overclocking time limit has not ended. But Xinghe, who only had 26 seconds left when she landed, had already used up 13 seconds to destroy three Marcus-level Imperial mechas under Ji Xinghe's driving. Can three Duke-level Imperial mechas be destroyed in 13 seconds? Xinghe wanted to stop the countdown, and then said to Ji Xinghe, "Lord, let's run." But she did not stop, nor did she say what she wanted to say, because her heart told her, "Believe in your Lord." Although Ji Xinghe had never asked her that question, she was the one in the world who believed in Ji Xinghe's life the most, except for Ji Xinghe. As if he had heard Xinghe's voice, Ji Xinghe, who had not said to escape, finally started to run. But in the direction he ran, there was a Duke-class Imperial mecha. He said that when it is time to run, you must run. He said it to his son, and he said it to many people. But he also said that when you can fight, you must fight. If there was no such father, how could Ji Xinghe not run? How could he leave such a last word when he knew he was going to die? "Dad, I didn't run, because I didn't want to embarrass you." Ji Xinghe felt that he could still fight, so he rushed towards the lone Imperial Duke. It was like saying, "Son, I didn't run, because I didn't want to embarrass you." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.